Hello, hello.
Hello.
So we are one party short, as my audience might have noticed. Anthony will be joining us later. I'm getting tag team today, you guys.
Oh, no.
I mean, like I planned for this. Like I knew this was gonna happen. I did this to myself. But plan is today, because I could not get my two guests in at the same time. We're kind of in a position where we got a tag team. So, for the first bit, we're gonna have my guest here who will introduce herself momentarily, and then while Anthony is on his way home, is going to speed run the video, get caught up, and then join me on call probably around the time that, unfortunately, Madeline has to leave. So I think it'll still work out. Would you like to introduce yourself? I'm gonna move chat while you're talking.
I'm Madeline, she, her. I am a YouTube video essayist. I make videos about media, and I just like hanging out.
So deep, so true.
Thank you. I try to be so full as a person.
All right, so let's take a look in the chat. Cool. So, mic check. Is the mic okay? She's quiet. She's quiet.
I'm quiet. I can fix that. Hold
No,
on.
that might be my fault. I have the desktop audio cranked down because and I will turn you up as well. Because
Hello. Hi.
oh yeah, it looks way better. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I keep the, I also game, so I keep the desktop audio.
Right.
Yeah.
Aw.
Okay. They're mad at me because you sound distant and muted. Yes, I'm trying to silence you. I'm always silencing women as on this channel, as we know.
God, this is why I hate men. It's so gross.
As you should.
As I should. Thank you. Oh, people like it now. Okay.
Okay,
the
good.
chat
Good,
says
good.
I'm okay now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
I love empowering women. Anyway.
Thank you. Aw, allies. What are we doing? What are we talking? What's the stream of that again?
Gatekeeping. Oh,
what are you talking about?
Should I put up my little I think we should. I haven't had
Do what?
I have this little graphic that I like to use sometimes.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I need to bring it up because it's way
Hell
down.
yeah.
There we go. Let's just chuck it there. Yippee. Oh. The whole dang. There we go. I don't know if you can see that yet. If you can't, I'll send a screenshot to you. I think you'll find it funny.
Oh, I see a little fire, but I think it's behind us.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh no. Wait.
Uh, anyway,
Oh no. Oh my God.
I
Fine.
think you're.
I guess
We're killing each other.
trans on trans violence on the internet. What is it? A
Oh
Tuesday?
my
Uh.
goodness. Oh, I should probably
Oh
turn
my
my
God.
phone notifications off.
Mm.
Give me 1 second. I'm so professional. Oh, there it is. It was right beside me the whole time. Okay, so to kind of present what this argument is about for me, and then I'll let you present what this argument is about for you, if that's all right.
Sounds good. Yeah.
This is purely about subculture for me. I don't think we should be gatekeeping identities or like resources or anything. I specifically think that gatekeeping subculture in specific cases is a good thing.
Can I ask what? Sorry to interrupt, but can I ask what you mean by subcultures, just so I'm on the same
Yes,
page?
absolutely. The one that I will be kind of using as a blueprint, I suppose, is the goth subculture. I feel very strongly about that for very, very big, important reasons. So I will be kind of arguing based on that. Maybe a little bit of nerd culture, but I don't feel as passionately about it. But um, I think a little bit of gatekeeping is okay. What's your stance?
Um, yeah, I don't think gatekeeping is good at all, and
Okay.
we shouldn't do it in any circumstance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my take.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So very very opposing views. Very opposing views.
Well, that makes it interesting. Hopefully,
Well, yeah. That's that. That's the
Fuck
point.
it.
That's the point. You know. And then hopefully, when we're done this discussion, um, regardless of if we change our minds or not, um, we can learn why people have the opinions they do and what we can do to be more empathetic towards people with different opinions and how we can kind of address people with differing opinions without alienating them necessarily, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, absolutely,
because
absolutely.
because I think that even if after all of this you maintain that gatekeeping bad always, you'll be like, oh wait, I get why you would say that. I don't think we should gatekeep, but here is how I think I would address your concerns.
Yeah, and vice versa,
Exactly.
obviously as well. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. I very
Cool.
intentionally picked something that I had that my opinion was very contentious and stinky about, that I knew would probably piss a lot of people off. So,
No,
uh,
that I mean, I am also passionate about this, but I get probably in a different way,
mhm.
I would think, than you are, and I hope maybe that'll make more sense as we talk about it. Um,
Okay.
yeah.
Um, so we were discussing a little bit behind the scenes on an order. Um, Now, do you still want me to go first? I am willing to change that on the fly if you have an opening statement you want to lead with.
No, I mean, that really is my whole stance. There should be no gatekeeping.
Okay, okay.
Period.
Okay. I guess
I'm
that I
I'm a
guess
simple lady. I don't. This
I
is it.
I guess the best for this, let's be flexible, is that I will present why I think that, and if you see problems with that, pick it apart. Absolutely.
Sounds good. Yeah,
And I
yeah. We
encourage
can we
that,
can do
and
that.
don't be afraid of hurting my feelings. You have full
Oh
permission to
no.
kill me with hammers.
Oh my God. Be careful what you wish for.
I can take it. I can take it. I'm a bit of a
Okay.
masochist.
Okay.
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 All
Okay.
right. So, the goth subculture. Um, so I realize that the subculture, in and of itself, is fairly infamous for being gatekeepy. I think maybe not for the reasons a lot of people think it is. I don't think anybody is ever going to tell you, you can't wear this, you can't wear that, you can't do this with your face, you can't put on this kind of accessory. I don't think anybody's going to call you that or say that or stop you from doing that. I think it's more about accessing the spaces of those cultures. Most people who want to be in the goth subculture and go to the clubs and go to the events, they're there for the music, right? That's what the that's where it started, and that's what most people there are there for, is the music. Now what happens is we live in a society that likes goth girls, and this is a really big problem in the goth community, is that we get people that are chasers in the goth community, and especially can be an issue with women. And it's really important to us that we allow the women in our spaces to be able to just hang out and be able to listen to the music and express themselves without having to worry that someone is treating them like a fetish. And that's one of the major reasons why the subculture is gatekept in the way it is. It's not because it's like, oh, you just wouldn't get it, you don't understand, you're too young. It's very much like, oh, we don't want people to come in and prey on the people that are literally just here to listen to music. That's one of the reasons that I think it's important. The other is that and again, I'm speaking at this from the lens of the goth subculture, is you get people that don't respect the history, like Marilyn Manson and his fans, and Marilyn Manson, there's like a lot of problems with that guy. I don't think anybody's arguing against that here. But he is very vehemently not part of the culture, is rejected from the culture. And if somebody asks you, oh, well, who's your favorite goth artist? And you say Marilyn Manson, that's often considered a red flag. Of somebody who probably didn't do their research on Marilyn Manson as a person, and B, potentially someone that is okay with some of the things that he's done. So those are the two big reasons. And the second reason is that, like, there's this common thing that said that if anything can be goth, then nothing is goth. How can you categorize the music and the culture if it gets to a point where people that are looking for it can't find it because it's been sort of defined out of existence? And then there's also like the issues with capitalism and the capitalism kind of taking advantage of teenagers wanting to be a little bit more edgy and expressive, and like selling them cheap clothes and merchandise, and people creating an identity based on consumerism. That is kind of goes against, I think, the whole culture, but yeah. I guess that's kind of my starting point of why I personally have issues and where I've seen things fuck up, especially in the goth community.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can respond to both of those things, both of your points there. The first one, I would say that's more of a community and venue problem more than like specifically a goth problem. Like, unfortunately, you're just going to get chasers and weird, gross people in every community, especially communities that do kind of have a preference for what another person could say is, a alternative kind of clothing set that is, I don't know, attractive to somebody, for
Mm-hmm.
instance. Like this is just a problem that a lot of communities have to deal with, but it's not something that is made better or worse by somebody being goth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of like an unfortunate thing that we need to work on and get better about.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think discerning who is or is not a quote unquote real goth is a solution to that problem. But I would say to your second point, I completely disagree. I think that no single person can say what is the correct history or what is the history to learn of a subculture or to decide like when it's considered enough learning and research to be a member of the, for instance, goth community. I think all it takes is to just say that you're goth and you're goth. Like, who really cares? And I would also say, like, it's really none of our business. Like, if somebody's like, oh, I'm goth, and you, like, disagree, like, how does that really affect you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can still just be goth and do what you want. Like, why does somebody's goth identity affect your goth identity? Would be my
Hmm.
question.
I mean, like, I guess it's not, I don't really care what people call themselves. I think for me personally, when I am trying to do something like, again, I'm going to use this as an example because it's one of the issues that I keep bumping into. When I am like, I want to talk about this, or I'm usually very specifically looking for music. And it's frustrating trying to find places to connect with people when most of the places that are supposedly about a music genre have nothing to do with the music genre. Um so it starts to become a thing of like it becomes a little it becomes a little bit frustrating to explore that subculture and the reason that it was created when there is such a saturation of people calling themselves that but aren't actually participating, if that makes sense. um
Yeah. Um, I would say to that. I mean, that just kind of sounds like either like it just sounds like those are specific people that just don't work with what you're vibing, and I think that's great
mhm.
and beautiful. I guess maybe I am wrong on this, but I always kind of pictured goth as kind of multimedia in a
Mhm.
lot of ways. Like it's not just music, but it is a fashion, for instance. It is a style. It is a way of kind of perceiving things. Like I think music is a big part of it, but to me that would be saying like punk is only about the music, which is it's like technically right, but I also think of like punk as like a way of life, like a way of thinking about
Mhm.
things. Like also, I mean, goth as a term's been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So it's like somebody's idea of goth may be like classical music, for instance, that gives
and
off a gothic vibe
and
because, like,
and that's one of the issues with this particular subculture in and of itself. Because the term gothic literature predates the subculture, the modern subculture that was made in the post-punk era. Like they're different things. Um, Something can be gothic literature, and somebody can write gothic literature and be gothic, and not be goth. If that makes if that makes sense. Um, s-
silence that.
So I
Um,
actually was researching this because I was curious the other day, and what it came from was a specific person who lived. I mean, like, and this is just like a rumor, right? Like, this is just like one of those stories that people pass around. But it was basically a nickname a person had because it was like he was like a little goth goblin because of the way he dressed. And also at the time, just so happened to be renting a room in like a Visigoth castle. And I think some associations were made there. And it just kind of like, it's just like one of those weird things that like word association and then it kind of picked up and went. Um, yeah, I'm not talking about like the gothic movement as like the spooky literature, like architecture thing. I'm specifically talking about like the music stuff. And while like yes, I do agree that the look is part of it. I personally would be more keen to talk to somebody who is familiar with the music and like dresses casual than and like not to say like you're not goth, I'm not talking to you, like I'm not saying that, but I think I would take somebody more seriously if they like listened to the music but did not do the look versus somebody who did the look but didn't listen to the music, because a look is a look, and like it's fine, you can dress however you want, but that's not why I'm here. I don't think that's why other goths are here. I think for a lot of them that are active in the culture, the music is the most important part. So when you're curating and creating a space for those people, and somebody comes along and all they're interested in is the look, I don't think that the presence of that person is going to be really beneficial to either party, to the group or to the person, because neither person is going to get what they want. um I think, if that makes sense.
so, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you just want like a music club. I guess I
I,
don't. Um, you just want to talk with people about goth music.
that is largely what goths want to do, yeah. um
Yeah, and I think what it sounds like is, from what I'm understanding, and please tell me if I'm off base here. Um, it sounds like that what you want, is to go to a goth venue
mhm.
and be completely assured that when you talk to somebody at the goth venue, they will have the same musical education and language that you do when you talk to them.
Kind of. I recognize that my tastes aren't as sophisticated as everybody else's and are also particular. Even within that space. Um, I guess that I just would like when I'm in something that is specifically dedicated to a specific subculture, that that's what everybody's there for. Um, and the people in there, they're not trying to prey on anyone. They're not trying to sell somebody something. I mean, like beyond like, hey, like here's an album that was made, like, you know what I mean? Like they're not there for like commercial or any illicit gains, or they're not trying to take advantage of everybody, and they're not like treating the people there as like a zoo, which is also a very common thing in goth spaces, is people coming by to gawk, which is uncomfortable. um
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's also a big part of the conversation at large. It's very uncomfortable, I think, when you get involved in a community to participate in an activity, like, and then there's just somebody there that's just gawking at you as if you're like this huge freak. And I think, yeah.
I mean, that's absolutely shitty, right? Like, I mean, nobody's disagreeing with that. Um, And it does suck. And I think what should happen is just general policing, because that happens in a lot of communities, unfortunately. Like that's kind of the thing about having, living in a society and creating functions that are like open to everyone. You are just gonna unfortunately get some bad actors. You're even gonna get some bad actors that are also very well established within your own community.
That's true.
That's something that I've seen as well. So there really isn't a way to be like, okay, before you come in, tell me your 4 favorite goth bands. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think that's going to fix anything, because there's plenty of people that think, Susie and the Banshees are amazing and also probably want to grift you at the same time. Like, these problems aren't problems inherent into whether somebody is goth or not. These are just really bad people. And what needs to happen is, communities kind of coming in and building a safe space. Because, like, I used to go into a lot of very nerdy spaces, and I can say more often than not, they were the worst spaces I've ever been in my entire life.
Yeah.
Like some of the meanest, rudest people you could possibly imagine. And they were also just like complete experts in everything they talked about. I think it was kind of like a combination of that, because it seemed like these people would be like, oh, I know every anime episode of the show, therefore I'm kind of like the king queen, I'm kind of the ruler of this community, like for me, that's kind of my viewpoint on gatekeeping, is when it becomes like somebody who has the quote unquote knowledge becomes the person with all of the say. And I think it's really irresponsible to think that a single person or a single person's idea of like what is and what is not goth per se is, I just think that's a ludicrous idea. And I think that none of us can make that statement definitively. Like, no human being can be like, this is what it means to be this or that. You have to do this. You have to do that. I think, honestly, to me, that's very egotistical to think that you are the person that can make these decisions.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I think that also... I think that it's also really hard to come up with a way of, like, how do you decide? Even knowing or feeling and believing, I should say. I shouldn't say knowing, because again, this is very subjective. Even feeling like there are reasons why we should, why good fences make good neighbors and all of that. And that, like, having some space and a little bit of privacy is good in certain instances. I don't know I don't know if I would be able to say what the minimum is that somebody has to meet to get into those spaces. I think that's a very difficult conversation to have.
I think to make that decision, you have to somehow have somebody prove that not only do they know a lot about goth, but that they're also a good person that's, not going to be an asshole to people. And there's no really way of knowing that. Like, are you going to look at somebody's criminal record? Are you going to do all of these things? Now, to be fair, those are actually things that you can do if a person is like being shitty, but unfortunately, you can't prevent all of the people that are either, like, like you said, they're creepers, they're chasers, or even just people that you don't like vibe with. Like, you're never going to find a community where, like, everywhere you look, you're going to see the greatest thing ever and somebody that you really, there's always going to be people that you just like, I cannot stand those people. I hate them. I don't want to talk to them. That's just what life is, unfortunately. The best we can do is create a community that is at least kind and doesn't permit things like violence and racism and sexism and transphobia and all these things. You know, like that's what should happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like if somebody is being an asshole, we should be like, hey, you're being an asshole, fucking stop, or we're not going to invite you to these things anymore. You know, like, and that could be anybody, you know, that could be Marilyn Manson, you know, who was very popular to a lot of people for a while, but now we all understand, not a great person, you know, but like, yeah, like, it's so hard because like subcultures are a continuously growing community. It's not something that you can, you know, freeze and put into a glass container. I've been watching Harley Quinn recently.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. So you're gonna meet people that are like, no, I don't want to listen to the music. I'm actually not a big fan of the music that you want me to listen to. And that's fine. I'm sorry. That's fine. That's just what you have to deal with as part of this community. You know?
Yeah.
And trust me, I dabbled in one of the worst, most exclusive minded communities of all time. That being the hipsters. And right? Like nobody wants to be the hipsters because they're awful. But I feel like that is what gatekeeping is being like, oh, you're coming to see this show, yet you've never seen that band. You know, like, you know, what if like you're not a fan of like goth rock, but you like goth techno or goth IDM or something? Is that like a problem? You know, like these are all the things that I feel that gatekeeping kind of does. It kind of makes it seem like that there is a what's the fallacy? The no true Scotsman. There is no true goth. There is no one true goth that we all should identify as or try to our best to be.
Yeah. I will also say that like as somebody that started getting into this when I was young and as somebody that's watched young people approach it, usually when I see someone being like, "Hey, I'm interested in it." I don't know how long this has been the case, but it's been the case for a while that the response isn't no, go away. It's here's a bunch of bands. Here's how to learn about it. Here's a bunch of stuff that you might like and you should check out if you'd like to learn more about this. I think that like I think that wanting someone to respect a culture regardless of if that's like a main culture, like a mainstream culture or a subculture, to participate, like have like a basic understanding of the people around you, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that like considering that it's like a secondary identity, and if you want I can explain that a little bit more. It's kind of like a it's kind of like a social worker term or like a psychology term, but I can explain that a little bit in a second. Because it's a secondary identity, it's not, while it can be very important to you, it's not like a core part of who you are as a person, like gender, sexuality, race, you know, all of that. Like that's a primary identity, whereas like subculture, religion, that sort of thing is considered a secondary identity. And I think wanting someone to be like, hey, if you're going to be a part of this, can you be educated on it a little bit? Or at least show a vested interest in educating yourself on it. But I do get what you're saying about like the no true Scotsman thing. And I think people do get tripped up in that quite a bit. Now I'm kind of watching chat a little bit, and I am pretty specifically talking about subculture here, but somebody said, I'm a Warhammer nerd. Carving out a non-toxic community around that specific interest requires gatekeeping, mostly pushing out the fascists who don't get it, but also the owners of the IP themselves. Capitalism. And that's like a whole other
and
thing.
I would say that's a completely different argument than what we're saying. Because the problem isn't Warhammer, its problem is that there are fascists. Get rid of the fascists, like that's the problem. Is that you got some fascists in your community. Stop it. Stop having fascists in your community.
I mean, we did like, you did mention punk earlier, and that was a problem for a little while. And I would say that was a thing that was solved by gatekeeping, by saying, no, you are not punk. You cannot be part of us. You're not part of our movement. You don't belong here.
That is a good point. I do want to specify that because I for me, I got to conflate all of those as a single term called gatekeeping. I don't know if I like that because it kind of both undermines and overmines, I don't know the word, things that need to have real significance and real understanding of what the level they are. Because telling somebody, hey, you should listen to some bands is different from, hey, maybe don't wear a swastika on your sleeve. I don't think those are equatable, because one is clearly a racist act against somebody and it's being done to hurt other people. Another is just a preference a single person has in a community, or just how they kind of want to express themselves. So I think that, yes, it was amazingly good to kick the Nazis out of punk. That was a huge problem. That's because Nazis are bad, and you shouldn't have an organization, that supports that. Just don't do that. If you have an organization that does support that, then get out of the organization. So then that's the problem.
We're gatekeeping, or not gatekeeping. We are speed running the gatekeeping nuance. And I think
I would just call that, yeah. But again, to be oh, we're gatekeeping, and to be well, gatekeeping means we want everybody to listen to Ballhouse, however you say that name, and we also want to make sure no Ku Klux Klan members are in our community. That's weird. I don't know if those two should be in the same conversation. That feels very strange to me.
Now, going back and dialing it back to one of my earlier arguments of chasers and gawkers and stuff, I think that lies somewhere in between those two extremes. I think you could probably place it on different parts of that if you wanted to line up those oh, you don't listen, you don't know who Joy Division is, get the fuck out of here. I think that, and you're literally a Nazi, leave. I think in the middle are those small things that we try to do to keep the community safe, that do get a little bit more difficult to enforce.
And here's what I say about that, because that, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, I'll let you continue, but that is a good point.
And I think we're speed running Nuance, and Anthony's not going to be here for a while, so what are we going to talk about? I guess we're going to answer questions. I think what it comes down to it, and oddly enough, we have the little graphic up there. Another thing that I think it could compare this to is violence. What counts as violence, and what is too much and what is too little. I'm not saying that we should enforce gatekeeping with violence. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that being violent has different scales, different contexts, means different things to different people. And I think gatekeeping as a word is much the same way.
Here's what I say to that, because this kind of touches on something I've been thinking about generally, which is that we as people, especially we have this need to simplify things, or we really want to have like catch-all solutions to very complicated problems. You know, we want to have like, here is the way we stop all of the bad things. This is the way we start all of the good things. When in reality, there's never going to be a policy that stops all the bad people or helps all the good people. What we need is nuance, and we need policies that are based on the circumstance, because every individual case of the things you're talking about is its own case and needs to be dealt with on its own basis and merits. And to have a single overarching, like, this is the thing that's going to stop, I just don't think those are effective. And I think they sometimes can lead to more problems than other. Now, I'm not talking about like, oh, there shouldn't be like a sexual harassment policy in an office. Obviously, that's a very different thing. But I also think that if you're saying something like, oh, goths need to at least be this, this, and this, you're gonna find people that like find these loopholes to like still make that work for them, or they're just gonna find ways to like make it happen anyway. Like, oh my god, one of the biggest problems in every single community I've ever been in, which should tell you something about like just people, I guess. Maybe I just hang out with bad people. I don't know. Or you used to hang out with bad people. But like this idea that like somebody in an organization or even a community, a subgenre, does something really, really bad, whether it's like a sex crime or something like that. But because this person is friends with like the 20 like most influential members of that subgenre, it suddenly becomes a complicated issue, when in reality the thing should be just get rid of the sex pass. But well, no, because we've all kind of either dated or not dated that person at some point, and we kind of like them, so maybe we shouldn't kick them out. Maybe they'll apologize. So yeah, it turns out we get hierarchy coming in, even when we didn't even intend hierarchy to come in. And I hate that. I hate that stuff. And I think what needs to happen is, instead of perhaps a single monolith, it should be the community coming together and deciding, hey, this person sucks, or hey, this person's bothering me. Because look, I'm sorry, if somebody goes to a goth music show and they stand by themselves and they don't like goth music, I don't think that person's bothering anybody. Who cares? Like, whatever. Why bother that person? You know, that has nothing to do with me. That doesn't make me less of a goth because there's somebody dressed as a goth that's not into the music. Whatever. It's just life. This is people. You know? I don't know. That's my long spiel on that.
Yeah. I think also that there's something really kind of cool where I think that like humans aren't machines, you know?
Yes.
And we don't have to, I think that we tend to, but we don't have to, sort of default to the yes, no binary. Yeah. And if I'm, okay, you know, say, for the sake of argument, I'm a bouncer.
For the sake of argument.
For the sake of argument. I'm a bouncer.
For the sake of argument.
I'm a bouncer at a goth club. And this what's the drinking age in the States? I don't know, 21?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I'm 21. There's no goth clubs in Canada in this in this universe. Aww. Well, there's none where I live, and it makes you pissy. But anyway,
oh my god.
Maybe I'm just jealous. That's the problem. That's the problem. I'm just jealous.
We've revealed the secret.
Yeah, I'm just jealous that there's no goth clubs in Halifax.
This is my God's Not Dead moment, but for goth.
Well, there was a punky sort of post-punky bar, but it closed down during COVID. But anyway,
I'm not goth at all. I think it would be fun to do. Honestly, I think it'd be fun to dress up goth. I am not goth at all. But I just know about it. I know, obviously I know the subculture.
Yeah. You have a passing familiarity with the bands.
Yes.
Now, if I'm changing my story, and this is in Canada. I'm in Toronto, and this 19-year-old who is legally allowed to drink in Canada because he's 19 shows up at the club, is very curious about. Why'd you say "ooh" like that? Did you not know our legal drinking age was 19?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter at this point. I'm an old lady, but like, that's cool.
Yeah. I got crunk at 19, guys, legally in a bar. Anyway.
Oh man, I got crunk much younger illegally. Anyway,
I got fake crunk on like rum when I was 16. I had like half a fingernail of it from the bottom of a glass. But anyway,
I got drunk for the first time on my 15th birthday. Don't tell anybody that.
Anyway.
Don't tell anyone that.
Anyway.
I was lit
in Minecraft. In Minecraft.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
In Minecraft, yeah.
So 19-year-old Toronto goth bar comes up to me, is wearing like a black t-shirt and like blue jeans and Converse. And like maybe some eyeliner. And like very clearly is interested. Doesn't know anything about being a goth, has never been to a club before, but I'm like, hey, can I help you? And dude clearly just wants to get in. He's curious. He's clearly harmless. So I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead. I think that's fine. And I think that's why it's important that we keep a human element in these conversations, to kind of recognize and give humanity to those people that we might not think fit in necessarily on their face, to be like, hey, this person's harmless. They're just curious in a way that is like good faith and like not intended to be harmful or anything. They're letting this person in is fine. Now 20 minutes later, a group of really drunk frat boys come in, wearing cheap Party City wigs, and keep wolf calling some of the goth girls going into the club. I'm probably not gonna let those guys in. I think I can safely say that those guys are assholes, and they should not be in here, and they're probably gonna bother everybody in there. And I don't think that I should have to provide like a legal write-up of why I don't want them in there. I think it's like, hey, you clearly aren't here for the right reasons. I don't want you in here. Nobody else wants you in here. You're going to be a nuisance. You're not taking this seriously. And I just think it's just going to be a bad time if you go in. Now, it's very likely that these frat boys and that kid that I let in 15 minutes ago, have the same understanding of the music and ignorance towards the culture, but like one person clearly is not going to hurt anybody and is just curious and wants to learn more. The other people probably are the kind of guys that you put you put a bouncer in front of a bar for.
Now, that's actually there's a couple of things there that I think are very interesting about what you said. First thing is, in your example, I would like to introduce some nuance to what you just said.
Please.
For instance, let's say that, the dorky guy that you sent in who seems nice, 30 minutes after going to the bar, he's doing, upskirt shots of girls.
Mm-hmm.
We find that out. Uh-oh, we gotta get rid of that guy. Not the best person to let in. That same frat goth group, as soon as you turn him down, all of a sudden the venue owner of the bar says, oh no, they're friends with the band. You have to let them in.
Oh.
Now all of a sudden we have a very complex situation where there really wasn't a right or wrong choice. All we could do was make our best judgment, and sometimes even that's not enough. which is why I think gatekeeping can't really be trusted, because it is on the level kind of just judging books by covers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, we really can't know somebody until they're there. And sometimes you invite somebody into a community and you don't find out for years that they're a grifter trying to just destroy everything. Because that's just kind of how people are. Or opposite, somebody's like an asshole and then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. And then they get better over the course of a few years. You know, like, we just can't know these things, which is why you just kind of have to let people in and create a community that fosters like good behavior, that fosters like not being a creep to people. Like, that's what really needs to happen. I think these problems are just, unfortunately, systemic, and what's gonna make them change is group community efforts, not deciding whether individual people are or are not the problem.
Also, I do want to correct something. The kid is of legal drinking age, but in Canada, the legal drinking age is 19, not 21.
That's why I was shocked by that. That was the, yes. I don't know if somebody said that.
No, somebody was asking in chat if the kid was not of legal drinking age, and I was just correcting that. And somebody said there's a difference between purity testing and gatekeeping. Now, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of what we're talking about with gatekeeping could also just be called purity testing. It's deciding whether someone's goth enough for the goth club.
Yeah, I'm also using goth as sort of a blueprint.
No.
It's easy to simplify in this situation, and I recognize that there are more nuances, and there's probably better ways. There's probably better ways to do this, and better situations that can probably describe more of what happens in reality and how things get very complicated with this.
Oh, absolutely. And I want to assure everyone that I am using goth in the same way, that I am talking broadly about every community, but goth is the one that we're using as the example. But I think what I'm saying can be applied to any subculture.
Mm-hmm.
And, also just a good amount of culture. But that's a completely different conversation that does have more nuance. But we'll just talk about subculture here. But I also think you brought up an interesting character, which is like the scared newbie goth. Like, a lot of people kind of come in, they're like, I've never been here before, I've never listened to music, but like, I kind of like this, I kind of like that. It took me all of my courage to go to this bar. I've been walking past it 20 times. Like, I finally have decided to go into it. That person, I hope, doesn't get scared away by people, coming up to them and being like, hey, what's your favorite whatever? What's that? Like, that would be extremely overwhelming for someone who's like, yo, I just got here. I'm just trying to figure things out. Like, I can actually say that from personal experience, because things like that happened to me when I was trying to get into some things. I was basically bombarded with questions, and I was bombarded with like all of these purity tests, like somebody said in the comments, and I just left. I'm like, I'm never coming back to this place. I guess I don't want to do this thing because everybody freaked me out, and I think, unfortunately, to me, that's what gatekeeping leads to. Like, gatekeeping leads to this idea that there is a better version of a goth than another person. That's not the intention of gatekeeping, but I think that's what it does lead to. And I think when there is a standard of what's considered like, the correct goth versus the not correct goth, then you're going to get a whole lot of abuses of power, because you kind of established who is the top person in your subculture, because you've just all of a sudden put arbitrary, guidelines on who that person is.
Now, there's another reason that I wanted to use goth as an example, and it's not just because it's near and dear to my heart. It's because as a subculture, it's been dealing with this question for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
To the point, you might be familiar with this term, but there might be people that aren't. Um, do you know what a baby bat is?
No.
So, a baby bat is exactly what you're describing. And it's specifically been a term that was created because, as a subculture, goths have recognized that, hey, actually, it's kind of shitty to be big and scary and push people away who are genuinely just interested and curious and want to learn more. And so, this idea of like taking people that aren't familiar with the subculture under your wing and treating them as someone to be nurtured rather than mocked, um that tends to be the norm these days, I think, from this in the spaces that I have been in anyway. And admittedly, most of those spaces have been online. um oh, thank you for the super chat, the guy 493. I was actually kicked out of the first Pride event I ever went to when I figured out I was bi. I came with my girlfriend at the time for emotional support, and someone came up to me and told me to leave. Jesus Christ.
You know,
And that's like,
unfortunately, that's kind of relatable.
yeah.
Guy, I kind of have similar stories. I mean, maybe not as intense, but like I remember, God, years and years ago, I think I was at Fanime, shout out West Coast anime fans. And this person I was with, they asked me if I wanted to go to a gay bar. And at this point, I was presenting completely straight, cis, hetero guy. And I was not comfortable with that. But I'm like, okay, well, I'm with my friend. I guess I'll give it a shot. Because even then, I was like, being queer is like scary to me, but like it's always on the back of my mind. So we go to the gay club, and like immediately I am being hit on by like guys in the bar, to the point where I'm just like freaking out and need to leave. And I just went back into the closet for another 5 or 10 years
I'm so sorry.
after that event, because I was so, yeah, it's, thank you. It's just unfortunately like a lot of the communities I have gone into are like, you need to do this, this, and this right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I'm going to leave. This is scary. This is extremely anxiety inducing. God, I remember this gaming club a friend of mine invited me to 10 years ago, where it was the scariest. I mean, it was to me scarier than like a biker club.
Mm-hmm.
And it was people on computers gaming, but like the vibe was so sus
Yeah.
and so like uninviting that like I felt like I was suffocating. And that's not the kind of vibe you want to have in a subculture, And I have to say, these people were doing kind of their own version of gatekeeping. Like they were very much like, well, this is how we do things. So if you want to be with us, you got to do it like we do. And it's like, well, I don't want to do that. So I guess I'm not going to be in a gaming club ever again. Or hell, the time I learned, I first joined the Magic the Gathering community because I wanted to play the game. And I lost for a straight year because people refused to tell me that my deck was bad or how to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Just one of the old school Magic community is one of the worst communities of all time. It's a little better now because there's more trans people. But at the time, it was pretty awful. And to be fair, still kind of awful. And I mean, I remember I went to a Friday Night Magic recently after coming out, and I ran into the guy, the worst. People who play Magic know what I'm talking about. The guy who's like, I hate this person. But the point of all of this is that, I don't know, don't gatekeep.
I've got another super chat. You know,
Yes.
people said the Four Kids was awful because of the dubbing, yet I wouldn't be an anime fan because of without I think I wouldn't be an anime fan without Four Kids TV, similar to my experience with people hating Batman 66 given how campy it is. Um
Yeah, I mean, I do think that that is a conversation of just media and the content, which is it's similar but not exactly the same. But I do agree with that. Like, yeah, Four Kids did bring a lot of people into anime. I think mostly what we're talking about are the fans.
mhm.
So like the Four Kid equivalent of like, Four Kids is like the equivalent of like being in school and all of your friends like have just discovered Dragon Ball Z and like you're all just kind of talking about it, and you're now in a anime community because it's just you and a couple of friends. um and nobody was telling us like, oh, you're not watching, you got to watch Fist of the North Star, or find a forgotten VHS copy of Lupin the Third, or you're not like a real anime fan. It's like, yo, bitch, we're just trying to watch Gundam Wing on Saturdays or whatever like, this is what, leave us alone.
Yeah.
I think this should be fun. You know what? That's my big statement. I think it should be fun. I think if you're going to be in a subgenre, you should be having fun and a good time. And I think gatekeeping, for all that it could maybe potentially kind of do, is just kind of creating fun police. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say about it.
I absolutely respect that position, which is what makes this conversation so challenging, but I think also very important. I think the concerns that both of us have are more important than reaching a conclusion one way or the other, to be honest. That's more what I'm interested in talking about. Now the other.
Oh yeah, I figure we're not gonna convince each other.
And
Because
even for me, as much as I'm arguing for I'm still very undecided, and it's still a difficult question for me. Like, where do I draw the line? Like, is it really necessary? Does this hurt people more than it helps? Thank you for the super chat page. Sorry I'm super late. Bad Wi-Fi and chores. My money is on the steel chair.
Aww.
Now,
yeah, everybody vote for the steel chair to win.
Now, your story reminded me. I get. How much longer can you be here? By the way.
Oh, like I said, my out's 1:30, so I've got almost 2 hours.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
My other story, I suppose, that I wanted to say that's related to what you're talking about is I wasn't into Magic. I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid. Yeah. Predictable. I know.
I gave it a shot when it first came out. Yeah.
Now I grew up in the country, and the Yu-Gi-Oh club that I was in, it was at my high school, and like whatever. And then I moved to the city for college, and started going with the person I was dating at the time. And I don't remember if it was the first time or the second time in that I went, but most of the people there were my age or younger. It was like between ages 15 and 19. But there was this one guy who must have been mid to late 30s, early 40s. And I was wearing, and I think he was the oldest one there. And I was was 19, and I was wearing a Terriermon hat. Like from Digimon. And it had like the long ears and everything. And
I love Terriermon.
Yeah, it was, and I commissioned it from like a friend's mom. She crocheted it for me. And this guy came up behind me. I'd never spoken to him before. I didn't know his name. It was like my first or second time at this club. And he hugged me from behind and said that he just had to hug me because my hat looked so cute. And it ruined.
That is the worst thing I've ever.
It ruined. It ruined the hobby for me for the rest of my life. I have a really hard time going back to the show. I have a really hard time going back to the cards. Um, what that person, and it, I guess at the end of the day, it wasn't a big deal, but it felt very violating at the time. And
No, and it absolutely should.
and
And you know
he
yeah.
was, because, and this, this goes back to what you were talking about, like, because he knew the person who ran the club, and because he had been going for so long, and he was such an established member, and he was older, so people respected him. Nobody protected me. Nobody thought that that was a problem. Nobody was like, "Hey, wait a minute, you can't fucking do that." And I started to, because at the time, I was living as a woman. Like, I also look very young. I need you to understand that I, to this day, as a 32-year-old man with like a scraggly, scruffy little beard, I still get mistaken as a teenager. People are like, "Oh, what grade are you going into?" And it's like, please, please, I'm an adult. Sorry for the voice crack.
No,
I know I'm not
for
like making my
real.
point, but like if I get mistaken as a young teenager now, I need you to think like, ugh, the age difference and the way I looked and how short I was. It's just, it was very, and this person was like very much bigger and taller than me, and just instantly in one afternoon destroyed my interest in the hobby. And because like I was touched and grabbed without my permission by a stranger who made an excuse and nobody cared. And I wish that person hadn't been allowed there, and I wish that the actions he took against me would have resulted in his expulsion. I wish that somebody was making sure the right people were in that community, and I feel like nobody cared, and it ended up in me in a very uncomfortable and unfortunate position. So
Which is awful. And that should not happen. And especially, I mean, not that things are much better now, but like in the era that you're talking about, like I was presenting as a guy at the time, but I would see people, whether, they were presenting as women at the time, who knows where they're at now, but like being not a white guy at a magic event was the worst thing, because you were either like just straight up ignored or treated like a zoo animal, and not in like in the way of like, oh my god, how fascinating, oh my god, there's an Asian guy. They kind of like invented card games, right? That's the Asian guys here at the, like, what the fuck are you doing? And heaven forbid you be a woman at a Magic the Gathering event, because I would just watch people be like the weirdest creeps to these women. I would be like, what the fuck? And I was presenting as a guy at the time, so I didn't get, thankfully, I didn't get anybody to touch me, but I did get people to steal my cards, just like lie to me during a game to win. Like, just every possible thing you could do to try to get me to never come back to these places. I had too much of an ego, unfortunately. I just gotta double down. Like, I'll show you, you fucking assholes. But oh my god, they really try to make my experience as terrible as possible.
I'm just gonna read a super chat. It reminds me of my current anxiety. I am very new to Tohu. I have yet to play the games. Computer is garbage, but I want to cosplay Marisa. It's almost done. So far, fans are welcoming, thankfully. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
epic.
I mean, that's like another thing that I've heard, because God, the cosplay community is vicious. And because I've talked to some people in it who are both nice and extremely mean, and there's all of these like supposed rules about cosplaying, like you have to know the show if you're gonna cosplay it, which I don't think so. If you like the design, go for it, just whatever. But like, oh my god, you can like, because this exact conversation, we could have the exact same argument, and we could be talking about cosplay, because oh my god, there is so much gatekeeping in the cosplay community, and it is not okay at all.
And then at the same time, a lot of cosplayers get super sexualized as well.
Yes,
And
which I think also shows that these aren't like specific problems of a subgenre. These are community problems because we live in a patriarchal society and we need to get rid of that shit like immediately.
yeah, I think,
And just have zero tolerance. Like that person that hugged you, oh my god, like yeah, just never ban him, never have him in the shop. But
as far
like
as I
you said,
understand,
nuance.
he's still around. I see him at nerdy events sometimes. I'll never
Awful.
forget his face. He's still around. He's still in nerdy circles. And I will never forget what he did and what he killed in me. Oh, Adrian, especially when it comes to people of color to cosplay. Oh, fucking
oh my god,
Christ.
Twitter becomes a shit show every time something like that happens.
Heaven
It's
fucking
so
forbid a black person cosplay Sailor Moon.
yeah, who knew that was a worse crime than like I don't know, genocide or something? Like,
Literally,
oh my god,
if you're black and you cosplay Sailor Moon, you're literally Hitler. Actually,
mm-hmm.
fucking hell.
Oh my god, yeah. Not great. Just do what you want.
Cringe.
I'm gonna
hit the soundboard.
Yeah, hit the soundboard.
Hold on, I think there's a very specific one that Boggle wants me to hit.
Oh, buddy, don't get me started.
Okay. What's that from?
It's a queso clip.
Okay.
It came up. I think was it last stream. I think it was on stream. Yes, sure. It was. Oh, yes. Actually, this might be a good, interesting segue. To passionately tell you about my desire to kill Dominic Noble with a hammer, a very big one.
Oh yeah, I have zero opinions at all about Wicked. On either side, I don't care at all. At all, you all can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah, no, I okay.
Let me know when they adapt that. You know what? Let me know when they adapt that was that Wizard of Oz thing with the trans girl. Then I will be interested in Wicked. But until then, I
have excellent news for you.
Mm-hmm.
She is a character in one of the books.
In one of the books, all right. I will check out the book with her in it. That section I won't read.
Yeah,
I won't read the rest of it, but
I'll. She's in Out of Oz, which is the fourth book in the trilogy, or not the trilogy, but I guess it's the series.
Yeah, that changed. I found that out like a year or two ago, and that changed my life. I'm like, how did I never know about that? Anyway, Wicked.
Yeah, but I'm not speaking. I'm not speaking.
I'm gonna get some more coffee. If you want to go off on Wicked for a second,
I wasn't gonna go off on Wicked specifically, but yeah, go get your coffee. What I kind of also wanted to, and I'm assuming you can hear via headphones. But I guess what I wanted to also talk about is like the hammer is made of foam, right? Sure it is. I guess kind of what I wanted to talk about in relation to that, starts kind of edging into another part of this conversation, and that's capitalism and consumerism. That's what it always fucking comes down to. And and I feel like I'm gonna make like a wild guess that when those things are involved, I could be wrong, but I'm guessing when it comes to those things and people with a capital, that are trying to exploit, exploit a group for or a topic for capitalistic purposes and consumeristic purposes. My hypothesis is that your opinion might be a little bit different, but I don't know. Maybe I'm making assumptions.
No, absolutely no. I think that is, unfortunately, I'm one of those assholes that are like, it all comes back to capitalism.
Yay!
I apologize to chat about it. But yeah, I think that is a big part of the discussion because, a lot of what we're talking about, like, really wouldn't be issues if it wasn't for capitalism. Like, for instance, going back to, like, goth, I can assume that some of those goth looks, are not cheap. I know there's DIY goth, but I know also that, like, a lot of looks that people have from, like, I don't know where it would even begin to buy the things needed for that look.
You do not, I don't know why I called you bro. Girl, you do not want to know how much my fucking Demonas cost. You do not want to know. You don't want to know.
There you go. And, like, because of that, there is unfortunately a unsaid gatekeeping, because, like, if a goth comes in and, like, if somebody is exploring goth comes in, and I have this problem every time I think about cosplaying, I see somebody wearing the nicest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, well, fuck, what am I guess what's that meme? I guess I'll go die then. I don't know.
Now,
but even going back to what we were talking about before, even the music argument is a capitalist argument because you have to have the resources and ability to go and listen to that music that you need to listen to in order to be into this community. Unfortunately, all of these things aren't freely available to everyone all the time. So sometimes there is just a limit to what we personally can, get out of a subgenre because of location, because of finances, because of, so many different factors. Maybe parents that don't even want you to be in this, so they basically make it impossible for you to get involved, like, period. Like, there's all of these little factors that I just feel like gatekeeping doesn't address because it's too broad of a solution.
Yeah. I also meant more. I mean, like, that's absolutely a fair criticism of my stance, and I don't necessarily have a solution. I mean, like, in the specific example of being goth, I think that's a difficult. I think that one is particularly a difficult situation because most goths I know are absolutely fine if you show up in a black t-shirt, dark jeans, and, like, combat boots you bought at Walmart. Like, that's not something that they're gonna get too worked up about. However,
or I mean, like, but even then, like, not everyone can even wear. Some people just have, like, a shirt and, like, a pair of shorts. Like, hey, I have one pair of shoes. It's these sneakers that I use to walk to school. Like, this is kind of what I have to do.
Yeah.
But I really like this.
Yeah.
I really like this community. Please let me in.
Yeah. And, like, again, that's why I think that, like, not treating humans as a machine where yes and no are is a binary, and trying to be as good faith as possible when you're introducing someone to the scene, I think is important. And I guess that's also, like, an important factor of what I'm talking about. I think that, like, calling yourself a goth and being part of the scene are two different things. I don't think that I can really tell you what to call yourself. I do think that I'm not allowed to do that. It's not my business. And, like, if you wanted to say fuck you, if I was like, actually, I don't think you're a goth, if you said fuck you, I would be like, well, you know what? Fair enough. But, like, when it comes to the scene, I think that's when it gets a little bit complicated. That being said, I still even then think that the criticisms are fair. I think they are two different things, and I think that there's less excuse for one over the other. But I still think the criticism is fair, even if you're talking specifically about the physical scene where people are occupying space and participating in a certain hobby, and are there to do a specific thing. even
I-
in the scene.
yeah.
I think that your criticisms are absolutely warranted, and I think should maybe launch a bigger conversation about this sort of thing. And we should continue trying to make things better and make things more accessible.
Yeah, I maybe have a compromise, but I know you got some super chats.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I maybe have a compromise that we both like.
Okay.
But yeah.
First super chat, Liam. Thank you. It always comes back to capitalism. Anyway, take some money. That's not capitalism. But that's not. We can
donation.
Yeah, giving somebody money is not capitalism. What I
Yeah, we're not going to give you like a
yeah,
iPhone.
I'm not. I'm not exploiting. Well, I guess I'm kind of exploiting Madeline, aren't I?
Well,
no, I'm joking. I'm
you
joking.
know,
I'm joking.
You can subscribe to me on Madeline May. That's my.
Yeah.
I have a Patreon.
Link in the
if you want to hear me yell about media, only some of it is about Hell of a Boss. Most of it's actually about other things. Yeah, go check out my my YouTube channel. New video coming out this month.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, here's the thing. There's a bunch of Has Been Hotel haters in my chat. Go watch the videos where Madeline hates on Has Been Hotel.
I do break it down because I don't think a lot of people critique it correctly, or they come about it from maybe a less than honest place. You know, and I try to look at, because I was a film major. I was a film and media studies major in college. You know, this is the kind of stuff I research. So I really wanted to go into the aspects of the media itself as opposed to anything else outside information. Like, I don't talk about anything Vivzy Pop related, whether she did or did not do something, because that's not important to me. What's important is looking at what the art is actually saying. And in that sense, you know, people seem to like the video that I kind of touched on something that unfortunately a lot of critique videos are like, I hate Vivzy Pop and or I hate gay people, which is not very productive. It's not very informational, unfortunately. So
anyway, second super chat from Bogglewonk. IP owners and slot farmers are ethical to gatekeep. The next man in a suit to try and turn a niche space into a cinematic universe gets starred and feathered.
Oh yeah, if somebody makes the Paranoia Agent extended universe, I will fight. I will go to the theater with my pitchforks for sure.
Yeah, I think that was kind of where I was hoping to lead this conversation. But like, I want to hear what your compromise is first.
Yes. So here's maybe a compromise to what we're talking about. I think that what there should be, I think that a subculture should be as welcoming as possible. If there is going to be gatekeeping, I think it needs to be empathetic gatekeeping. Using maybe a strange analogy, I believe in abolishing the police. And I think that, I think more often than not, police ruin a situation. I think instead of police, there should be social workers, people trained to deal with very specific, kinds of people and situations. If there is to be any kind of quote unquote gatekeeping, I think it has to come from a place of love and understanding. It can't be, name 4 bands. It has to be, hey, here's, hey, do you want to maybe check this out? And you, as the person giving that kind, advice and thankful thing, also just has to kind of be cool if they say, no, I don't really want to listen to that. You kind of have to at least be like, hey, because, also, not that this will ever happen or not, but maybe they'll come around to you if you're just like nice about it, or maybe maybe they have something that you're like, oh, I would have never listened to that if I hadn't met you. That's so cool. I think that is the environment that should be nurtured in any kind of community. in subculture, any kind of thing, where it's allowing a place for somebody to experience it at their own terms and at their own pace, whether that person is neurotypical, neurodivergent, is from a marginalized class, has a disability, all these little things, is from a bad economic background, like these things should all be considered. So instead of maybe thinking of a way to keep people out, there should be a way of making just everyone feel comfortable so they can come and leave comfortably as well.
No, unfortunately, if you become a goth, you're never allowed to leave. Very Hotel California.
Aw. Oh well, I mean, I do. That's like a vampire rule, so that kind of makes sense.
I think that there are efforts to do more of that in the spaces that I've been in. On the other hand, I think individuals creating their own private space should be able to do whatever they want with that private space. I mean, like, I can't tell them how to run it. Like, don't fucking let sex pests in there, obviously. For the love of fucking God, don't let sex pests in the same spaces that you allow, like, very young people.
That's in any space. And that solution is really just, as soon as anybody finds out there is a sex pest, you get rid of the sex pest. There should not be a period of the sex pest is here, somebody knows about it and is just letting it happen. That should just not be a thing that happens. But unfortunately it does, because we live in a society, and I hate it. Do not be mad. Like, be mad when those things happen. Like, demand that your subculture be better when those things happen. That's what's going to actually make change happen, is to be active, be like, hey, this is not okay.
Now, what I think you're kind of getting at is you want less gatekeeping and you want more of a being present and being aware of the space around you and trying to curate a space of understanding and learning and, like, passing the culture on, rather than keeping people out. It's like, come in.
Yes,
we'll teach
I would say
you
that. Yeah,
come in and learn about us. And, like, if you don't like it, you don't like it.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we kind of forget is that a lot of the great things that come from subcultures, even subcultures themselves, come from disagreements. Like the goth movement came out of, the punk movement, I believe. Please tell me if I'm wrong about this.
Yeah, it's a post-punk movement.
And I think that's because, like, people are like, well, I kind of want to do things different, or I don't like what this is doing, so let's create. And it's the same with New Wave came out of the punk movement also, where it's like, well, we all want to do it this way, and we want to go this way with what we're talking about. And I think it's good to allow people that are like that are a little contrarian, or a little like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? I'm a big fan of destroying established norms and traditions, personally. That's just kind of how I've always been.
You also get, it's funny you mentioned New Wave, because my favorite subgenre of goth is Dark Wave and Cold Wave. Which
there you go.
Comes back to, like, we have this sound that we understand to be goth, but the people that are doing that New Wave thing over there, let's kind of copy their homework a little bit and kind of mix it up and like see what happens when you kind of do both of these things at the same time. And I absolutely think that culture should be able to grow and develop and try new things. I am absolutely for that. And I also, I don't think that, like, hey, name 5 goth bands. I understand why it's done, especially in spaces with a lot of people, such as Discord servers and online communities. I don't think it's necessarily useful.
I would say it's not useful at all.
No.
I would say 0. I think if you're doing that to somebody that you don't know, to me, it feels like, and again, please correct me on this, it feels like people projecting on a previous situation that has nothing to do with this new person. And they are just coming in and being like, what is happening? What did I already do wrong? You know, it's kind of like a preemptive strike to something that may or may not happen because it's happened before and you don't want to be hurt again. Am I kind of close a little bit?
I think that tends to be pretty accurate, yes. Man, if anybody from that Discord server is listening to this, they're gonna kill me with hammers. But
also, just to make it a little happier, my favorite genre tends to change from time to time, but I always come back to post-punk. So that's my favorite music genre most of the time, I would say.
I mean, I like I like other post-punk stuff beyond just goth too. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like Gang of Four is one of my favorite bands of all time.
Yeah,
you know, so like stuff like that. Yeah.
I mean, like outside of like the goth stuff, you know, Smashing Pumpkins, Epic. I'm really liking Dio these days, and I've been listening to a lot of Aurora.
Ooh, okay.
I don't know. I tend to like that sort of melodic, dark, haunting vibe. When I'm listening to songs. But yeah.
You mentioned Joy Division. I love Joy Division.
Yeah, Joy Division's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rose Garden Funeral Party and Corinne and Concrete Blonde, like all those things. But like and like I it's nice to be able to like, oh, literally we're all just here to talk about music. I appreciate that, and not having to worry about like someone being creepy to me is nice, because I've experienced that in the past and I don't like it. But I get that, like, when I look at the places where people are begging to get in, it kind of makes me a little sad. And it's
I mean, I think that's why
it's like, oh, that's technically not a goth band, that's a metal band, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I think that's why it's community nurture. Like, we have to nurture a community that as soon as somebody is being sleazy, other people are seeing it like, hey, don't do that. Like, we need to have a kind of a group accountability, and have basically as we need to foster, zero tolerance policy, because if we don't, then we allow people to come in that are like that. And I think, all we can do is serve by show by example, I guess. Just try to be try to be the future you want to see.
Yeah. Okay. Now, towards the direction that I kind of very gently want to steer this. Capitalism.
Ooh.
And people.
I think you have a. Sorry, not to interrupt. I think you had a super chat.
Oh, did I?
I don't know if you had. Read it.
No, I hadn't. Angels Art and Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. Cosplay for a while had a classism problem. You had to spend thousands of dollars for handmade cosplay, and you can't buy it. Thrift cosplays are more accepted these days after the pandemic. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Unfortunately, everything's better now. I want to say, like, a lot of communities, because like more queer people, more people of color, more people in marginalized groups are finally being accepted in these communities, when before, like, we were actively pushed out of communities, is making things generally better for everyone. And I think that's beautiful.
Yes. And
yes, and
yes, and I think that there is starting to be, I'm gonna sound so bitter. There's two aspects of this that really bother me, and I'm gonna sound like a bitter, like elitist fucking goth again, and I'm so sorry, but I can't help it.
That's all right.
You can call me. No, I'm not gonna go there. No, nothing.
Anyway,
I was gonna make a joke about elitists versus posers, but I don't think that's really warranted right now, and it kind of counterintuitive to the whole discussion. What I was going to say is that, like, the way that the internet and specifically algorithms and capitalism and consumerism and fast fashion have infected so many subcultures and nerd cultures. Like, it feels like there's like a new Yu-Gi-Oh, for example. It feels like the game changes every 6 months and you need to get rid of your entire deck and start a new one. And I believe the guy that, hold on, I gotta fact check something.
Magic players are like, hold my beer, right? He's saying every 6 months. God, we wish it was every 6 months.
Yeah, and for Magic, yeah, okay, and yeah,
Like
and
every day
Kazuki Takahashi is dead. Like, that's the guy who originally made Yu-Gi-Oh. He's gone.
Yeah,
and
yeah, he died a while back.
in
Yeah,
2022. I don't know why I said it like that,
R.I.P.
but you know, and you get something like the SpongeBob stuff and what happened after its creator died. And then I think, while this is a different conversation slightly, I think it is related. In the way that, like, corporations interfere with subcultures and nerd cultures and really fucking shit the bed about it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I want to go back to the first thing you said, which is the internet, because I agree. The internet has made everything worse. I've been on it long enough at this point, millions of years, to pretty firmly say that social media was the worst thing ever invented, and we need to stop using it completely. I'm sorry. I think the internet has poisoned a lot of how we think about things, because I am guilty of this too. I always find when someone's like angry about something, whether it's something like broad, like a community or something else, it's usually like, I saw these people on Twitter or on Facebook. And the answer is just log off, which is impossible. We all need to be online to some degree for our lives to even work, unfortunately, nowadays. But I do think that because we spend so much time on the internet is a horrifying, toxic tar pit, that we do sometimes kind of get our brains muddled, because we are just constantly looking at the worst thing all the time, that without realizing it kind of shapes our brains a little bit about how we view everything, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And again, like, you might call me a stinky elitist if you want, but I think that part of what especially the modern internet has done, it has eliminated this stage, I think, that was a very natural thing to go through in, like, even the most open subcultures and nerd cultures. And that stage is called lurking. It's when you don't really say anything, you just kind of get a lay of the land, you kind of watch, see what other people are doing, and you're allowed to do that. But I feel like now, like, you're incentivized as soon as you come across something to start talking about it and have a perfectly formed opinion straight out the gate.
Well, it's so much easier to just say whatever you want without consequence, because that's what the internet is. Even if you have like a profile and a username, it still feels like super anonymous to just be like, hey, go KYL, or K, like, it's gross that people do that, but there is this weird feeling that, like, I can't get in trouble for this. I am basically unknown. You can't see my face. Again, even if you have a user profile and people can find who you are, it is this like weird thing that I think just allows people to kind of give into all of their impulses. Even and especially the worst ones. Today's intrusive thought becomes the afternoon's worst post possible.
Hold on a second.
So, yeah, I don't like the internet chat.
Yeah, it was really funny that you mentioned it right now, because we just had like we just had like a right-wing troll roll in here and start fucking poke.
Oh wait, get him!
I
Get
did.
him!
I did.
No,
He's gone. He's gone. Go.
Practice what you preach.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think I've unfortunately explored darker parts of the internet, not even intentionally. Just sometimes you just
stumble.
I mean, I made the joke on there's a Discord channel that we're all part of. I've talked about briefly, not exactly how, that I kind of accidentally and my way into a white racist black sex cult on Twitter, and I have no idea how that happened. I'm like, wait, what?
Maybe you should. Maybe gatekeeping is a good thing. maybe they should have gatekept you out of that one.
But that's the thing. They brought me in. I was brought in. They should have gatekept me. Then I wouldn't have been in.
Exactly.
This is the racist black fetish cult. That would have been. And yeah, it's just the internet is a very strange place, capable of some great beauty. Obviously, being able to connect with people across the world that you normally wouldn't is good, but it also allows for the most bizarrely evil and contradictory stances that have ever possibly existed in the world. Like, I've seen people with beliefs that I don't think would exist if the internet didn't happen. Like, things that are like, what you're saying should be impossible for a person to think, but that's just how the internet works. It kind of breaks our mind into, like, believing the most insane things imaginable. Again, this fetish Twitter cult, the way they justified it was so insane to me. But again, that deserves a stream all its own. That weird story of mine, anyway.
Well, if you ever want to talk
about it, as soon as I learned what it was, immediately banned everybody. The second I was like, "Oh, is this what this is?" Gone. Bye. Immediately, just bye.
Haven't we all yes-anded ourselves into a weird internet sex cult at least once? Haven't we all done that?
Yo, I mean, you're joking, but I bet a lot of people here unfortunately can relate.
I'm not joking. I am absolutely not joking.
Oh my god. I think it kind of, for me, it kind of goes back to like what I talked about before. Like, a lot of I feel like it took a long time for me to come out as queer because a lot of the people were very pushy about bringing me in to the queer community, and it kind of did the opposite of like pushing it back. And I think the internet just kind of puts all of that on like turbo speed of like really being like, you got to do this, you got to do that. And it's really, really uncomfortable. It's really hard to just be like you said, like to lurk, just to be like, hey, I'm here, don't talk to me. I'm going to sit in the corner. Please do not talk to me. I just want to look at everything. Like those spaces are hard to come. I mean, forget the public space is slowly being eroded from at least American society. I don't know how it's like in Canada, but
similar.
It's awful. We are forced to go further and further into the internet, which is a free for all of the worst possible people, and it really sucks. Yeah.
Now, jumping off with what you just said, I think this is still related. What's your thoughts about egg theorizing and egg posting? Not about yourself, but about somebody else.
Can you be a little more specific? I think I know what you're saying, but I want to.
Do you know who Shen Comics is?
Okay, so I do. I think I know what you're talking about now. Okay, I do know.
Shen is definitely trans. Hey, Shen, this is such a transgender thing to do. And dude is like, I'm just speaking comics. I think that's not good.
Okay, we are on the same page. I agree 100% with that. Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about. I mean, it's also weird. Like the people we're talking about are like, you know, people with large followings. They are public figures, to some extent. I think if you and your friends want to have a good like laugh and have fun, like, you know, that bitch be gay or whatever, like that's you and your friends, who cares? But I think once you make the plunge of like, this is what it is, this is who that person is, you are in extremely messed up territory. Like the classic example for the trans community, or at least the trans femme community, is Kurt Cobain secretly being trans.
I hate that.
Which, huh?
I'm sorry,
Did you
but
do-
I hate that.
Yeah, I hate it too. I will admit that when I first heard it, I kind of thought it was a bit, so I joined in a little bit, and then I realized, oh, you actually believe this? That's not okay. Strangely enough, I talk about this a little bit in my next video essay, which is on the Matrix franchise, because I think there's a little bit there's a little bit of connection between a lot of these ideas. But I think if we are saying somebody is this, a thing that we cannot know, especially if someone's like dead and has a very private life, I do think that's messed up, because I don't care how much you've read about Kurt Cobain. If you didn't know him, you don't know him. It's like the most parasocial thing possible. Like, yeah, there's a lot of content out there about Kurt Cobain, but you're never going to actually know Kurt Cobain, because you've never talked to Kurt Cobain, you've never met him, you've never seen, you're not his family, you're not even his friend. What it really is you just really, really want it to be true. You really want it to be true, and that kind of takes precedent over whether or not it's even good to speculate on something like this, whether it's even like appropriate to have these conversations about complete strangers.
And it kind of like comes back to the question. It's like, would you be able to relate to Kurt Cobain if he was cis? Are you only able to relate to him because you think that Kurt Cobain is trans? And I think...
Yeah, like, why does this have to be true? Like, that's my question. Like, why does Kurt Cobain have to be trans for you?
Yeah, you're not, like, Kurt's dead. You can...
Yeah, he's not going to your birthday. I don't know to tell you that.
He's not going to be able to get the gender reaffirming care that you think he should, and it's not going to bring him back to life. If everybody on Earth right now was like, you know what, yeah, Kurt Cobain is trans, dude would still be 6 feet under, dead as a doornail. So like,
and also
what
maybe
you're
not
doing
also maybe not even correct. Large groups of people are not always right.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's true. I'm just saying that even if everybody did, and even if like it was, that wouldn't do anything for anybody, except make you personally feel better. And I don't know if your feelings are worth disrespecting somebody's memory like that, especially considering what he went through and like the echoes that has into the future. Yeah,
no, and I and again, like on a smaller scale, you know, every time I have felt pushed or assumed to be queer before I was ready to come out, it sent me back into the closet each and every time, because it made me like so uncomfortable. Be like, oh yeah, no, you're definitely this, you're definitely that. I'm like, what? I'm gonna cry. Like, yeah, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think it is improving the story of Kurt Cobain. I think it's just your fun little fan theory. And if you want to make jokes about it to like your friends, whatever. But like, it's not real. It's not true. And if you're going to get like mad at somebody on the internet and be like, how dare you use he, him pronouns towards Kurt Cobain? That's a problem. And you need to reevaluate your life. I hate to be blunt about this, but you absolutely do.
You're insane. You're certifiable.
You are no, and I've seen people like I. It sounds like I'm being hyperbolic, but I've seen like one of the most upsetting tweets I've ever seen in my life. It was about this trans woman who was like big in the Kurt Cobain conspiracy, was like, imagine being like a faggy little twink boy in Seattle and just wanting to be a girl, and no one's just letting you be the tranny you want to be. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying about Kurt Cobain? What? You just called Kurt Cobain a faggot because you want it to be true? Like, the weirdest, most like upsetting, like, what the fuck? This isn't fun at all. I hate everything that's happening.
Yeah, agree. And I think that, like, dude,
weird,
I got so
stuff.
shell-shocked by you saying that it I don't even remember what I was gonna say. What an odd thing to say.
Yeah, like,
I think
trans women,
yeah.
you know, we've talked about this before, and I can confirm this. White trans women are not okay. We really need to get our shit together. We are not doing good. Somebody help us, please.
I simply work here.
Yo, I'm just here. I just put the boxes away in storage. Just this is not.
Yeah, I think that people getting upset over trans headcanons and then like now people are like, why are you talking about this in a gatekeeping stream? Trust me, it's relevant. I think also
It is.
I think you also
is.
understand why it's relevant too. Yes.
Yeah.
Because like, you know what happens when you don't agree with these people? You know what happens when you're like, actually, no, I don't think that Homestuck character is trans because like that was never presented to me in the body of works, and it's just a weird headcanon people made up later. And now you're mad at me that I don't know about it. Okay, that's odd. This isn't anything about anything particular. I promise that you won't get mad if you go Googling. But I think what ends up happening is that you will say that you don't have the same opinions of like what ultimately ends up being like a subculture within, you know, within nerddom. And what happens is because you're not aligning with the beliefs of somebody based on their secondary identity, your belonging to your primary identity is then questioned.
Yes.
And
Oh my god.
That's
completely
a problem.
Yes.
Absolutely. You don't think Kurt Cobain is trans? Are you really a trans woman? Like,
yes. Oh my god. Yes. This is exactly what happens. And oh god, I have so much to say about this. It's not even just something as like serious as like whether you're trans or not. I've been in like communities where it's like there are established rules or established like facts of like what's considered good or bad within that community. And we're not talking about like sex fest or anything. We're talking about like taste in content. Like, I remember every nerd community that I went into, like, it was assumed, okay, here's a classic example. It was like, when you talk to people in a nerd community, it's assumed that everybody hates the Star Wars prequels, as an example. Mm-hmm. Like, conversations start with the fact that we are all on the same page about the Star Wars prequels being the worst thing ever. If you do not have that mindset, you are treated like somebody at a Rocky Horror Show screaming the wrong word at the wrong time. Like, you are like, what are you doing here? Like, what is going on? And
now I do want to specify something.
Yes.
If you are at a Rocky Horror Show and you scream the word at the wrong time, you do deserve to be ripped apart into tiny little pieces.
You know, I don't know why you feel brave enough to say something. Those places are scary.
Yeah, just like, also you'll love it because it's, you know, that's just the vibe. But anyway, no, in all seriousness,
I had one of my big, I had a big egg cracking moment. But that's another story. At a Rocky Horror Show. Epic. But I think like really what like I want to say is that, and this is why like I am not part of any subcultures or fan communities. anymore because like this has all kind of happened to me and I've just kind of been turned off by them. But like, as Krim, you have probably noticed, I don't always go with the grain, with everyone. And that's been like a big problem for me in every community I have, because I kind of have always kind of come from that punk ethos of like question everything. Like always ask like, why is something like this? Why is something like that? Because even as a kid, it's kind of like, I don't know, that's just kind of how my brain's always been. And I've always just been like the odd one out of every community I was in, because like I wouldn't drink the Kool-Aid of like what I was supposed to do. Like I wouldn't be exactly the kind of fan everyone else seemed to be or wanted. And it really made me feel like alone, like there was something wrong with me. Which is why, like, even to this day, when somebody, like, calls me a hater or, like, purposefully contrarian, it really gets to me, because I am just a weird person that has her own way of viewing the world. And it just sucks that people are like, oh, well, you're clearly lying or there's something wrong with you. Because, like, I feel like I've been told that my whole life, you know? And when I'm just trying to just be myself and be real, I mean, obvious example of like people telling me I was a boy my whole life, and that wasn't real. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that was going.
No,
I think I just wanted to
I will say that like I think that's the worst kind of way to treat someone in your position. Because ultimately, even though I have this opinion on gatekeeping, and even, again, like, it's not as absolute as, like, I may have presented it earlier. But even though I have that opinion, I think it's important to talk to people that are going against the grain, that do disagree with you. And, like, because if you never question why you have that opinion, you're not gonna understand the opinion, really, in the first place. If nobody's pushing back against it, if you're just constantly going through life just assuming that's the norm and assuming that's just, oh, well, I just always thought this and I've never questioned it. If you never come across somebody that's like, well, why do you believe that? You're not going to understand that opinion very well. You're not going to be able to argue it, nor are you going to be empathetic towards people who disagree with you or understand why they disagree with you. And I think it's really important. I think it's really important to have dissenting opinions.
No, absolutely, and sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. You're good. I think that it's just like, what do I have to lose by you questioning my thoughts and feelings? I don't have anything to lose. I have everything to gain. And I think chasing out people with opinions that are different from yours, so long as they're not literally being harmful, I think, I don't know. I think that's a bad thing.
No, and again, not to get too personal with this whole topic, but I've honestly, I've felt for most of my life like I've always done things wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That like every time I did anything, it would be like criticized or called like, oh, don't do that, you should do that. And I honestly just became like a shell of a person that was like, okay, just tell me what I should believe, what I should do. Like I would go into these communities and just like, okay, I'm going to force myself to be like everyone else and like and dislike all the things because I don't want to be by myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like lonely because, Shocker was not super popular in my youth.
Wait a minute. Trans person who wasn't super popular as a kid. What the hell? Fork Founding Kitchen.
I'm not even super popular now, but anyway.
Go subscribe to Madeline's channel.
Go subscribe to my channel where I have opinions that people don't like, but I at least am very, very thorough about why I have them. But for me, it's just like, as someone who's like always seems to be like wrong, it's become to a point where anytime I'm dismissed outright, it is one of like my biggest triggers, I think, is when someone's like, oh, you're just doing it wrong. And I will also say this kind of plays into why I personally feel very strongly about my position on gatekeeping, because I kind of felt like the world has gatekept me like my entire life. You know, so it's not something I can see myself really supporting besides all the stuff that we talked about in this stream. And yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I felt like I should just lie on stream and say I like something that other people like. Is like, I don't want. That's actually the I used to be we don't really talk anymore, but I used to be on a YouTuber's streams, and there was this one like reaction video we did where we were talking about Avengers Infinity War, and I watched it with, this is before I came out as trans also, and I remember thinking like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I hate this movie. But everyone else huh?
That's why we're friends.
That's why we're friends. And I remember like looking, and clearly everyone else had the exact opposite reaction in the movie theater. And I only had one friend, my roommate at the time. And I was like, and we were kind of there because like they liked my roommate. Like he was the one that was kind of getting us this spot on this YouTube thing. And I was like, you know, like I could just lie and say I like the movie. Like I don't want to get us in trouble with these people. And my friend was like, no, say exactly what you think about the movie. And I did, you know, and that kind of set a lot of things in motion, both good and bad. But I think, again, it kind of talks about like gatekeeping sometimes just makes you feel really scared to be yourself and to give your opinions on things.
Yeah.
And I think if anything related to that is going to be established, it has to avoid that problem or do something to prevent things like that from happening.
Focusing on safety and a community that is very aware of itself, maybe rather than super focused on what your opinion is. Is kind of the vibe I'm picking up from you.
Yeah, because I always want to know things, and I feel like a lot of communities, subgenres are just not very curious about why things are. They're kind of happy with everything being the status quo. And that's never been like my thing. I've always been very against. I feel like my specific type of autism requires like new things all the time. Or I get like really uncomfortable and bored. That's partly why I don't like the MCU, is because I feel, to me, I'm seeing the same thing over and over, no matter how good or bad it is. You know, like to me, it's like, it doesn't matter if it's a good version of this. I can't see the same thing over and over, or I lose my mind. I like to see things where like, oh, I've never seen that before. I like music that has like a riff or a hook or an idea. It's like, oh, I've never heard that melody before. That's cool. Like, that's the kind of stuff I'm into. And I feel like a lot of community, it's really more about ironing down the edges, ironing down the curves and stuff, which I
you see a nail.
I cannot do it. I mean, biggest example, trying to force myself to be a boy, ended up with a drinking problem. Thankfully, don't have that anymore. But that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I just want to be myself. And I try to go into communities or even just groups of friends that appreciate that.
So basically, you heard it here, folks, from Madeline May.
Yes.
If you're an alcoholic, just become a woman. You fucking idiot.
Yes.
Stop drinking and become a woman. It'll solve all your problems.
If you're a woman who's an alcoholic, just be more of a woman. That's really the solution. You're not womaning hard enough. I'm gonna gatekeep you being a woman.
I'm gonna gatekeep people being an alcoholic.
Yo, fucking more gatekeeping of alcoholics. Yo, oh, you're an alcoholic? Name five glasses of wine you've drinking in the last 20 seconds.
Um,
I can say that because I was at one point in my life. That's so sad. Anyway, pretend that conversation happened.
anyway,
I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
okay. Endgame haters rise up. Most of the MCU's current problems can be traced to learning all the wrong lessons from Endgame. If you were a trans man, be more of an alcoholic. Yes. If you are a trans man, I need you to just shotgun 6 beers right now in Minecraft.
Yo, if you're a trans man, fucking turn up. That's what I'm saying.
If you're a trans man, you need a substance abuse problem right now. If you you're not a no, I'm not gonna gatekeep being a trans man. That's fucked up.
Yo, I am high on E. Stands for estrogen. I can inject that shit into myself once a week. I don't give a fuck.
Whoa, you're so hardcore. I could never.
I'm so hard.
Hey.
I'm whatever. Anyway, what are we talking about?
People were hating on the MCU in my chat.
Yeah. I mean, you can check out Anthony's stream to get more on my thoughts on the MCU.
Yeah.
when we ranked them.
We can't shit talk the MCU while Anthony's here.
Without Anthony?
He doesn't like us. He doesn't like it when we shit talk the MCU because he will.
Yeah, he's more of a.
I feel bad.
He's more of a supporter. I again, for me, it really is just repetition. This is again, it's clearly to me, it feels like the same thing over and over. If it doesn't to you, that's beautiful and great, and I'm very happy to you. But to me personally, I just feel like the MCU is on shuffle, and I personally do not like that. I think I mentioned in the stream that I was tired of the MCU after Age of Ultron, so like 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
To show you how low my tolerance is for repetition. I was like, MCU's dead 10 years ago. But yeah, love what you want.
What was that? Sus eyes. Thank you, Angels Art and Gaming for the super chat. What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Did we make a sound?
I'm eating.
Did I do something?
I'm eating like a. I'm eating something.
Oh, okay. I hear it now. Yeah.
Is that me?
I think that's you eating, possibly.
I'm eating a cream bread from the Asian grocery store. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I didn't think that could be heard. I was very hungry and I.
You're totally good. Actually,
anyway.
I noticed one of the. I think mods are the one with the wrenches next to their name, right?
Yeah.
I noticed, someone saying like, "Oh, I prefer DC as a rule," and it's like. That's all like well and good for me. Like, I don't really like to think about like preferences. Like, oh, this. I prefer this or I dislike. For me, I do kind of think of art and media as like, this is the thing I'm looking at, the end, kind of thing. I'm not thinking about whether it's better or worse than something. I like to think about the art itself. Like, for me, I separate the art from the artist. I kind of think of the art, how it exists, which I guess also a little bit takes into account all art, because I think it's equally as interesting to talk about how a piece of art is presented and where it exists within society and how that affects our understanding of it. Check out, watch or read the essay Ways of Seeing. It's a BBC thing. It's probably I would say every YouTube video essayist should be required to watch it. Because it's exactly the kind of stuff I'm talking about. And also, I think it just completely destroys any kind of objectivism ideas of film theory. Just completely.
I think that, like, you know, there's some people that are like, no, you have to take it in the context of when it was made, and there's some people that are like, no, like you can just death of the author, who fucking cares, just like absorb it and like have your perception of it. And like the great thing is that both interpretations are valid, and I think both interpretations should exist and are in conversation with one another. We don't have to have one or the other. I think if you like, I think actually the conversation is richer if you have both conversations. And you know what? I think that because I'm introing this show and this format, I think that this is honestly the perfect topic, considering what I want to do with this show. Because I think that at the end of the day, the issues with gatekeeping and the issues with how we act in conversations like these are kind of the same. So and that's that there is no perfect answer, and that's actually good, and it's good to have dissenting opinions of the topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree.
And yeah, and I think MCU and nerd culture in particular
I mean,
causes a lot of hard feelings for me, actually, because when I was interested in comics, all I wanted to do was read like Young Justice, Impulse, and Superboy, and like occasionally I would read some Flash and Batman. And it was all stuff from the 80s and the 90s. And it's not that I thought I was, you know, better than anybody, or that I was like, I like real comics. It's just I just liked those characters. But nobody cared about those characters anymore. And somebody would be like, oh, who's your favorite character? Who's your favorite comic book character? Who's your favorite superhero? And I'd be like, my favorite superhero is Impulse. And people would be like, who's that? And then like the character that I liked, because he didn't fit the mold of this big, strong, older, like white, athletic, like cishet man, people kind of like were weird to me about my tastes. And it really sucked. That like, okay, but who's your favorite actual superhero? And it's just like,
so gross.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. And then you mix into that not being like a cishet white guy. And people talk to you like you're crazy, especially if you insist upon your opinion. And it's like, no, actually, no, this is my favorite character. He is a real superhero. Look at all these books I read. Look at all of these crossovers he's had. He was really important to the, to the history of the DC comics throughout the 90s, and how, like, timeline events were established, and I've done all my research, and it feels like in that position, when you're being perceived, when your gender is being held against you, the more you know and the more confident you are in yourself starts to work against you. So like, I don't even know what to call that, because there are those people that are like, oh, you're just a girl, you don't understand music. But then if you do understand the music better than the person criticizing you, oh, they do not like that.
Yeah, which shows that the problem is insecurity.
Yeah,
like that's what it is. It's patriarchy being questioned. Which for me kind of makes the whole thing a very interesting experience, because I was a daywalker in a lot of ways, where I was allowed and accepted into all of these spaces because I was presenting as a cis hetero white man, and I just felt very strangely about the people around me at the time, just being like, oh, that's weird that I don't quite relate to everybody. I wonder if that'll come back. But like, but also just like being there and kind of seeing what was happening and being like, why are you like this? Like I would see really mean people, and I'd be like, why are you being mean? I cannot. That was my problem. I think that's why I wasn't very cool. I wasn't very good at being mean to people, which sounds insane because I've gotten much better at it. It takes practice to be mean at people, but at the time I wasn't. And yeah, I kind of just became this punching bag, or this sad boy, whatever that I had. But the point is that I feel like I've seen all of these people that are like now trying to pretend like they were never bad. When I'm like, nah, bro, I was there. I was in the locker room. I know what you say when the lights are turned off because you thought I was one of you. I thought it was one of you.
Isn't it interesting that, like, even though, like, our paths are different, it started and ended in different places, that we were both pressured and pushed to shrink ourselves. And like, even as we become more of who we are, that continues being the case, and like, maybe, you know, I don't know if I could speak for you, so if you agree or disagree, let me know. But it becomes clearer the more you become the person that you know you were always supposed to be, that that's just not an option. To shrink yourself is to die, I think. So, breaking that mold is just a matter of survival.
No, and I agree with that. And I do think that's very interesting because I was very much made to shrink. You know, there's you know, people say like, oh, trans women don't know what it's like to be raised feminine, which is true, you know, obviously in a technical sense, but like in the same point, like I do feel like a lot of people treated me like a woman and how much I was ignored and just straight up like dismissed compared to the other men around me were. But I think like also for me, my journey was learning that it was okay to be quiet, if that makes sense. Because like I felt like I had to be a very loud, extroverted person in order for people to listen to me. And for a while I was that character. This was kind of like honestly the lowest point in my life, and I was probably the saddest. But like I felt like I had to be, I guess, like a guy. I had to be like very loud. I had to be all of these things or people weren't going to listen to me. And since coming out, I've been learning to be a lot more comfortable with like, I am very introverted in a lot of ways. And I am very like singular in a lot of ways. I just wanted to kind of be by myself and stuff. And that's been a really cool journey of being like, oh, I can be shy and that's cool. Yeah. Like I can just be shy and that's allowed when I didn't think that was allowed before.
Yeah, and like I think that like, you know, I've never really liked the whole, oh well, trans women don't know what it's like to experience this, trans men don't know what it's like to experience that. You can't just say that, because for every time you say, oh, you don't know what it's like to experience that, there is somebody that has experienced exactly what you're saying they haven't. There's just math. There's too many humans on the earth to rule everything out. That being said,
well, it's also racist, as we both know.
yeah. Also, in terms of like, oh, well, like, I felt like I had to be loud, but at the same time I was shrinking myself. I think that just because there was a version of you that was acting that way doesn't mean that Madeline wasn't shrinking herself, you know? That yes. Person that you know, maybe at that point you didn't know who that person was, but the person that you were, like, it, like, you know, I'm sure in some respects that she was always there. And
absolutely. I mean, every trans person's journey is different, but I was very much in denial until I came out. You know, like I had thoughts forever. I was just really, really good at convincing myself they weren't real.
You just push it down.
I pushed it down. And, I just finally, when I realized I was trans, a very emotional day, as you could probably imagine.
It always
That
is.
was it. That was the floodgates. Once that happened, I could not pretend to be anything else. Like that's who I was. So from then on, I was out. But up to that point, it's not like, I don't know. Again, everyone's journey is kind of different. I don't have memories of like wearing my mom's clothes at like 5 or like all these things that are kind of typical to the trans femme story. I just remember hating myself and wanting to be something else, but not knowing what that was. I think at the time I wanted to be like a cat or something, because I would watch cartoons where like a kid would turn into a cat and be like, "That's cool. I want that," because I just want to be anything else. And yes, I am saying that I was a furry before I was trans.
That is the most
but
trans
that-
thing I've ever heard anybody say in my fucking life.
Yeah, but like for me, it wasn't even like that I wanted to be a woman. Yeah, that kind of came later. Initially, it was just like, I want to be in a different body. I don't care what that body is. But it would be cool if it was a werewolf. That would be pretty rad. God, if you can make that happen.
You know what one I always imagined myself to be?
Mm-hmm.
The Hork-Bajir from Animorphs.
Oh my god! So Animorphs. So Animorphs. I think I only read one Animorphs book,
I'm
but it changed my life.
gatekeeping the Animorphs
Please,
fandom from you.
yeah, Gatekeep Animorphs. I've only read like one book, but obviously the covers were everywhere.
Yeah.
It was one of those things like Goosebumps, where we would just go to the library and look at the covers of everything.
Yeah.
But like I remember I read the Animorphs that was focused on the guy that was stuck as a bird.
Tobias, yeah.
Tobias, he was stuck as a hawk, I think, or an eagle.
Red-tailed hawk.
Red-tailed hawk. And I remember like being so affected by that he was stuck as this bird. And it was like an episode where he through some like spiritual thing, he kind of gains the ability to turn back into a human for a little bit. Kind of like reverse it. It's a weird series. But like I just remember being like, I want to be a bird forever. That sounds rad as hell. Or just being affected by that story of like being stuck in a body, I guess. And like being stuck somewhere. I mean, hell, I remember there's a Goosebump books called Calling All Creeps, where like everybody turns into a creep at the end, a monster, and I'm like, this is the best ending ever. I wish I could be a creep monster. That was kind of what being closeted trans was for me for a long time. Just wanting to be literally anything else.
I DM'd you something that I think would be really funny related to this conversation.
Oh, I know your first name now.
Anyway, yes.
That's very cute. That's very. I've been pretty open. My name comes from quickly. It's the Madeline. It's a children's book because I wanted a name that was similar enough to my dead name, not to confuse people, because I wasn't sure if I was trans or not.
Yeah.
And Madeline was the first thing that came to me. Or I could say it was from Celeste, which is a much cooler answer. And I should probably say that more. But
I was like, actually today I was thinking, I was like, Madeline as in, because usually when it's not named for, because that's the French pronunciation, right? So
Yeah.
it's like, it's Madeline.
Yeah, no,
So
and
like,
I get a
is
lot
it
of,
Madeline for the two little girls or like the 12 girls in 2 straight lines?
Yeah,
the 2 girls in 12 straight lines? Ugh. No,
we're not good at math. But
I mean,
no,
like, that's not where my mind was going, but yes, continue.
really it was because like for me, I liked Madeline over Madeline because Madeline sounded so much prettier to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted a name that sounded pretty and cute, which is why I do tell people it's Madeline, because that just makes me feel better. Like, if somebody calls me Madeline, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. But like, Madeline just gives me this air of like being like a princess or something, and that makes me feel good.
Aw, that's sweet. Now, okay, I will say, how much longer are you here, by the way? Just another time check.
Like 20, 25 minutes.
Perfect. That's around when
Yeah.
Anthony will be available. So we'll probably take like a short break when you need to leave, and then
Yeah.
I'll fight Anthony with hammers when he gets here. Now then, I did want to say briefly, I know we don't have a lot of time left, but I think that it bears mentioning because we are butting up against it. And while I wanted to keep the focus mainly on subculture, I think you know where I'm going with this. People that gatekeep things like gender identity. Now, and I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing for that, but I do want to discuss it and the harm that it can cause people.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah. So the harm that gatekeeping causes or doesn't cause is that
I'm not even arguing anymore. This is just spun out into a conversation, which, you know, kind of is the point.
Yeah.
I am the different ways in which we police and gatekeep ourselves and how that kind of just hurts everybody. I don't think there is a good kind of gatekeeping in the queer community, really. Beyond just like, hey, if you're being a freak, don't be around me and don't be around the most vulnerable people here. But beyond that, like,
yeah, and I think and to me, I would call that more just calling out bad behavior, which everyone should do, regardless of what.
And no
I
cops
agree.
at Pride.
Yeah.
No cops at Pride, obviously.
No cops at Pride. All the kink at Pride, unless you don't want, we can put you in a place if kink bothers you. Just hang out somewhere.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Make everybody feel inclusive.
There are all ages events, and I think those are good things. I don't think we should like get rid of all ages events. I think we should have both, honestly. Adult events and all ages events. Yippee.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I agree. I think gatekeeping is very harmful, and I think it starts when we're born. There's that old quote that you have to defeat the fascists in your head, because we all kind of have that mentality of like what should and should not be, what's good and what's not. This little force that's very strongly telling us to conform to the expectations of other people because, we live in a society, and that's kind of what it does, is tell us the quote unquote correct or incorrect way of being things, and it just kind of drills that into you, and it just is kind of there forever. So it's really damaging, and can become really hard to unlearn bad behaviors. And like we've all heard, you have to kind of unlearn internalized transphobia, racism, homophobia, and all that stuff. And I think it goes even further, where sometimes we don't realize we're using internalized, we don't realize that the little fascist in our head is maybe getting us to make decisions that we think are good, when in reality we're still making decisions that are limited based on our own experiences and upbringing and all these things. So it can be hard to know all the time whether we're being good about something or if we are making a mistake, because we're still kind of making the same assumptions that we would have had even if we weren't woke or knew more about something.
Oh, that's a little topical for me right now. Anyway,
Aww.
yeah, it's okay. I think they're also, I think it's also like fair to mention that there's kind of two forms, I think, that gatekeeping, especially in the trans community, and again, the reason that I'm going there is because it's the one I'm the most familiar with, where you get like the idea of like, oh well, you have to be to be trans, you have to do X, Y, Z, and that's one problem. And then there's the other one where you decide if you're one of the good ones.
Mm. Oh my God,
And
yes.
ooh,
Such a problem.
yeah.
Uh, I can only speak for the trans femme community, because that's the one that I have been a part of, since coming out. I came out during COVID, so I had a lot of free time on my hands, and I joined a lot of social media groups with trans people, and I discovered that, much like every community I've been into, everyone's insane and I hate it. Uh, the thing with like the trans femme community, like I see so many posts that are like, puppy girl wants pets, and I'm like, am I bad that I don't relate to this?
Mm-hmm.
Am I like a bad trans woman because like I don't want an older trans woman to put me in a cage? You know,
That's
now I am,
crazy.
but that's kind of what it is, because you see so much of it. It's kind of like, am I doing something wrong? Because look how much everyone else is doing this. And like I said, I'm a furry. Like, it's not that I don't get it to some degree. I think of myself more as a anamorph of changing into multiple forms, which is not dog, more likely a cat or a frog or a fox. The dragon would be cool. Unicorn would be cool. Anyway, basically that magic item that Luz gets at the end of Owl House. That's how I feel. But anyway, the point of all of this is that there really does seem to kind of be like everyone is this one kind of trans person or this kind of trans woman, and I feel weird when I'm not exactly that. Like I'm pretty on like a gray scale when it comes to like arrow ace kind of stuff, where, or at least like I've always kind of thought of like my sexuality as being not atypical for a lot of people. So a lot of like very horny sexual things, it kind of puts me in a weird space, because it's like I'm not like completely ace or arrow, but it's like I don't experience these things in the same way that it seems like every other trans femme on social media does.
I think it's like you might also at that point ask like how much of that is genuine. Maybe I'm being callous, but like
Yeah.
maybe you're not the only one who feels that way, and people just feel like that's how they have to talk.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is that like I played into like when I first kind of joined in, I thought everyone was kind of just joking and having fun with these things, and and I would kind of join like, oh yeah, put a collar on me, yef or whatever. And then I got into the racist sex cult, because I've learned that I mean that is how it happened, because I've learned that this is young people maybe don't know this, so I'm going to educate some. Nobody on the internet is lying. It took me a long time to realize that, but everyone on the internet is always telling the truth. Nobody is ever joking on the internet. I know that sounds crazy, but more times than one, that is what I've discovered. That if somebody is saying this, take them at their word. Probably not joking.
Yeah. No, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it's that like people on the internet aren't very good at irony and don't think that that's what's happening.
No, because like it's hard to know if like everyone's just kind of doing a bit, or if this is literally what people want, because they're all intertwined together. Because there are a lot of people who are genuinely puppy girls that want a master, and it's hard to know, because like if I make a joke, it's so easy for somebody to like slip into my DMs and be like, so when are we starting? And it's like I remember, oh my god, this is semi-related. I remember years ago I was at Anime Expo before I came out, and I was wearing a Sonic the Hedgehog shirt because it was retro and I like Sonic.
No.
And this person was kind of talking to me. I used to bring a guitar because I was an asshole. to these places and play, and there's this guy like hanging out with me, and I realize he's hanging out with me because he thinks I'm a furry. And I'm like, why'd you think I was a furry? It's like, because you're wearing a Sonic the Hedgehog shirt. I just like Sonic. Like, it was so weird. It was a very strange, and obviously now I am fully aware that I'm a furry, but it was just a very strange experience of being like, oh, Sonic shirt, you're a furry. Let's still go do furry things. Like, it's very strange. People are weird. I don't trust anybody. I keep a weapon.
Oh man. So I'm a millennial gay person. Like I can't.
I am also millennial. Yes.
I came out at this point a long time ago. I came out when I was 19. It's been, I guess it'll be, hold on, 14 years this year.
Oh my god, congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to be 5 years out in May.
Congratulations. I'm not saying this to dunk on you. I'm saying this so that you understand when I was a baby trans during a very interesting time. So have you ever heard of a little website called Grindr?
No, never heard of it.
Unfortunately, I'm very familiar with it. I've heard it's changed a lot these days. I just got out of a serious relationship of like 7 or 8 years. So like, I was like, I opened it up again. I'm like, I don't recognize any of this shit, and I closed it, and I haven't opened it since. From that moment of weakness. But
personally hate online dating. I tried online dating and online hookups, hated it, have not done it since. Just literally creates the most anxiety possible in me. I'm like, I will do literally anything else.
My point is the expectation placed upon trans men on that app is crazy. It's insane. You gotta have all the stuff. You gotta be willing to perform certain activities, and you get misgendered all the time, or at least you did when I was using it. I got misgendered all the time. Like, if I ever got like a ping, there was like a 1 in 5 chance that it would be somebody be telling me I'll never be a real man.
Awful.
Yeah. No, that was just normal. And like, that was around the time that I really started to shrink myself again after. And like, I don't know if this ever happened to you, but for me it did. And I'd be interested in hearing about it from the perspective of a trans feminine person. But for me, like, I had already been shrinking myself my entire life because, you know, like, was assigned female at birth, lived my entire childhood and an adolescent as a teenager, and was also the eldest sibling, and was kind of parentified and all this shit. And when I finally came to terms with who I was, and I was in a group of people that was like, oh yeah, you could be whatever you want to be. And I was like, oh, so does that mean if women can be whoever they want to be, does that mean that I can be a man if I want to be? And the answer is no. And I felt, especially within like the first 3, maybe 4 years of me coming out, that after kind of reaching this like self-actualization of like, no, this is who I am, this is who I'm gonna be, and like it's the best thing that I ever realized. And I don't have to adhere to what society tells me that I should be. I felt like I had to like I felt like I had to build myself or paint myself into a corner again. And I stopped dressing the way I liked. I wore my hair in a certain style. I like the weird things that I didn't let myself do. I wouldn't let myself eat dessert at public restaurants. It got stupid.
Fellas, is it gay to eat ice cream?
Well, I didn't. Yeah. I kind of felt like it was, honestly. It wasn't just
No,
gay. It
that's
was
what's
just
so.
like
I mean,
anything that I did that could be used against me to be like, oh, you're not really a dude, would be used against me. And it destroyed me every time it happened.
Oh my God. Yeah, I can definitely relate to what you're talking about. In multiple ways, and I still like see it today because the nature of discourse is an ever-changing monster where the new thing that's the worst thing ever is often yesterday's best thing ever. And they just change constantly to make you feel as terrible as possible. I mean, I can give kind of an example of like a little bit of like kind of like the grinder thing you were talking about, where when I first came out as trans, a little bit before, because I came out as bisexual before I came out as trans.
You don't say.
And when
I'm sorry, that was mean.
is that relatable? I don't...
Yeah. Sorry, keep going.
No, like, well, my thought was that if I came out as bi, maybe I could ignore everything else. Like, no, I gotta be trans too. But the point is that when I came out as bi, there was this random person on Facebook that would like kind of like flirt with me. And I would be like, oh, this is interesting. I've never had a guy do this to me before, minus the stuff I've kind of talked about before. And I was like, oh, this is kind of interesting. And I noticed that when I came out as a trans woman, this gay man was still flirting with me. And I was like, that's kind of weird because like I'm not a guy. I'm a woman. And I remember like talking to him and he was like, oh, well, you know, actually I'm kind of exploring my own bisexuality right now. So
that's
like,
a
okay.
Trap. Girl, get out of there. Sorry, continue.
So like I remember one time like he's messaging me and he's like, oh, I think you're so pretty. And I'm like, well, what do you think is pretty about me? And he said, I love how androgynously feminine you are. And I was like, what?
What does that mean?
I was like, I don't want to be androgynous. I'm a woman. I am feminine. And that was the point where I realized, oh, he's testing the waters because like I'm a girl, but not really to him. So it's like, okay, that's when I kind of realized what was going on, you know, so immediately stopped talking to the person. But that was probably my first like really weird experience of like, oh, okay, this guy is like using me because I'm not really, or I'm like halvesies on being a woman, and it made me feel terrible. Which has led me to an axiom or a saying that I think is completely true. My joke is that cis gay men and trans women are the oil and water of the queer community. The cats and dogs, if you will. Just we do not get along. We clash quite often. And yeah, I think a lot of it is just kind of that. I don't know.
I think
I intend that to be funnier than it was, but I don't.
I think, oh God, I have horror stories. We have a little bit of time, I think.
I mean, there should be a horror stories stream. I can go all day. On the weird things that have happened to me throughout my life.
Being the stepping stone of exploring your sexuality as a like trans, that's what trans people are often treated as on these websites. And I've had guys that were straight and guys that were gay. I don't want to get too graphic, but like people being like, it's kind of like they were freaked out that I had like original plumbing, so to speak. And they're like, oh, it's so close, and yet I'm like, what? It's not gonna bite you. Like, it's not gonna. It's why you freaking out? Like are you like afraid that it's just gonna reach out and take a chunk out of you? Like what the fuck, dude?
Vagina dentata, yeah.
And then on the other hand, it's like somebody that clearly wanted to be like with a guy but was afraid of penis, and it's just like, okay. Like it's so frustrating, and I'm
It's
sure
weird.
and from
No.
what you were saying, yeah, getting it from your side too.
Well, it's so weird. Like in the trans community, you're kind of an enemy whether you want bottom surgery or not.
Oh my god.
Because that's just kind of how discourse is. Like I've had people that are like, I'm a proud trans woman with a penis, and no one will ever take that away from me. And you have people that are like, oh, I'm getting bottom surgery, and then someone will be like, oh, well, you're selling out, and it's like, oh, this weird, just like back and forth.
Yeah.
That's like, and you'll have people that are like, oh, do you have a penis? And I'll be like, yeah. I'm like, oh, thank God. I would have been so upset if I had messaged a trans woman without a penis. And it's like, and the person's trans too that's messaging you. Like, that's what's so crazy about all of it. And I mean, I do plan on getting bottom surgery this year, fingers crossed, if all goes well. But that's my own personal decision because that's what makes me comfortable. I'm not doing it for some weirdo on a dating website. I just don't like it. And if somebody else likes it, that's beautiful. But it's just such a weird thing. It's like, oh, yo, where are my dick girls at? I'm like, why are you describing yourself as that? Like, what? I don't know. Maybe I just don't get kids. Maybe that's my problem. I'm 35.
I'm saying that next time I go to the
maybe
club.
Maybe I just need to, go to the club, as they say in Megalopolis.
No, I want to go
to
the club and say what you just said, but I think I'd probably get shot.
And it's just so like, I don't know. Maybe it's like why trans women are not okay. I think that's maybe the message of this stream.
You know what? You get like something similar with trans men, but
Mhm.
like it's so vehemently a one side. Like, yes, get top surgery, but don't get bottom surgery because you'll mutilate yourself. It'll be disgusting. You won't feel anything. Yada yada yada. It's like they're trying to like scare you straight. It's like
It's so
the success
I don't
rate
know.
is
I think,
actually pretty dang good. Actually, like it's pretty good. Also like. Why just such a shitty thing to scare people out of, or like, oh well, if you have there's like I'm not even gonna touch the fucking politics about the way genitals are viewed by society and like weaponizing them.
Oh my
and,
God.
like, that's just like a whole other thing. And when you bring trans people into the conversation, it becomes so complicated. But
yeah,
we'll say that's for
trans
different
people. We can kind of be our own worst enemy because I think we kind of assume that our wants and desires and what we think is funny or not is just what every trans person thinks is also funny and is their wants and desires, which is how you kind of get a lot of posts that are like, it's like trans women get insulted with slurs, trans women come. It's just like shit like that. That's like, okay, beautiful. If you love being slurred at, that's great. If you say a slur to me, I will fucking stab you. But if that's what gets you off and you want everyone to know, that's great. It's just, and it's like weird again, because like I was saying about the puppy girl thing, you see so much of it. I'm like, am I transing wrong? Like, am I doing something? Because everyone seems to be on the same page about this. And as I've talked about previously in this stream, I am very bad at being on the same page as everyone in my entire life. So it's just like, I don't know. I always kind of go back to the old saying of like, I did not transition into being a woman just to be put into another box. So that just is how I try to live my life.
Yeah. I 100. Oh, Raccoon Warlock's been whipped into a frenzy in the chat. Yeah. No.
Again, for me, it's like, we all have our kinks, and I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum. I don't. for me, it's I feel like it's such a complicated issue that I don't even feel like right to say. I think again, this is kind of going back to what you're talking about. Is there's really isn't a one size fits all answer. It is going to be kind of circumstantial for everybody, you know, because I don't think it's right to say that that's wrong to, you know, sexualize. If that again, like if you're not hurting anybody, like you can do whatever the hell you want. It's a very strange gray area that I personally don't know the answer to. But I think an asshole is an asshole. If an asshole's being an asshole, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You know,
I think
what they believe.
I think it's okay that there's a gray area, and I think that means that like that allows people to establish their own boundaries and make their own decisions on what makes them comfortable and what makes them happy and the spaces they want to be in and that they want to curate in their private areas. And it allows us to create more spaces that appeal to more people and different people. Like maybe yeah. I mean like
yeah. I'll say this before I go, because I do have to go. I think I'm going to be talking about this in my Matrix video. Funny enough, it sounds like it's different, but it actually isn't. It's all going to make sense when you watch it. But I think there's this thing that we do as people where we assume that the things we want are not only good, but it's also what everyone else wants too. Because I think we are constantly playing this moral game within our brains because we live in a society that favors individualism as a philosophy over anything else, which I think leads a lot of people to think, well, the things that I want and need are the things that everyone else wants and need. That must be how the world works, right? So if somebody's like, well, I really like it when somebody calls me a faggy, tranny cunt, that must mean other trans people also really like it. That's the only, because that has to be true. This has to be, I can't be by myself on this. This has to be everyone. So you say it to a random person, they get mad. All of a sudden, you are in an existential crisis because you thought that everything you thought was correct and moral. So now you're at a impasse, a choice. You could either learn that you were wrong or you could double down. And most people on the internet, unfortunately, pick double down. And again, this goes into a lot more detail in my Matrix video, but I do have to go. Thank you so much. We should have another stream where we just talk about stuff like this, because this is very fun.
I loved having you, and thank you for, as always, every single time I talk to you, opening my mind. I really appreciate you.
Yes. Oh, and same. Honestly, I love having different perspectives, and we share a lot of similar perspectives too, which also makes me feel good because, like, as I've said, I sometimes feel like the odd one out. So it is nice to have somebody that seems to vibe in a similar way to me. So thank you. I do really appreciate it. And let's talk about terrible trans stories next time. That's what everybody wants.
Yeah, I will make that a stream. You have a great one, Madeline.
Hey, you too. Bye. Stay tuned for Anthony, everybody. Bye.
All right. Now if you would like to, I don't know why I'm not lighting up anymore, but I'll figure that out during the break. Now, if you would like to subscribe to Madeline May, her link is in the description down below. She has a really cool YouTube video coming out about the Matrix, as she said. And there's some other pretty cool stuff on her channel. So go show her some love, hit the subscribe button, everything. And also, while you're down in the description, make sure to like that stream. Make sure to like the stream. That would really help out the channel. I'm going to go on a very quick break, get myself a drink. And when we come back, we're going to talk to Anthony Gramuglia. BRB. All right, let's see here. I need to fix Anthony's icon.
Oh no. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I need to fix your icon. 1 second.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh God, yeah, that's my Discord. One of my Discord faces. Ugh, ugly.
I have it. I have it. Hold on. We're coming. We're coming.
It's good.
Save. There we go. Can I? Well, we're facing away from each other, and I. Can I make it so that we're facing each other? I know that it doesn't really matter, but
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
yeah, it doesn't even.
There we go. Going back to back on this one.
Yeah.
Opposing viewpoints,
I'm
maybe.
trying.
I have no
I'm
idea.
trying to. Well, I'm trying to flip it around. Image spacing.
I do appreciate how like the height difference is slightly less realistic than it is in real life. I am a little shorter, I admit, than in ratio. But... oh my goodness.
How are you doing, by the
Pit
way?
crew. Now watch, my like icon's gonna shrink like by like 17 inches.
I'm trying to. Can I
There we
change
go.
the order? Is my question.
I guess if you move them both in opposite directions far enough, it looks like it's possible. That's John Egbert I'm seeing in comments.
Oh no!
Oh no,
Don't do
I've been
that.
homestucked.
Don't. Oh, I see what you mean. So like, do this
Mm-hmm.
maybe. No, then we just overlap. No, I don't like
What if
that.
we overlap so much we come at the other end?
No, I can't. I can't
Oh,
really
I
go
see.
so
It's a
far.
maximum.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think the trans on trans violence thing.
No, yeah, no, I'll turn
applies
that
in
off.
this
I'll turn
situation.
that off. Me and Madeline are done hitting each other with hammers.
Oh, I was aware. I was listening to it in the car ride over, and my spouse was having a interesting engagement. She had an interesting response to some of it,
Yeah, that's interesting.
especially the Animorphs bit, where my spouse was like, "Oh, I read that. I know that story."
I think we might have to contend
Being
that-
back to back.
back to back. Yeah, we might have to be back to back for this one. Okay, that's fine.
It's okay. We got this.
We got this. We got this.
We can make this work. somehow.
Also, I gotta say, I think this might be one of my favorite drawings I've ever done of you.
It's a really nice drawing. I really like it, actually.
Well, I'll send it to you, and if you want to do anything to it or with it,
I may just, and you can make one with Madeline too. If you, I'll use that in future videos.
yeah,
as opposed
yeah,
to, like,
yeah. I've also
so she's not contrasting like with her real face versus everyone being
Yeah,
like
I'll
an
give-
animated little
I'll give
avatar.
you, I'll give you all three. That
I
use.
appreciate that.
I
appreciate
believe in sharing resources and assets as streamers.
This is valid. So do I. So if you ever need anything from me, let me know. I will
Noted.
help you out there.
I am going to
But yeah,
read a super chat that I missed. I missed a
Please,
couple,
go
I
for it.
think. I'll go back up, and I don't think I missed anything beyond that. Yeah. Adrian, thank you so much for the super chat. Communication is key, people. Absolutely. The thesis of this entire show. Yay. Thank you for the super chat, Paige. The stream has been great content for my cleaning day. Gracias, Krim. Sorry for my awful Spanish, but anyway. So
apparently people are saying I'm being chomped by you on stream.
yeah. For
I've been devoured.
yeah. If that was the overlapping. Oh no,
I
this
see,
is.
I
Oh
see.
yeah, right. I think this is the first time. No, I don't think it was. Is it the first time we've been on stream together since I reacted to the Mary Sue one, or no?
I am trying to think.
I think it happened around the same time.
Yeah, let me double check that. The Mary Sue one was a few weeks. That was
My reaction to it.
that was the 24th, so that week would have been.
Yeah.
I think this might be the first time we're on stream together, but we did record for the Bad Off. No, we were in the franchise fatigue one.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we have.
Yeah, both weeks of that.
Yeah. So don't worry, guys. Me and Anthony are still friends.
What? Was there a doubt about this? Was there like some like Aaron and John Aaron and Jontron like level conspiracy theory that we had somehow started fighting and we're like taking factions against one another at some point?
Yeah. Establishing different nations.
My goodness. Do I at least have a cool nation where I can like? No, I'm an American crud. That defeats the second right there.
Rest in pepperonis.
That is offensive to my Italian heritage. Almost as bad as if you said "rest at the Olive Garden" or "we'll dine at the Olive Garden to discuss this problem."
Rest in gabagool, I guess.
That's better. I'll accept that. Like, why go to the Olive Garden when I can make lasagna for someone? It's ridiculous. It's terrible. Absolutely heinous.
Now, how much of my chat with Madeline did you catch?
I would say roughly half.
Okay.
I unfortunately couldn't physically hear all of it in the time I had when I was free of discussion and of the feasts of the lunch with La Familia. But I think that I did catch the gist of what we're talking about. We're mainly talking at that when I was listening about like gatekeeping, especially in the LGBTQA community and stuff like that. I have a bit of a different angle I was going to bring to the table with this discussion, but I feel like you all covered that very extensively.
I know. I wanna hear your opinions on things. Like some of the things we talked about. I use like the goth subculture and how like you know some people are there's gatekeeping because we don't want people coming in just to gawk or fetishize goth women. It's a big reason why there's gatekeeping in the subculture.
Holy good point.
But also like you can't, and I guess Madeline's argument is that you can't know what someone's intentions are preemptively, which and then we were talking about our shitty experiences in nerd culture.
Which I have plenty of too, which is great. So many.
Thank you for the super chat, Liam. I swear it's only been 9 days since Ant and Krim collaborated. Clearly they fell out.
Oh God, you figured it out. They're onto us, Krim. We have to hide in the barracks.
Hello? What was that a reference to, Anthony? Excuse me?
I don't know.
Anyway. Oh my God.
This is America changes people. I'm kidding. I'll stop with the America jokes. I'll stop while I'm ahead with these jokes.
Yeah,
not
all
that
right.
funny anyway. Okay, so what do you call it? No, but no. In terms of like super negative experiences in the fandom in fandom culture, I have several too. One thing I've been dealing with recently. I put out a video fairly recently that Twitter has responded quite positively to. They absolutely love the video.
Yeah.
And you can tell because they haven't actually watched it.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
And I think, it's great. And I think like sometimes people are so eager to look for someone to gatekeep out of an audience that they sometimes don't even bother actually checking out what the person's doing. So to give context, it's my recent Sailor Moon video. I got a ton of people saying, oh, he's never even read Sailor Moon or the manga. He doesn't even know anything about Sailor Moon. Which is funny because I've written so many articles about Sailor Moon that they just cite me in Wikipedia now on the Sailor Moon pages over the last several years. But like the idea is that like, because we associate this one thing with people who are not fans or tourists, quote unquote, that we could just by default just rule him out as like he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just doing this for like the clout or whatever. The big Sailor Moon clout, how it is.
Oh my God.
Because Big Sailor Moon is gonna punish people, I guess. I don't know. But it's like, yeah.
I just want to say, I want you to continue, but this is so relevant to something that I've been covering on my channel. And it'll be interesting, the parallels, but continue.
Oh yeah, no. I hear you there. But like the picture, I can even send you some of the.
Yeah, no, I saw them. Yeah, I saw them.
Yeah, you saw them. Yeah, you saw them. And like all of them were just like, but Sailor Moon, the manga, is already a dark story, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Meanwhile, the first 5 minutes, I say, Sailor Moon in the manga is a very dark story. Like, just directly verbatim what they were say what their response to me was. I was like, no, that's part of my argument. Actually, that's part of the discussion.
You're just changing
It's
the
just a thought
genre.
exercise. Oh yeah, and not even like that drastically. All I really did was add a few tragic elements to it to make it more tragic than it already was. Like the point of the video ultimately is that the framework is there to do whatever you want, but like the question is, why should you? You know, like yeah, I could rewrite Sailor Moon as dark, but like, what would be the point? That's ultimately the video's final thesis, and it's very funny seeing people who either missed the mark and didn't get what the point of the video was, or didn't watch the video and assumed they knew what I was talking about without any context. So, which is nothing new. That happens all the time, and I'm used to it by this point. When I was still writing for CBR, there was an article I wrote on Higurashi no Nakokoroni, When They Cry, which is a horror anime based off a visual novel that's a very big franchise.
I mean, like it's the one that if it wasn't Lane and if it wasn't Ava, it was Higurashi that fucked up your brain.
Basically, yeah. And I wrote this article when the then most recent anime was about to come out, and the gist of the article was, Higurashi, and I was writing it for like a mainstream nerd culture audience, like not even though I'd seen Higurashi like as it debuted, I wasn't writing it for the hardcore fans. I was writing it for casuals, kind of going like, hey, this anime is classic. Anime fans adore it. It's beloved. Kind of weird. There's not a lot of hype for this new release for it. And of course, the anime eventually came out and it wasn't very good. I think it was like one of the spin-off ones that like people generally don't like. So I wrote the article, and the editor at the time went, okay, so this is a really good article. We have to figure out how to make people click on it. Let's make it so it's called The Best Anime You Never Heard Of is Getting a New Season. And I'm like, no, that's not why would you phrase it like that? That's a terrible headline. It's going to be like completely, that's not the point. People are going to hate that headline. And I begged them to change it. And like, no, trust us. Our data shows this will be the one that gets the most clicks. And sure enough, I was the main character on Twitter when it came out, because everyone's like, oh, this gatekeep this tourist doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just trying to exploit the big Higurashi with its big wide influence. And like that was a case of personal experience twice where the same thing happened. They looked at the headline, assumed what the content was, and just sort of reacted to an imaginary version of what I was saying before reacting. And the problem there is that in terms of culture online, people tend to think they know what they're talking about quite a lot, but they really don't. Or they react to something without knowing what it is they're reacting to. And, with my content, I've always tried to get an idea of, okay, let me like engage with what's going on. Even if going in, I think I'm not going to agree with this, I'm not going to like what they say, I at least have a sense of like, okay, I know what they're going to talk about if I just watch their words and just react as I go, or listen. I try not even to look at the titles of videos as much anymore, beyond like as a pitch to see if I want to see it or not. Because I feel like people, especially on YouTube, and you have firsthand experience with this, people just title things to get attention. And then once they have the attention, then they dive into the meat and potatoes of what we're talking about. And sometimes a more general title is more effective at relaying what the video is about, but it also gets less attention. So it's like one of those weird things where it's like, how do you play the game properly to get the people to pay attention to what you're saying? Because it sometimes feels like you're shouting into the void on the internet, which is rough. But the more you get noticed, the more people want to keep you out of a fandom, where I guess the least noticed people are the ones who have the control. It's like the Illuminati of fandom discourse. It's like 5 people on 4chan who like are the real masters of everything.
Now, I don't know if you've seen these streams that I did where I was reacting to Dominic Noble. I think he subscribed to you, isn't he?
I don't think he's subscribed to me, but I know we have mutual friends. I will say I don't know him personally, but I have friends of him. Basically,
he's floating around the same circles we are.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
He made 2 videos about Wicked, and I do want to genuinely kill this man. in my craft, I promise. For the purposes, for legal purposes, my thirst for violence is a bit. I will remind people.
He seems like a nice enough guy.
Okay, but he was the one doing the gatekeeping. He was gatekeeping the Wizard of Oz from Gregory Maguire. The Venom. The fucking Venom. Of him being like, oh, he's gay and Catholic? That's weird. Like, it was just, from the get-go, it was like, that is homophobic, and also, like, whatever the name is of bigotry towards Catholics, that was, like, just such a fucked up thing to say.
I feel like people have an easy time criticizing as a Catholic. I will say, I think it's easy for people to make fun of Catholics because the church and its history.
But
like it's not the most what's the word I'm looking for? It's not an organization that's had the best history. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. But like if you but he's like, well, why would somebody that's a devout Catholic and a gay person, like, how can you be those two things at once? And why would you want to write a story about this? And like, if you watch any
know the answer to that one.
I mean, he the thing is that he answered it in an interview. We know exactly why he did this. It's because
that's perfect.
He idolized witches when he was younger because, little gay boy, of course he loves witches. And he also idolized nuns because, they were so mysterious and hardworking, and like they just went about their task in such a way and just all seemed to know this secret truth of the world that to him they were basically witches. And he was captivated.
A lot of people would agree with you that nuns and witches are the same, but like for very different reasons, I think.
but
they both terrify children.
Yes, but I think that like realizing that's coming from a gay Catholic person, I think that's very interesting. Especially when it's like there's a sort of reverence, but also like, oh, they're so mysterious and they're kind of creepy, but like I also kind of am very curious and interested in this. I think, and him wanting to tell a story that revolves around that, I think is something worth telling.
Actually that touched upon something that I've been thinking about a lot for years. Well, even not just years, but I've made a video about this topic too. The idea of the perspective that traditionally conservative groups are incapable of creating art.
Mm-hmm.
There's like this mentality where, and I think I think a big issue happens to be in the modern day that when you say conservative media, the first thing you think of is like the pure flicks or the God's Not Dead movies or whatever, where it's like, this is clearly propaganda. This is garbage filmmaking. This is terrible storytelling. And the hyperbolic reaction online is to go, okay, so all religious media has to be like this sort of preachy, very painful to sit through kind of stuff. And, during this last October, I did a video where I talked about conservative horror films made by conservative filmmakers who we know are conservative, and sometimes why they might be still good pieces of media that are worth consuming. I think the examples I went with were The Exorcist and stuff like that. A lot of demon possession films specifically. Mm-hmm. Which do have problems, undeniably so. And I go into that, like how they helped recreate the whole snake oil business of fake exorcisms, for example. But the works themselves still have a lot of merit and power. Now, obviously, Wicked is not a conservative piece of media. It's, I think, very not. It's not by a long shot, no. But but you can't discount the fact that it comes from a Catholic perspective. It comes from that upbringing, even if it's in rejection of that mentality, which I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. I think like Wicked is probably one of the most Catholic things I've ever read. And I think it like takes, I think it kind of like dances circles around Chronicles of Narnia. Sorry if that's blasphemous, but
over Narnia or Wizard of Oz.
No, I'm saying that as like a piece of Catholic literature, Wicked dances circles around Narnia.
You know, one of the best Catholic works, in my opinion, is in terms of like not just like in all fiction, I think,
What's that?
Do you ever read or watch? Because there's a film adaptation from the 80s, The Name of the Rose.
I think I have actually.
I think that's one of the, I don't know if it's like my favorite work, because there's a difference between saying the best work and your favorite work. Because it's not my favorite. It is slow. It is it's not a lot happens necessarily, but it's a work that goes into the idea that satire and humor can deconstruct a system set upon adherence to tradition. That humor can be the most dangerous thing in society, and there's such a, and it takes it from a very, it's a historical, I guess a historical murder mystery, I guess is the best way of describing it, but that's not really a good summation of it either. But it's ultimately a story where the motivation is to protect the institutions that are in control of society. You must eliminate anything that makes it sound ridiculous or even makes you question those norms. And it's great. It's fantastic because it's at once conservative in that it implies these systems are important, but it also acknowledges the very real nuance of satire and humor, where if you make something sound ridiculous, can you really ever treat it like the absolute authority that it is? And that kind of shows, and it kind of makes you question, does it deserve to be the absolute authority if a joke can make the whole house of cards fall apart?
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant story. Not a story I'd like to read on like a fun weekend. No, it's a slow-paced, heavy book. But I think that's one of the best pieces of literature. And it's made by Umberto Eco, who famously wrote the essay Fascism, which became very popular in 2016. I'm surprised it hasn't had a resurgence in 2024. I feel like it's due for another reevaluation. It had a huge resurgence in 2016, though. I can't imagine why. Or 2017, I should say.
We're getting a little into the weeds, but
yeah.
What I wanted to say about that is that like I just didn't appreciate how Dominic Noble was insistent that Maguire didn't care about the works of Frank L. Baum, that he wasn't well read upon them, that he didn't do his research, that he didn't know what he was talking about, that he just wanted to make a film a book about this, that there was too much sex in it. Like, holy shit. It's like you if you're going to make a piece, he calls it an adaptation for one thing, and it's not an adaptation. It's a transformative work. It's a piece of revisionist literature for one thing.
Yeah, it's more. Yeah, that makes it. Again, it's fan fiction ultimately.
Yeah,
It's no more Wizard of Oz than Paradise Lost is the Bible.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's I left a little cheeky comment on Mr. Noble's video, and I was like, you know what, that Dante guy, he didn't even he was just ripped off the Bible. He didn't even know what he was talking about. All he wanted to do was fuck Virgil. Am I right, fellas? I just
okay. So this might be okay. So on that note, actually, it's funny you mentioned Dante, because one thing I've wanted to do for a while that I haven't had the balls to do, because the last person who criticized this particular YouTuber got like yelled off the internet, and I don't want to follow that path. But Wendigoon did make a video on Dante's Inferno that I think really oversimplifies everything, and it's funny because
a devout Protestant making a video on Dante's Inferno. I'm interested.
Yeah, it's and like he sums up the plot well enough, but he misses a lot of the. And it's one of those things where, like, unless you've studied Dante, and this video is not for someone like me. It's for someone who's never read Dante's Inferno, never studied Dante's Inferno. It's not a video for someone like me. It's a primer for those who are not going to read the poem itself, who just want to know the gist of all the frightening, scary stuff that happens in it. And for that purpose, it gets the job done. I just think it misses the mark for most of the imagery and iconography. An easy example comes to mind is early on, there is this, the story opens up with Dante midway through the journey of his life, finding himself upon a dark path where he doesn't know the way or how he got there. And he encounters these three beasts. And each of the beasts are meant to represent one of the sins. I think it's lust, pride, and greed. Envy and greed, I think it is. And greed especially is the worst of them all, because greed is the root of all evil. In Dante's time, they believe, and that's really is the root of all evil today too, but in Dante's time, they believed that greed was the prime motivation of wicked actions. And something that happens is that Wendigoon kind of glosses over that imagery. He's like, oh, they're supposed to represent monsters. Like, they're monsters, they're like adversaries in his path. Or he says something to the effect that kind of diminishes the specifics of what they represent. And a lot of meaning is lost in that case. And again, Dante's Inferno is a complicated text. Like, it is kind of hard to sum up all the imagery so quickly. But one thing that Wendigoon glosses over is he talks about Dante. Oh, and then Dante faints, and he's like, kind of weird that Dante keeps passing out all the time. Well, Dante had epilepsy, so he actually did pass out in real life like that very frequently because he went into epileptic seizures and would have these hallucinations while in these seizures that he would then translate into his poetry. Further, he gets a lot of the political climate of Florence of that time wrong, which is a big part of Dante's Inferno. And it's like, yeah, unless you study that history, you're not going to know what it's referencing. But it's like the Florent, because he kind of chalked up the whole conflict to the Holy Roman Emperor and the Pope. But the problem is, Dante was an elected official. He was part of the priory in Florence. He was attacked by people within Florence from a rival political group. Dante was pro-democracy in a time where there was an emperor and a pope, and the pope and the emperor were both financing the opposing sides of his conflict. There was like a lot of complex Game of Thrones level stuff there, and like in the Wendigoon video, he's kind of like, "Oh, it's not important. You just need to know that he was kicked out of Florence." But yeah, that's all you need to know. But the rest of the politics informs the reader. I mean, again, it's one of those things where like only someone who like has spent years studying this poem would care. But it's like, if you've done that, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. And like,
yeah,
it's funny that you're saying this again, because I'm just seeing the parallels. And it's frustrating that like I was seeing someone do this and then using his misunderstanding of the book to tear down the author and his intentions. It really bothered me. Again, this is like my favorite book and has been my favorite book for almost 20 years now. So to just hear somebody like completely like tear it down because like not understanding why it's saying the things that it's saying, and like it was just like something very frustrating. And there's just like, when people like are like, oh, I'm just asking questions, I'm not saying that this person is X, but it is kind of weird he does that. And I know this is very topical to me right now, but I'm just gonna push past it. To so irresponsibly make the implications he was making in his review against a gay guy. it was
yeah.
I didn't like it. And it's like, just because you were fucking booty burned by J.K. Rowling and like you never got over it doesn't mean that you go into these conversations half-cocked all the time and like make no effort to understand the politics and the times in which something was written. Like, refuse to read like, hey, this character that got into a strange sexual encounter as a young man eventually dies of a mysterious disease where his body fails him, and that was written in 1995. I wonder who that's for. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just, it was so like, on one hand I want to gatekeep Wicked. Yeah. But on the other hand, it feels like this guy's trying to gatekeep Frank L. Baum from Gregory Maguire because he thinks that he doesn't deserve to write about him because he's not writing about him in the way that he wants Maguire to write about him. And it's doubly frustrating because Maguire has degrees under his belt and specializes in children's literature. So I think if anybody is fucking allowed to write like a revisionist literature on a children's story, it's Gregory Maguire, and I think he might know what he's fucking talking about. And he basically every book that he's written in like the past 2 or 3 decades is revisionist literature based on a children's book or a children's fairy tale. So I think maybe he might know what he's fucking talking about.
Yeah, and I think this is a fair point too. I'm one that encourages. I encourage debate constantly. I encourage literary debate. I think it's one of the healthiest things we can do in society. To debate, to argue, to engage with ideas in a way that's maybe a little spicy, maybe a little controversial, but in order to get to the core of why a text is so meaningful. Like, these are works that have survived for years already. I think we can allow different takes on it. But that being said, though, yeah, what you're saying. Now, mind you, you know Wicked way more as a text than I do, and I'm not going to pretend like I know enough. I'm not going to talk over you or anything like that, because you know the text inside and out. I don't. I read it, but a while ago. Your memory of it's way firmer than mine. But I think it's like an interesting point, isn't it? Where someone can read the text and come away with this very different read of it. That, in some cases, I feel like may come across as condescending to the author, to the creative, or dismiss their skill, dismiss their knowledge or wisdom of the topic, or their experiences. And I wonder sometimes what the balance of the ideas is here. Because on one hand, a text should be able to stand on its own. You shouldn't have to know everything going into it, right? Like, you shouldn't know Gregory Maguire's entire life history to appreciate what Wicked is. The book should still be something you should appreciate on its own, and then all the other stuff is more context and more to elaborate upon its point. But at the same time, you shouldn't talk authoritatively, like an authority about a topic, unless you're thoroughly invested in it.
Yeah.
You know, or you thoroughly understand it, or you thoroughly dig into the ideas. And again, I can't speak to the specifics of Dominic Noble's video. I can't speak to the specifics of your response to it, because again, my familiarity with the text is vague. But I do think what you're saying indicates that there's some discussion to be had about what opinions of a text we allow to have more weight than others. You know, especially on YouTube, which is a platform where anyone can get behind a mic, say they're an authority on something, and talk about it. Like a James Summerton type can just show up and just say, "Oh, I know everything," and well, you don't.
That's the thing, is that like Dominic Noble's original Wicked view, Wicked, like, I did not enjoy reading Wicked. 246,000 views. And the video that I made a video talking about like a Wicked as an overview, that I'm going to be getting into my story to the book in my next Wicked video. Will be a book review as well. But my first one, 1.1k views. And this isn't me being bitter, by the way. I just am trying to prove a point. My responses to Noble, 1.9 for his original one, and then 1.5 for his second one, because he did 2 Wicked videos so far. And like,
yeah, so on my feed.
And like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I know more about Wicked than Dominic Noble does. I don't think that that's like I don't think that's me being too braggadocious. I don't think I'm being too presumptuous. Like I said, I've read this several times over the past 2 decades. Have done a lot of research.
You realize you're fighting for the top of the hill of Nerd Mountain. Right?
Yeah, right, I realize that. I'm not trying. But what frustrates me is that someone that, this is just my job and I'm doing it because it's relevant right now. And I don't particularly care for it. I don't care to research it. I'm not going to talk about any of the themes of the book for some fucking reason. He just doesn't talk about the themes at all. Like, just gives us a play-by-play of the fucking what happens, and then just, yeah. Which I feel like, not talking about what the book is about is probably one of the worst things you can do in a book review, I think. But anyway, the fact that, like, he has such a bad understanding of the book, yet he has hundreds of thousands of views, and someone that is relatively small and is not going to get a lot of views knows so much more than he does. It's frustrating to be put in that position where it's like, my opinion basically doesn't matter because I get a fraction of the eyeballs that this guy does. And it's frustrating for me, I guess. I'm not saying I want to be king of Nerd Mountain. I'm just saying that it's like the fact that like hating on this book is the popular thing to say right now, and he is already a pretty big YouTuber, and so of course that worked together to mean that like his video any day of the week is gonna outperform mine. Because I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong. Ugh. It just it's really fucking cuts my mustard, I guess.
I think the thing also is with a Dominic Noble type, I feel like he would be based, again, not saying that I know the guy personally, I don't. I feel like he at least would be open to the discussion about it, but then the problem becomes even discussing something like that in public with someone of that size, you open yourself up to like waves of, and that's the problem ultimately. Like even if a person approaches, because I feel like he seems like the kind of person, based on my understanding of the situation, to approach a topic like that in good faith.
The thing is,
in debate, but like what I'm saying is like, and again, you're gonna say something that probably contradicts everything I'm saying, so I'll get my thought out now, so you can tell me how wrong I am afterwards.
Okay,
but I feel like even the hint of approaching a discussion, immediately the worst of the fandom attacks you. They'll swarm you, and like even if you're approaching it in good faith, even if you're trying to go there with a sense of like, this is a good thing, I want to talk to you about this because I think that you have something that was worth saying, and even promote the channel. Even the moment you do that, you're gonna get the worst of the fandom attacking you. You know, of that user's fandom audience. It doesn't even matter. Like you could both be doing everything right, and you'd still get like the most toxic people attacking.
If I ever had a public conversation with Dominic Noble, I would be internet famous overnight, and I don't think I could handle that.
Yeah, that's where it gets rough.
Yeah, would love if he ever wants to have a private conversation. We don't have to tell anybody. It can be just between us girls. Would love to do that, Dominic. If you're watching the stream, I know you are because you're Anthony's biggest fan.
I don't think he watches my channel at all. I have some people who are like decently big who like my channel, but I don't know if he like. There's a few YouTubers whose names I'm like, oh really? You like what I do? You know who I am? That's really cool, actually. But I don't know if Dominic Noble's one of them. We have a lot of overlapping audience.
Listen, just like Stephen King, just like all of the other people I know that are big fans of your channel. That I'm using you to reach out to them.
Valid.
This is my ongoing bit to assume that everybody I talk about watches your channel.
This is fair. I appreciate this.
I'm manifesting it.
It's funny. Like I had a conversation with my parents about my YouTube channel recently, and they're like, God, does anyone actually watch this? Watch what you put out? Like it's so long. I'm like, well.
I also like had an interesting discussion about my ex finding your channel, actually.
Which is so funny and cool. Yeah, if you're watching, by the way, you're awesome, by the way, whoever you are.
Scared the shit out of me. Like, oh, hi, I haven't spoken to you in a while. And I was like, how did you find me? And it's like, oh. It like went to bed as soon as she sent that message, by the way. So like, oh, hey, it's you. I just wanted to say hi, it's me. And I found you from YouTube. And I was like, what? So like I shat my pants and didn't sleep all night. It was so scary. I was so afraid. This is the first time that somebody from my real life has ever found me through the internet like this. I was so scared.
I loved it.
It turns out that she was subscribed to Anthony, and then I jump scared her. the good old ex-boyfriend jump scare on a YouTube video.
Which is so great. By the way, if you're watching a person who I don't know who is Crim's ex, you're awesome. Unless you're not, in which case I'm kidding.
No, we've been friends. Like we dated in college before either of us transitioned, and then we turned out to both be trans. So, yeah,
that's how it works. That's how it be sometimes.
It is how it be sometimes. But yeah, in all seriousness,
so person, you're awesome then. You're cool then. That's all matters.
Yeah.
Because of course you're listening.
Yeah, of course. As Anthony's biggest fan.
Yes, yes.
Anyway, no, yeah. I guess when it comes down to gatekeeping in YouTube, I'm right. Everybody else is wrong. No, uh it's an interesting double-edged sword, I think, because on one hand, the whole reason I made a YouTube channel is because I think that everybody that's making like video analysis these days, other than you, of course, Anthony, you're so
thank you.
smart. Your brain is so wrinkly. You're such a you're so cool. I'm not
I
saying that
appreciate
because he's threatening me with violence. I promise. I
No,
say this of my
no.
own free will. Um,
No, I didn't study like the Spanish Inquisition for proper torture methods, just in case Krim tried to talk smack on stream with me here.
No, but like I made a YouTube channel because I'm like, you people fucking suck at this and I hate you all. Okay, it wasn't that graphic, but I was like, I was just getting tired of a certain style of rhetoric where it's like people, you're not even watching and reading and like interacting with art, you're just consuming it to solve it. And I think we should gatekeep those people.
So
Okay, maybe not gatekeep,
actually,
but like, it's just.
I think the thing is pushing back on it is what's important.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you fully. I made a video a while back, almost a year ago now, that became fairly popular about, by popular I mean widely watched. I don't know if it was well liked, but about YouTube critics lying to their audiences.
Oh yes.
And
that went over well.
this video got all of EFAP pissed at me, which is bizarre because I think I mentioned vaguely alluded to one of their videos in like a screenshot where they happened to be in it. Like, I think I got a thumbnail of one of Mahler's Star Wars videos in it, and they were so pissed. They went on like a 7-hour tirade about it. And like, granted, I've done streams since then that are 7 hours long. It's not easy to maintain that. There's of course the one Shadiversity one where I was 7 hours long, but I wanted to fall asleep halfway through that. And then there's the one we did about one of the Lily Orchard things where I think we both were falling asleep like halfway through and like just trudging along. But no, like they really did not like it. And I couldn't grasp why until like I knew why they wouldn't like it, because it's my thought process at first was like, oh, it's getting the cat out of the bag. It's like, you know, they feel attacked by what I'm addressing. But what I realized after the fact might have been was that there's a segment in the video where I talk about not going over Lily Orchard's criminal history accusations. I said not criminal history, accusations in the video. And I said, like, if I talked about everyone else's, if I talked about all people who committed crimes, we'd be here all day. And I flashed a couple of police reports that are public record, not private information, it's public record on the screen really quickly. And some people were under the impression that I was implying that all the people I talked about had police reports, when really it was two specific people. And I'm like, why would you assume if I showed police reports and they identify which police reports they were, and they could figure it out, oh, these are public record, yada, yada, yada. No private information was revealed. It was just saying this person was arrested or this person had a restraining order filed against them. They're like, well, that means I'm saying that you're a criminal too. Like, no, I'm not. I'm saying these people are criminals because they were, you know, had police reports about them.
That's a whole new sentence, my dude.
Yeah, it's like when someone says like, I really like pancakes. Like, oh, so you hate waffles then? Is that it? Like, no. What are you talking about?
Again, that's very topical for me right now. I do want to address a couple things in chat. Dom is not literally trying to defame and call Maguire any type of dehumanizing terms the human mind could think of. Oh, Cardinal, I have bad news for you. That is absolutely what Dominic Noble was implying. I'm really sorry, but he was making some really uncomfortable and homophobic implications. He never said it outright. But it wasn't good. And I have a big problem and with what he was implying. It wasn't good. And he should not have been making those implications about Gregory Maguire. Straight white guys, get normal about breastfeeding. I'm begging you. Anyway, I also have a super chat that I haven't read out yet. Adrian, thank you. What about Sai's claims about the Dragon Age fandom? I am not a Dragon Age boy. I am so sorry.
Yeah, I can't speak to that one. I can't help you there.
Yeah,
I can't help anyone there.
I'll be honest. And like I like Sai, and I do watch a decent amount of her videos. I have not watched any of Lily's or Sai's Dragon Age videos. I haven't. Sorry. It's just I have never Dragon Age has never really grabbed onto my brain. I tried Inquisition, and I think I tried a little bit of Origins or something. I don't remember. It just never grabbed my brain.
Yeah, no. Dragon Age is not necessarily a thing I'm like a big fan of. I casually like it, but it's like Mass Effect. I casually like Mass Effect. I'm not someone who you can go to about like big lore dumps about Mass Effect. At all. Though I will say this, I know more about Mass Effect and Dragon Age than Warhammer, because I feel like that lore is just a tangled mess. The few times I've talked about it, I've revealed completely like, oh yeah, this guy just knows basic stuff and not like anything too deep. But no, so that's not a topic I'll know much about. So I can't help you there.
Yes, sorry, Adrian. I don't think either of us can really comment on that. Also Madeline is still around in the chat.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure. Oh yeah. Why did you become Swedish for like 2 seconds?
No, this is like North Dakotan.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just traveling all over the country. All right. I will.
Yeah, I'm just going with bad Fargo accent, basically.
Anyway, we are not getting into breastfeeding fucking gatekeeping in this video. I mentioned it because there was like a scene in Wicked that like a kid was like clearly looking to breastfeed and probably getting around that age where you're like, okay, that's enough. If you can make a grab for it, it's time to stop. Like it was clearly like this kid was being weaned off of breastfeeding. That was the age the character was at, and like just the behavior. Like that's immediately where my mind went, but like Dominic's mind went in a totally different direction. And was trying to imply that like a child was being sexualized, and I was like, yeah.
Interesting take. I'll say that. Interesting take. I was going to be like, well, they tend to. Oh, Madeline's here.
Oh, hi, Madeline. Okay, and immediately muted. Cool. I thought that she was gonna be gone for the rest of the night, but it's fine. Anyway, yes.
I'm in my car.
Yeah.
Driving to work, and I heard someone mention Dragon Age, which is a good game that everyone should play. I like it.
That's valid. I love that you came in with the car just to promote Dragon Age.
Literally, what are people saying about Dragon Age?
Oh,
what are they saying?
I just want to let you know that you sound like you're coming from a submarine. But
I am in a submarine right now. Yeah, this is U571.
Great.
Coming in. Yeah.
Basically, Sai is a very autistic person, and she's very autistic about Dragon Age. And our good old pal, our good old friend of the channel, Lily Orchard, threw a hissy fit for like a month and a half and made, I think, about a half a dozen Dragon Age videos, and each one performed like exponentially less than the one before it. And she just tanked what was left of her audience with that until she finally made.
So what's her take on Dragon Age?
Well,
many. They're all bad.
The thing is that that's not what those videos are about. Her videos aren't really about Dragon Age. It's just her bitching at Sai Scribbles for like 3 hours.
What is Sai, who sounds lovely, saying that's freaking people out about Dragon Age?
Oh, no, nothing. She just likes Dragon Age, and Lily Orchard doesn't like Sai. And so must shit all over Dragon Age. Yeah.
I just started playing them very recently, and I just beat the first one, and I really like it, even for like a very at this point pretty old game. I thought it held up, and I cannot wait for Dragon Age 2 to go on Steam sale so I can get that one and continue on. So yeah,
Madeline, you probably know more about Dragon Age than Lily does, and she's supposedly played all 4 of them.
Supposedly.
I've only played one. I was the forest elves that don't take shit from no one, and I was a rogue, and I think I messed up my romance option with what's her name, the priest lady. I'm still proving I know more than Lily, right? By just not even naming anybody correctly. No, it's very fun. If it's on a Steam sale and you got a computer, I think it's worth playing. All right, that's it. All right. Bye, everyone.
I love it. I feel like Veilguard's writing is definitely a drop down in quality based on what I understand, but like, and Madeline, we lost Madeline. But no, I feel like Veilguard's probably lesser in quality than the rest of them, but beyond that, like the game's pretty consistently good. I think that's my hot take.
Oh, thank you for the super chat page. Appreciate Madeline stealing a police cruiser to send her Dragon Age comments.
Yes. just jumping in with the Dragon Age.
That was good.
But like I think, but I think like, and not even using our good old pal Lily Orchard, who we totally have on speed dial right now. I'm kidding, we don't have her on speed dial. That'd be insane. But like, even ignoring like her takes, there's so many worse, more dangerous media takes online that like I think it's not just that they because on one point there's the autism urge to just go like, well, this is the most important thing in the world because it's media and that's vital and it changes the world. But like, art does impact your perspective on life, in relationships and interactions with people. A great work can really change the way you interact with others. And I think your interpretation of media can sometimes reflect the elements of your worldview, which is tricky. Using the breastfeeding example, based again off of just the context you provided, that reflects on another level the urge to kind of look for works that are problematic, that have a mess. Again, it's trying to solve the equation, and even good critics can do this, where they fall in the trap of trying to prove that this work, even myself to an extent, try to prove that one work is worse or not as good or what have you. And it's a very dangerous mentality to get into because you stop looking at the works as individual pieces of art and more as, how can I solve the equation that is Wicked or is Dragon Age? How do I fix the equation? It's not really that kind of situation. It's not that simple.
I got another super chat. Angels Art and Gaming, thank you. Madeline is coming through the bus radio at work.
Yeah.
Related to what you were saying, and bringing it back to gatekeeping, I think that's a very interesting way to sort of reframe this, where I think that like so many times like there's this urge to categorize and make it to a binary and like treat the human mind like it's a computer. And the example that I was giving to it was the example that Madeline was giving to me is that you wanted to the goth club, you named 5 goth bands, right? And how like how that's kind of an imperfect metric to measure someone with, right? So if you and we discussed this in terms of like, hey, what if like this beginner goth that didn't really know how to dress up but was genuinely curious about the scene, wanted to join the club and was like, I don't know any goth music but I'm interested in learning, like, would you turn that person away? And I would say no. And when it comes to gatekeeping, I think that's like an important part of it. I think making a binary absolute list of like something that you have to obtain to get in is bad. It's bad. Because people will always find loopholes, and this is something that me and Madeline were talking about a lot. People will always find loopholes, and then like you'll also be missing out on people that are honestly, they're just curious, they want to learn, or they just kind of want to do their own thing and they're not hurting anybody. So gatekeeping from without, that ends up not really doing much. But like, if you're more conscious of the community that you're building and the space that you're curating, that's a different conversation. That tends to be how you make a good space. And it's the frustrating thing about YouTube, I think, is that you're not going to get a lot of people that get to do what groups like Nebula did. Or even Channel Awesome. Like, that's kind of like, 1 in a million. You and me are ultimately beholden to a huge corporation. This is not the internet of the olden days where it's like, hey, Psy and hey, Krim, do you want to come along and make a website with me where we make videos? Like, we can't really do that anymore. I mean, we could. It wouldn't work. That's not... Like, people go to YouTube to watch videos now. This wasn't like when you and I were in high school, where it's like, oh, let's go on Albino Black Sheep and Claymation and Channel Awesome, and, like, let's go and we'll watch all on these individual websites. You don't do that anymore. You go specifically to your streaming service, and everything's there.
Exactly.
So we can't curate the space that we're in. We can't say, hey... we don't want anything to do with this guy. We don't want him to be part of our space where we're making literary reviews or film reviews or whatever. Because we think that this guy's dishonest. We still have to share a platform with people like Wendigoon, with people like Dominic Noble, for better or for worse.
And I want to emphasize right now, before any Wendigoon or Dominic Noble fans say I'm talking smack. I'm not, but it's important to note we do share this. You are, but I'm not going to. I just want to say I disagree with them, but that doesn't mean I think that they're like, I feel bad I'm sharing the same space as them.
I'm being a little silly.
I just want to emphasize that right there, because I feel like that could go into a very dangerous point of discussion. They are people I am ashamed to share the space of YouTube with, and that's a very different. I reserve that for specific people.
Right now, I don't want to talk about the people that make me actually feel rotten inside. I want to keep this light and talk about the people whose opinions make me want to kill them instead. And that's a very different emotion. Like I'm just a hot-blooded young man. I need to kill sometimes, okay? It's healthy. No, I'm
frightened people don't realize it's a bit, like, coming in the middle of that. I need to feast on the blood of my enemies and then go, no, it's a joke, trust me. Like, I don't know, that Crimson Ender guy, he sounded...
Hey, I have a disclaimer. I have a disclaimer on my channel, so you can't sue me.
Because everyone reads those. I'm feeling mad.
Anyway,
it's like reading the terms and conditions of the when you get a new Apple product. Everyone reads those, like word for word. Otherwise, you get sent to the human centipede.
I would much rather argue with Dominic and all of these other people than have to encounter the people that you're alluding to. I just don't want to even encounter them. I'm going to criticize the people that I'm criticizing until I'm blue in the face. God, I do not even want to look in the direction of Critical Drinker.
Oh god! The funny thing is, this is bizarre about him. I think at least he gets the real ecosystem of the internet. Like, he understands, I think, to an extent, that all the bad press actually helps him in the end. Whereas there's some people who are very insecure and like will jump at any criticism. I haven't seen him jump too quickly at, like, because I know, like, for a while. Pillar of Garbage would like do a lot of Critical Drinker videos, and like I don't think Critical Drinker ever like really did anything directly. I know like EFAP did, but not. It's weird, right? Like they're in the same ballpark, but it's like he just kind of is like insulates himself from any specific. Because I know people who've like debated guys like Eric July, for example. Are you familiar with who Eric July is? Before I start going on a diatribe about this,
No. Like I said,
okay.
I try to stay away from those people. They scare me, and I don't like them.
All right, so I'll actually do this because for a while I actually responded to this guy too, like back in my writing for CBR and stuff like that. This was a guy. He is, I guess the best way of putting it is he's a former musician who works actually for the Blaze for Glenn Beck, but positioned himself as an independent critic online. And he decided to be an independent comic book creator, on his own without any support from Glenn Beck at all, totally for real guys. And he is one of the most insecure human beings I've ever met in my life. I criticized him on Twitter and he made a YouTube video about it. This is like years ago, before the Musk takeover of Twitter. This is a man, a full-grown man, older than me, who apparently has a photograph on the Blaze and a photograph framed in the hallway of the Blaze headquarters. So big position at Blaze under Glenn Beck. Got into an angry shouting match at people because they thought his arms weren't buff enough.
Oh boy.
Like there are degrees of insecurity on the internet, and it's like remarkable. And of course, he's also flip-flopped on things. Like he one time said how Miles Morales was one of the best pieces of a black guy in fiction.
He's
and then, like,
that person.
Yeah, he's that guy. Because he went from like going like Miles Morales is like how you do it right. This is the best example. And then the moment that like people started making grifting videos about Miles Morales, on a dime flipped his opinion. Like Miles Morales is just a tokenized Spider-Man. It's like he was just like on a dime flipped with where the money was leading. Well, he thought the money was leading. And of course he destroyed his channel because again, you can only flip-flop and grift so much before you sound ridiculous. And if you're insecure about everything you do and you lash out at everyone who is critical of you, like that's not going to help anything. Like you can respond to criticism, you can respond to feedback. I find the best response is when it's helpful criticism to go, okay. Like even with when EFAP did their video on me, there were some nuggets of information there that I thought was useful. Personally thought they were useful. I'm not saying that they were good or morally just, but there was some pieces of feedback where they were like, you know what? Yeah, that's a fair point. And I can learn from that to be better with future videos. And I did. And I quietly incorporated it into my technique. And it's been pretty well so far. I think it has improved things. But that's taking nuggets from 7 hours of aimless criticism.
A broken clock is right twice a day,
Exactly. And they were touching upon things, I think, on a level I kind of was already thinking to begin with. You know what I mean? Like it's that confirmation bias. Like, I was kind of thinking this too. Yeah, that's motivation just to fix this weak point of mine, whatever that weak point might be. If it was stuttering in video, if it was dead air, if it was editing choices, revising content in some way. And it's like, you can't please everyone. You can't even hope to please everyone. If you try to please everyone, you're not going to please anyone. You're not going to be right all the time. You're not going to be correct all the time. And so when critics get something wrong, I try to offer grace to a critic who maybe has a very strong opinion that's ill-informed, if I think generally they're approaching it from a position of decent faith. Like I think that folks like Dominic Noble and Wendigoon, even if I disagree with them, I do think they're approaching it from the perspective that they are trying to offer their perspective on something that's bigger than themselves. Wicked and Dante's Inferno are bigger than any of us. They're just big works. They're bigger than the authors who created them in many ways. Yeah. And we can only capture so much of the work in our discussions. And sometimes we're wrong. And I think a fair approach would be, okay, did they know? Did they think they know? What's their bias? And try to assess it critically and fairly. I think an example is also is someone like Neuralities, who just recently came back on the internet, thankfully. Her stuff was widely criticized by a lot of people, and I think unfairly in some cases, and fairly to an extent on others.
I think the backlash she received personally is what, like, people attacking her as a person, unacceptable. You can talk about somebody's position without like being like that. Like, come on, guys.
Exactly, and she's a person I wish I could have a conversation with, because there's so much I would like to talk to her about, because she seems really interesting. And it's some things that she says that I disagree with too, but not like we respectfully disagree. Not like the level of backlash she received was insane, and insane is the wrong word. Highly cruel is what the right word is.
Yeah.
Insane implies there's a
Yeah, no, there
something
was
wrong.
there was intent. There was
cruelty.
intent behind
Yeah.
what happened to Neuralities.
Yeah.
I think they did
It was
want
cruel.
to run her off the internet. It was disgusting.
And what's funny is she came back and said, the reason I was actually gone for so long was because I was working so hard on my next video, I couldn't finish it in a timely manner. Which, hey, if that's the reason, that's great. I don't know if that's entirely the reason, but honestly, she needed time just to, I think people needed to miss her. And when she came back, people missed her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think on some levels, the internet's very forgiving. Other cases, it's not. I think, again, I promised I wouldn't talk about this person negatively. But Andrew Dobson, okay, I because the thing is, I've mentioned this a couple times. Size mentioned this a couple times. There's no secret anymore. Dobson did reach out to me when I was early on with reaction content, and he said, "Hey, could you please not cover me? Because like I'm embarrassed. I don't want to be like back to embarrassing things in the back in the day." I'm like, yeah, you know what? That's fair. If you're telling me you don't want to be associated with that, I'm not gonna drag you kicking and screaming to that. I don't want to be that guy. And I told him just outright, I'm not going to make a video about you. I'm not going to do anything like that. But I will say this, because I feel like this isn't breaking my word. The reason he alienated so many people was because he was so gatekeepy on things that people frankly knew he wasn't entirely being sincere about. Like a lot of the LGBTQA stuff he did, it felt performative. It felt, the feminist stuff he did felt kind of performative. It felt like I think he believed what he said, but I think that he misconstrued it to make himself look better, or kind of compromise his fantasies with what he believed to be just and right. It's nuanced, it's complicated, but I think like the end of the result is that, people spotted some degree of artificiality in what he was saying and responded to that. Did they respond to it correctly? I don't know. But that's what they responded to. And unfortunately, the internet is very hyperbolic.
Yeah.
But it also does respond to things that it can spot fairness to. Like, another example I was held accountable for at some point in the past was In Praise of Shadows, who I think he made a video at a rough time in his life, and he should have really shown that script to a friend. I think he really shouldn't have made that one video he made. I think that's an example, though, where people approach a topic without a level head, and they do something that's extreme and public, and it becomes a huge ordeal. Like, there's times I feel like crappy on the internet from things like that. It's very easy to, but then I don't. No. But then I don't post them on the internet.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
Yeah. Everybody's made that post that they like sit down and they write it and they type it up for like an hour. They look it over and then they just close the window.
Oh yeah.
And I think we all need to be comfortable with that.
Oh yeah, and there's posts I've made that were really stupid and I shouldn't have done, that don't reflect what I actually think. Like about a year ago, last summer, there was a message I made that like didn't articulate my thoughts thoroughly. It was based on half information, and I disagree with what I said then. Doesn't change the fact that the Sailor Moon video I got had several comments saying I defended a certain person, in it, which has nothing to do with, like, I made a video deconstructing my opinions on that explicitly in detail. Not enough. No one cares. That's what, no one cares, but it's not enough to dissuade people who actively want you out of a space.
Well, yeah, because when it comes down to it, it's just a way to make you shut up. It doesn't really have anything to do with what you said. Exactly. And this is not to say like I'm thinking, oh, woe is me, I deserve no criticism. That's not the case at all. I deserve criticism whenever necessary. I love criticizing you.
Oh yeah, exactly. The post I made a year ago sucked. If you criticize me about it, you're right. Okay. I'm not going to argue against that. I'm going to argue if you make stuff up or if you send death threats, but I'm not going to argue with you that you said the post sucked. It did. There's nothing else to it. But like, and you personally have said multiple times in videos why my videos suck. Or you'll agree with them in any case. I won't go as far to say you think they suck.
I don't
but
think
like,
your videos
will
suck.
say
I just disagree with you
that's fair.
sometimes.
And that's fair. Hey, listen, that's what it's about. The thing is, I would be a hypocrite if I said it's okay to criticize others if I didn't also welcome criticism of my own work. Like, that's just how it is. I just think there's a right and a wrong way to do it. I think if you're going into something with the intent to ridicule and mock, you're probably not going to it with the right mentality. But if you're going with it from the perspective of engaging in the conversation of media, that's different, which is what we do, I would like to assume. With occasional jokes and mockery aside, I think the core of it is we're approaching the art as a conversation about the art. If there's others, though, who don't. And, I've had very public arguments with people online, on YouTube, very publicly, where people demonize me and make me out to be some type of monster when I'm simply not that. And it's hard to explain that to people. Like, oh no, I just made a video. I'm not a terrible person. I hope not. Or just, I disagree with you on something, and some people respond well to discussion, others don't. And some people make 7-hour videos in response to you. What you're talking about.
I think that the most constructive kind of criticism comes from someone that is a friend that does respect you and is wanting to have that conversation. And, more than that, they also would like to help you grow as a person. That's usually the kind of argument that you really want to be having. That being said, sometimes it's really funny to make fun of somebody with really stupid, bad opinions.
Yes.
Like, you don't owe that person growth. And, like, I can't tell you what to watch and what to look at and what you find funny. If you find it funny to sit down and watch somebody with terrible opinions, like, like, make a fool of themselves, power to you. I like doing that too sometimes. But, like, I wouldn't call that constructive.
No. And, there's one thing too I did too recently. There was last week there was a rumor that Kathleen Kennedy was leaving Lucasfilm. This has since been confirmed not to be the case, or at least she hasn't publicly announced her retirement. I think what she's doing is buying time to build a successor to her, like building a succession plan, because the biggest topic of discussion was who's replacing Kathleen Kennedy, and there wasn't really a good candidate. Ignoring what's his name, who does Clone Wars and The Mandalorian. I'm blanking on his name. Anyway, he has a big cowboy hat. Anyway, Dave Filoni. There we go. Ignoring Dave Filoni, who's a creative guy, not a business guy. There was no real successor in place. So I think what they're doing is they're building time to build a succession plan for Lucasfilm. But I respond to a few videos that were discussing the topic with the intention of kind of going over, okay, here's a good response, here's a bad response. And like half of them were kind of like from film critics, like real critics, whose takes I might disagree with on occasion, and whose videos might be clickbaity at times, but they kind of went, Kathleen Kennedy's leaving, she has a mixed legacy. She did this really well, but she also did this really poorly. And, it's hard to really gauge things. How much was her decisions? How much was Disney's? And, and they approached the topic with a nuanced perspective, which is how I approached it too. And then there are people who you can guess the usual suspects who were very happy Kathleen Kennedy was going. But then there was one video, I think it was Geeks and Gamers, who's very notorious in the critical landscape, who their video immediately was like, said, oh, Kathleen Kennedy's leaving. Thank you, Trump. And I'm like, what?
Oh my
what?
God. Yeah,
like,
it's Trump's fault. It's Trump. It's thanks to Trump that you're... Oh my God.
No, went straight to like saying Trump was to thank for Kathleen Kennedy being released from her contract when really she was retiring on her own terms, and even then not even. But it was like so funny to see, because I'm just like, there's no way they actually believe that. Like, that's such like clickbait trolly nonsense. Like, this, you can't actually buy into this. And like as it went on, we're like, oh, maybe it's not a bit. Maybe they just are actually so like in the reeds they actually believe this. And then you pull away and think, no, that was definitely trolling. It was definitely just to make people pissed.
You say that, but I've seen some shit, my dude.
That's fair, but a channel that big, I don't think they believe for them it's like WWE wrestling. Like I
Right.
think most of them don't actually believe what they say. I think they just say it for like to get money.
It's about
Which
the
sucks.
show for them, I think.
It is, yeah. They're content creators. They're not reviewers. They're there to make content, and their content is meant to validate your frustrations, whatever they might be. But they don't actually ask you to really engage with the material in any meaningful way. It's very surface level, and it's only really works that are very popular. You know, going back to us, we both do content sometimes about lesser known works of media, knowing that it might not be as huge of a success in terms of views, but because we feel passionately about the topic.
Exactly.
Like the Sailor Moon video didn't get a ton of views. It got decent views, but nothing major yet.
I mean,
I
think
and that's
that-
okay. I think it's fine. It's not going to be a huge success. It was just something I felt passionately about and thought was an interesting thought experiment. And I posted it, and then next week I'll make something that's more mainstream and more accessible. That's the name of the game.
I mean,
You
like,
don't want to make every week be a big hit video.
I-
You can't chase that.
my opinion is I don't think it was because it was about Sailor Moon. I think it was the format. I guess it's not really something that typically shows up on your channel.
That too. That's also a fair point. It was an experiment. Yeah, that's fair.
if you're watching, I haven't seen the video yet. I do plan on. I've been so busy. I haven't watched like a YouTube video in like 5 or 6 days. But
how dare
I know. I'm such a bad YouTuber. So bad.
Mhm.
Anyway, if you haven't watched Anthony's new Sailor Moon video yet, his link is in the description down below. So make sure you're over there and that you subscribe and that you watch that new video. And also, while you're
There you
down,
go.
in the description, hit the like button, like the stream,
Yeah,
because
seriously, I'm not
there
keep reminding
are
that.
there are currently 56 people watching, and there's only 4 likes on this video. So like, what the fuck, you guys? What is
There's
happening?
more than 4 likes in this video.
Oh, there's 45. I lied. That's
Yeah.
there's
Yeah, I was
45
gonna say, there's
likes.
more than 4.
Yeah, sorry, I had to refresh the page. There's 45 likes, but there's 55 people watching. That's not mathing.
Indeed, tragic. Shame. But no, like it's just, and that's just the name of the game in general. Like it's just people, for better or worse, they have opinions, they have perspective. That's fine, and it's cool. I respect that. But yeah, no, totally. No, what was I saying? No, so I was saying,
You lost your train of
frick,
thought.
what was I talking about? Yeah. I lost my own plot there. I lost the plot of what I was talking about. No, but I think what it comes down to is that there's certain people you want to gatekeep, and I think it's people who do it for profit, who just come in as for a buck.
Oh.
And that's why I came to YouTube from writing, because I used to work for sites like CBR. I left voluntarily. I didn't get fired. I didn't get thrown out. They liked what I was doing. I just didn't like doing it because it was very much, you had to write a certain way for a certain format for a certain audience. And if it didn't support the algorithm, it wasn't useful. And there was an occasion where, okay, so this is years ago. I'm not under NDA, so I can talk about this. I went to New York Comic Con and interviewed several people, and a lot of people were really cool folks. They were really nice. Two interviews I had lined up until I got to the convention were Sam Raimi and R.L. Stein.
Ooh.
And
I
I
think
was
you
really
told me
excited to do them because
this.
I think I told you this story. I don't think I've told it on live in a while. I've said it on live before, but not recently. And I was really excited because I'm a huge Evil Dead fan. I grew up with Goosebumps, and these are like two of my idols. I love these guys. At least I love their work, I should say. I don't know them as people, so I can't speak to that, but I love their work deeply. And both interviews were canceled by my company, not by them. They were up for it still. It was the company that canceled it. And the reason with Sam Raimi was because they got someone else to interview him. Okay, that's disappointing, but okay, the site still wants Sam Raimi's words. With R.L. Stein, they figured it wouldn't be as successful because the algorithm didn't imply that enough people would read about R.L. Stein.
Ugh.
And it was so upsetting to me. I'm like, this is an icon. And you go on YouTube, there's Goosebump videos that are hugely successful right now. Like there's a whole series done about Goosebump episodes and all that. They're very good. And like, I'm just thinking like, there's an audience for this. Why didn't they? I mean, it's the algorithm. That's what it comes down to. And I just didn't want to be a part of that. So I just went on to smaller publications and eventually YouTube.
I respect that so much.
Yeah, because Sorry, I'm
no, it's okay. And the thing is that when you bring capitalism into it, my opinion changes so much. And that is because, just like I said to Madeline, it all comes back to capitalism. Fuck capitalism. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it the people that don't actually put in any work and are just benefiting because they own a piece of paper that says that this belongs to them. Are the ones making all the money and control all of the things. That frustrates me. And again, I will remind people for the chat. Capitalism is not the exchanging of goods and services for money. Capitalism is a system in which the people that control things are the ones that quote unquote own things. They own the capital, so they get to decide what to do with it. Like they might not have ever written a single comic or drawn a single page or anything, but they still control the IP of a comic book. And that's fucked up to me. I don't think that should be allowed.
Well, the thing also is like with a company like CBR, they're a subsidiary of a company like Valnet, and Valnet owns multiple news networks. So whenever you get these people online who like say, "Oh, I hate journalists. I can't stand media journalists. They're terrible. They're rotten." You know, the parent companies don't support the individual journalists who are getting like spammed and attacked. They're supporting their own interests, and it's a shadow company behind multiple well-known properties. Like most people don't know the parent company of the media they consume. They just know, oh, this is a brand I recognize. They're at fault, and they see them as an individual piece and not like part of a greater monolith.
I wonder if that's intentional.
Oh, it wholly is. And the thing is, these companies started as individual, but were bought out by the company. And people always say, oh, CPR used to be such a great publication. What happened to them? Well, bought out. You know what? Collider used to be such a great publisher. What happened to them? Well, they were bought out. You know, it's what comes down to. It's like, it's all those cases. It's like, well, a company bought them, the same company, Screen Rant, same thing. The Gamer, I think, was another one that they bought out. There's a bunch of companies they own, a bunch of publications they own, and they've all run the same way, you know, and it sucks because it's like, well, now it's what was once 15 sites with different perspectives and different means of trying to get attention and trying to make good stories. Gail Simone got her start writing for sites like CBR. Like that's so wild to me. Like people of note wrote for these sites. Now it's like, well, it's a corporation. And it sucks. It sucks that something that was such a bastion of creativity and like insight has become kind of a shell of its former self.
I have
a puppet, really.
I have a solution. Could I present it to you? This is my ultimate gatekeeping solution, and what we need to do.
Oh, actually, before you do that, Krim, this might affect your solution. Did I mention it was all a Canadian company that runs all the sites? So it's your fault, really. It's your fault.
Yeah, of course. Everything that happens in Canada is my fault. I am the one who bestowed Lillian Orchard onto the world. I birthed her from my womb.
And James Summerton too. Don't forget.
Yeah. Of course. Okay. What I was gonna say, is I think that we should allow people to make $999,000 and $999,999,999 and then once they tick over to $1 billion, I think that we should kill them.
I think it's the 99 balloons go floating by and I thought you were referencing something very specific there.
No, I'm saying that like I hate billionaires in a very stupid, long, drawn out way. And that I think the creation of the class of people that has more money than one person could ever spend in their entire lives, I think that that's literally ruined everything.
I think they should just eat every dollar over $1 billion, like physically in singles.
Yeah.
That would dissuade someone from being a billionaire if you have to if you have to devour the money into your own system.
Hey, people are coming for Canada. Okay, listen, we've got Elliot Page, we've got Celine Dion, we've got so many cool people up here. But you've got me, and I'm the best. I'm your favorite YouTuber. So honestly, I think that makes up for those.
There are a couple other YouTubers in Canada, I think. So in the social
yeah,
media,
but
in the essay category.
But I'm the best one.
You're gonna have to fight what other Canadian YouTubers? Sarah Z, who I'm not calling Sarah Z just because I'm American and stubborn. You got your own in Nova Scotia. You got some people there.
Yeah, but I'm the okay. I was gonna say I'm the best one in Nova Scotia, but I can't even say that because I love Nitro Rad. Nitro Rad, I know you're watching this because you're Anthony Gramolia's biggest fan. Hi.
Clearly.
If you ever want to collab or hang out at a con sometime, hit me up, please. I would love to do that. I've seen you at a con before. I don't know if I genuinely don't know if he would ever see this in his life, but like I would love to hang out with that guy. He's so cool, and I loved his panel last time I was at HowCon, so it'd be cool.
There's a lot of conventions I need to actually go to. It's been so long since I've been to a convention.
If
New York Comic Con in 2019.
I know that you can't. I know that you're going to be busy around HowCon, but
yeah. Can't say why yet though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it would be cool. It would be cool to hang out sometime. And I want to go to more cons too, because like the cons. Okay, look. I don't know if this is a gatekeeping conversation, but I need behaviors to change. You know, when you go to a con and you go to buy a figurine, listen. Okay, listen. Vendors, listen to me. I know that you guys really like hot girls, but I need you to make more little statuettes and figurines. I need you to bring more of the boy ones to the cons.
Oh yeah,
you're hurting my feelings. It's very homophobic that whenever I go to buy a figurine at a con, it's only like girls with their titties out, and like that's fine. Girls can have their titties out. I believe in feminism, but I would also like boys, and perhaps boys with their titties out.
All right, don't worry, Crib. I got you covered. Next time I go to a con, I'm going to fetch you all of the shirtless, sexy Gendo Ikari figurines.
No!
All of them. Don't worry. I know. You're asking for them.
Okay,
I'll make sure he has the gloves on.
What?
Everything.
What I really want is the little. All I really want is a little Kaoru and Shinji ninjoids, like the little ones. You know, little guys with the big old heads.
That sounds fair, but instead I'm gonna get you Gendo Ikari shaving.
No.
I'm gonna get him shaving off his beard with an uncomfortably big grin on his face. Don't worry, the gloves will stay on. He'll have the gloves on.
No.
He just won't have a beard.
Boys with their titty. Okay, no. Listen, fuck JoJo. I hate JoJo. Stop trying to make me like JoJo. I don't want.
The most controversial thing you've said all day. You don't like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Listen.
I know you tried. I know you.
I did. I
know
did
you tried
try
to watch
really hard. I just don't. It's just not my thing. Also, it's just not my kind of boy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sorry to be problematic. I'm into twinks. I'm sorry. Explode me if you want. It's just my preference. Okay.
Why would you say something so controversial and yet so brave?
Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate you. I know. I don't know if that's your tastes. I think I.
I had a whole video exposing my tastes, and it's
yeah. I haven't been able to watch that video yet. I was like, I feel like I'd learn too much about Anthony if I watched this.
You would, and I'm sure it would make everyone involved very uncomfortable. And I'm just gonna go with.
I'm glad. I mean, like I say that, like I'm so proud of you for being able to be that brave, as if I didn't draw a picture of myself dipping the Dark Magician.
Sorry, what?
Oh, hold on.
Why am I concerned by this?
No, it's
Why do I feel like I either don't? I'm not sure if I really want to see this or really don't want to see this.
You want to see it. You want to see it? Hold on. I
Okay.
guess I
You're
can.
sitting in like.
I'll just open it on
Yeah.
Tumblr.
Oh, okay. I'm scared.
You should be.
I am worried for my
You should
well-being
be.
right
You should
now.
be. Why? Okay. Hold on a second. I thought I could open it on Tumblr, but apparently I can't do that. I'll have to open it from my PC.
Huh.
Like a freaking pleb.
That's interesting.
Well, no, I just can't find it on. I thought I tagged it, but I didn't. So.
Huh. I see.
What are you I seeing about?
No, I'm saying I see. I see. I see all.
Okay. Did I save it under my streaming profile? Where did I put this? I know I freaking like what the hell? Hold on. I know I have it. I know I drew this thing. I'm going crazy.
Yes, that's what's happening.
Why are you talking? Why are you saying it like that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I know it's not that old. Where is it? Where the frick is it?
Yeah.
Anyway, here it is. I found it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, and then I will just make it visible on. I'll just very gently, just for a second, turn off reactive and then turn on. And then turn on Firefox. There we go. That's what I drew because somebody sent me an ask about Yu-Gi-Oh, and I said that I kissed the Dark Magician and then in my turn. So I drew that. So I can't really judge you for your tastes.
Wait, where is it? I don't see it yet.
I mean, I could also just send it to you, I suppose.
That's true. Where did you post it?
I haven't posted yet. I just put it on my stream for all the world to see.
I don't see it on
laugh at
stream.
me. Okay, cool.
Oh, I'm behind. Now I see it. Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
That's actually a fantastic piece of art. Actually, I love that.
Thank you. I have amazing taste. And
that is pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. I love the slight, mild discomfort, but also like blushing in the artwork.
Yeah. In this universe, I'm tall enough to do that as well.
Right? It's pretty great.
Thank you. So now everybody knows my taste and can make fun of me. Solidarity with you, I guess. Actually,
now it's there forever.
There forever.
I have not drawn any arrow art of myself or had anyone draw arrow art of myself, so I can't speak to that. Though I have been drawn as a furry before, which is not something I've necessarily asked for.
I mean, it's on a thumbnail, isn't it?
What? Yeah, basically, it is. It's pretty great. It's pretty fantastic.
Oh yeah, Adrian was the one who asked. Adrian was the one who sent the ask that made me draw the picture.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it. Love it.
Anyway, where were we? We were talking about kissing boys.
I don't even know what we were talking about anymore. We were talking about, okay, so we got sidetracked pretty far. Okay, so here's something else I think that's worth discussing, because I feel like there's a few topics that we can discuss before we both pass out. And you've been here over 4 hours. Wow.
5 hours almost.
So almost 5 hours, yeah. So, like, I think one factor too with all of this gatekeeping discussion, in terms of fandom especially, is we kind of go into the point of like, where is it where we have talked too much about, like, not talked enough about like certain people and avoided other people and try to isolate others. I think we kind of go for people who have a bad take a little too hard sometimes, like one bad take, as opposed to those who are consistently bad. You know what I mean?
Do you know of anybody that's consistently bad?
Yeah, and I've responded to them. There's some really more than once, actually.
I'm making a joke.
I thought you were being serious. I'm like, well, actually, you should know a couple too. Actually, at least one.
Yeah, no, I'm being a goober. Yeah, no, I agree.
Did you see? Okay, so I'm not sure if you saw this or not, because I think it might have been on your server or someone else's where I found the one of the posts where Lily was like getting angry at me for like calling out her bullshit again. Where I think she called me.
He's not coming to Canada.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's not gonna show up in Canada. I'm like, nah, Lily, I'll show up. If the DashCon tickets came through, I would have been there. And, like, I have to go across the entire country of Canada. Like, it's Toronto. Like, it's Nova Scotia,
like,
sure, but not the country.
For Nova Scotians, like, Toronto is far away because we never go anywhere. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, but it's as far a plane ride as I'd have to take to get to Toronto. Like, it's not relatively speaking, it's not that long.
Yeah, but anyway,
it's a 2-hour flight.
What was your point?
Oh, my point was basically that I think we kind of treat a lot of people like they're the scum of the internet when in actuality they said one bad thing once.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have to learn to stop with the and I get caught doing this too, so I'm not saying I'm above this. It's criticism I levy at myself too, that we kind of need to just chill out a little bit, because we expect people to be perfect constantly, and when they screw up once or twice, an example I think of a lot is the Lindsay Ellis cancellation.
Yeah, over one stupid freaking Twitter post.
And was it a dumb tweet? Yeah, it wasn't a great tweet, but like it wasn't worth like sending death threats and extremely sexist, extremely body shaming, extremely biphobic bullshit at her for what amounted to basically something that was a common criticism of the movie when it finally did come out. Like, her criticism was, this looks kind of like Avatar: The Last Airbender a little bit. And I'm like, and everyone was like, it was a justified response, kind of going like, you shouldn't really criticize the few Asian inspired pieces of animation from mainstream studio before it comes out. Like, let's wait till it comes out. That's a fair level headed criticism. But people were like acting like, the problem also is that was co-opted by people who wanted to get mad at her.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem too. It was co-opted by those who already had an axe to grind and wanted to punish a woman for being outspoken online.
Yep.
Was she right? Who knows? That's not really the point.
Does she need to be right every single time?
Yeah. To be like justified not having heat mob sent after her and her family, which is also worth pointing out that at that point I'm pretty sure she had like kids or a kid at least.
Yeah, I think my next point kind of goes into that.
Yeah, okay, go for it.
I think that we should be less focused on gatekeeping in order and like pushing people out of the community. I think I like that more. It's like pushing people out, maintaining safety in our community. I like that idea a little bit more. Not when people have a bad opinion, but when people pose an actual threat. When people are like breaking the rules of engagement, such as filing false copyright strikes. And
funny that works out. They're still here though.
or like there's just been some nasty things like doxing. Like, there's just so much stuff that it's like, you shouldn't be allowing people to do this. Yes, even if they're making a lot of money. I think that it's like, I think it would be better if we could focus on that. And if we had the mechanisms in place and the infrastructure in place to be like, this person is abusing their space or is abusing their place in this space or their platform or what have you. And they should no longer have access to that because they're using that access to hurt people. I think bare minimum, that's where we start. If somebody is continuously hurting other people, get out. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. I'm seeing comments also mentioning Joe Cat and Alienation. Joe Cat, who actually does know who I am. I'll say that. That's the one case where you might be correct on that one. Which is, I think, really awesome. I love Joe Cat. I think he's amazing. He got like canceled online because he liked girls. Not like sexual, not like super like not, sexually, yeah, but like he liked them in like a way where it was like yeah, he likes women, and here are the types of women he likes, and no one had an issue with it because he was doing it in a way that was like funny and sweet and endearing and sincere. Like he was just being honest online. He doesn't seem like the kind of, from everything I know about Joe Cat, he seems like the kind of guy who authentically is his authentic self online and just likes being nice to people. Like, not like he doesn't put on a show about it. He just seems like a genuinely chill person who might be a little awkward and socially wonky sometimes, but like does so with the intent of actually being kind to people. And you can tell that because he has so many people who are like, okay, now I'm saying that, but I really shouldn't say that. Now I'm thinking about it because, like, after the Neil Gaiman thing, it's like, well, you have people defending him too, but Joe Cat seems really chill. And the one thing people were pissy about was that he made a video about him liking girls that was slightly cringe, and this was such a terrible sin apparently that people sent death threats to him and sent like concerning messages to his house. Like, what the fuck, you know? And the alienation thing is just as infuriating because she made a video about fat phobia that people misconstrued as quote unquote glorifying obesity, which is A, ridiculous because I don't think alienation is obese, for one. Two, it wasn't about that. So you're already missing the point. But what made it worse was that they then made videos misconstruing her expressing a response to that and acting like she was taking this unreasonable approach when all she was doing was trying to like protect people from like attacks against their personhood, like against bullying, basically. And I'm missing some details of it, but people lied about what was actually said and done, and it spread a hate campaign against her. And it really sucks because she didn't do anything wrong. She was just misconstrued and misinterpreted by people who had an axe to grind, who had attacked her first, you know? And it really sucks because it rewards bullying on this platform in a way that's unheard of. And that's career threatening. That's not just like, oh, you felt bad about yourself online. That's like threatening your income, which is really fucked, especially at the level that it happened with alienation over what it was.
And you get somebody like me, who's if somebody threatens my income on this platform, that would suck. I make pretty good money on this platform right now. I would say I could make more, but I could be doing I could do a lot worse. And I'm pretty happy where I'm at right now. If my position as a YouTuber was threatened, that would go away. Not only that, if it got bad enough that people doxed me, if my real name and face became public knowledge, my career outside of YouTube would also be over. Because like, it's not, even if I didn't do anything wrong, just being able to Google my name and be like, oh, there's a result here, would mean I would not be able to work in the field that I have been training to work in since I was like 26, which is disheartening. Like, I'm putting myself out here a little bit. I'm trying to be private. This is part of the reason why I was so freaked out when somebody contacted me from my real life and was like, oh, it's you.
You're awesome still, by the way.
Yeah. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just like in the moment really jump scared me. But yeah, and like, it's frustrating to be a part of this space where that like, and you could be like, and look, I'm not gonna lie, I have heavily criticized some people. I've come out against people that I believed in the past that I had to, and when it was not necessarily like something that was a good idea. I've also heavily criticized people when I think they're stupid and they're dumb and they're stupid, and I should be able to criticize them because they're dumb and stupid. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that. And I think it's good to be able to pick apart criticisms like that. But also every time I do that, and it's somebody that's bigger than me, I'm putting myself at risk. And if that person decided to, they could make me internet famous overnight in a way that I really wouldn't like.
See, for me, I have a different problem where I target people who are bigger than me.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of what I'm doing. I've only ever gone after people that are bigger than me. So that's kind of scary. Because again, they could make the decision that like, actually, fuck you. Look at this person who thought they could do something. Bite them. I'd be fucked. Considering
Exactly.
like I've called out MatPat, I didn't really call out iDubbbz. I kind of more like kind of went over his evolution and if he was still able to entertain people. But I've gone after Dominic Noble. I've gone after like Anita Sarkeesian. Like I've had, and I've talked about you, and
Exactly.
I think
But the thing
any
is, they're
one
also
of
not
the
going to ever like be mean to you.
Yes.
On the internet.
but you have the ability to fuck up my life quite a bit if you wanted to. I'm not saying that you would, but you could.
Oh yeah, if I wanted to, but
And
I would hope you trust me not to.
I absolutely do. I absolutely do. But the problem comes in that there's nothing. It feels like there's nothing in place to protect me in this sort of situation. If somebody
that's because YouTube's a company that want to have to take accountability for anyone on the platform doing something awful.
Especially for the bigger channels because they don't want to miss out on that income. So they're incentivized to allow, like, if they chose to come after me, YouTube is incentivized to allow them to do that. And
exactly. It's awful.
Yeah. And that's terrifying. It's a new, smaller YouTuber. Okay. I have some super chats and then we can continue.
Oh, yeah? And it
Madeline, thank you for the super chat. Or no, Madeline. Wow. Angels Art and Gaming.
I was going to say, Madeline's still here?
No, yeah. Angels Art and Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Madeline is coming through the bus radio at work. Next super chat, also from Angels Art and Gaming. I feel with the figures. Fender has my Shirone. Wow, I don't know that character. Has my and female Terry Bogard, no boy KOF figures. How dare you not like JoJo XD
yeah, King of Fighters.
JK.
Love that.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, King of Fighters stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's not an area you're familiar with, I think, right?
No, I'm not really much of
a...
The only fighter game that I really played and enjoyed was Soul Calibur.
I like Soul Calibur quite a bit, though. Yeah. I do like that one a lot.
I haven't
an uncomfortable amount.
Yeah. Of course you like fucking Soul Calibur. You're so bi.
Exactly.
Angels
it's
Art
not my fault.
And Gaming, and yet another super chat. The Joe Cat situation made me so mad. I relate to that video, so I use it as a coming out video. I too am cringe who likes girls. Yeah.
The best sin to have. Well, not one of the best sins to have, I should say.
I like bullying girls. That's about it. That's
fair.
That's why I had Madeline here earlier, so I could bully her.
There we go.
Anyway, no. In all seriousness, yeah. So I feel like there should be more gatekeeping in that way, and I don't even know if that's gatekeeping at that point because they're already part of the community. I just think if they start fucking up in that way, they should leave. Especially if it's a pattern, like if they keep on like sending their audiences after small YouTubers or abusing the system, get out of here.
Yeah, I can't imagine you talking about. That's such a vague, unspecific thing.
Now, it makes it. It's difficult because you don't want to restrict people's speech, and if someone is doing something you don't agree with, I think you should be able to say something. But again, we're human beings, not a machine. So I feel like we can figure something out. It doesn't have to be like a binary system that we feed into a computer and it spits out who gets to stay and who gets to leave.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think that there's a particular situation that's kind of surrounding both of us and has been for months now, that this person cannot keep our names out of their mouth.
Oh yeah, no. Oh, 100%.
And it's like it goes beyond.
We're going there right now?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And it goes. Listen,
yeah.
I'm trying not to talk about her content because I don't give a shit about her content. I do give a shit about the allegations, but I don't think that there's anything like that's out in the open now. There's nothing more that can be said about those. I am purely speaking as as her coworker, that is a YouTuber right now, that she makes me feel very unsafe, and I don't think she should be allowed to be in the space with us. She's abusing the system, and she's fucking it up for everybody, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, 100%. And the thing that comes down to it is that she is, okay. And that's the thing too. Like, I've gotten criticism for like talking about her too much, and I agree. It's not worth like sinking a ton of time and attention into. But like, her stuff is consistently terrible, and she hasn't stopped being terrible. Like, the problem is she's talked bad about us so often and so relentlessly, and we're just freaking doing whatever we want. We're doing our own thing, and she'll still like her channel. Her Tumblr gets knocked off the platform, and she decides to send a hate mob against me. And she says, "Oh, they're watching the stream. They're doing this." I was getting eggs. I was buying eggs. I got messages on Discord telling me, "Hey, Lily is trying to destroy your channel." I'm like, "Oh God, what is it? What is it this week? Is this a Sunday?"
I think that was the weekend that I was like doing a lot of my Wicked stuff. Like, I'm totally focused on other projects. And yeah, admittedly, yeah, I'm bringing her up now. Maybe part of me can't keep her name out of my mouth either, but it's genuinely because at this point I feel like she is threatening the livelihoods of me and my friends.
I mean, she threatened to dox me, so like, I mean, it's not really going to be any good. I gave her information that's been doxed years ago already, so it's not like it's anything shocking. Like, oh, okay, you're gonna. That's the one good thing about not being anonymous on the internet. It's like, well, okay, what are you gonna do? Dox me again? Like, you can't do it. It's like, so I have a little bit more wiggle room in that sense, but most people don't, yourself included, and it's very threatening when you threaten that kind of thing. So it's like, I think I have a degree of protection in the sense that like they've already done it. Like, they've done what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
But anything beyond that is where you go into the actions of like criminal behavior, in which case, well, you really can't stop that beyond the law. Like, if you want to cross that line, which is extremely uncommon, even for people like Hassan don't get like that level of attack physically. So if you want to really cross that line, I can't really stop you there. But like, do you want to throw your life away over an internet fight? That's ridiculous. The point is, though, it's like you get to the point where like she's done everything she could do to me, and she realizes that there's nothing more she can do that she hasn't successfully done already, or hasn't been successfully done to me at some other point.
I feel like that's tends to be when she fucking mentions me. Is when it's like, well, I can't say anything about Anna anymore. Hey, you, you fucking little turf bimbo, like, and it's like, what the fuck?
Exactly. It's like, that's the and that's the problem. It's like you realize that everything she's doing, she's just flailing. Like, her Tumblr got deleted. That's not any of our faults. We had nothing to do with it, but she jumped to us because it's the easy solution. And notice how she never mentions June.
Well, because June
the
can
king
squish her under his fucking boot. But she easily can very, he's probably rolling in it, and if she tried shit with him, he would be like, haha, and just squish her under like a fucking baker's dozen of lawyers. And the only reason that she comes after me, you, and Sai is because we're small and bite-sized, and she feels like she can handle us.
What's funny though is I have here I use Social Blade sometimes.
Oh jeez.
Which is such a fun platform to make you feel insecure in yourself.
Oh boy.
But Social Blade is very fun if you want to have a quick gander at your projection. So I have something that has the comparing function on Social Blade. So YouTube comparison. Gonna compare my channel, Anthony Pumulia, to Lily's channel. So that's CD Cal now.
I don't know if it'll be updated. I know that there's been
problems. It's updated every day.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, I'm looking at it right now. And so you look at total subscribers for Lily and myself, and I'm catching up very quickly. at the estimates they have, based purely on both of our channel trajectories, assuming nothing really changes, and they've been pretty accurate with me so far. Again, anything can change. I could slow my growth can slow, my growth can accelerate depending on how I do things. But they expect I'm gonna within 7 months cross over Lily in terms of subscriber count.
Interesting.
Yeah. Not in terms of total views, mind you. She still has me eclipsed there for a very long time. But in terms of subscriber count, I'll eclipse her if she keeps losing subscribers at the rate she has, which is there's nothing that seems to indicate that that's going to stop. Within the next year.
The thing, it's hard to do it around this time of year because January, February is like you don't get a lot of, it's not good. But
100%.
like, yeah, mine is also pretty steadily going up. I had a bit of a flat period like in January, but I think that's pretty common. I don't know how do I look at the yearly thing?
Yearly?
Yeah.
Like over the course of the whole year on Social Blade?
Yeah.
All right, are you sure? Let me look
like
at your screen. I can tell you.
Okay.
It's usually like you click on the channel and it goes like over the course of like. Because what I did was I went to the compare function on Social Blade, which is on the top bar of it.
Right.
It's not like a super. That just shows like general last year or so of like. But if you compare it to like the problem is you got to compare it to a channel of a similar size, or else like you feel really bad about yourself, which I did a couple times. It's not fun. It's like
I'm apparently a negative B grade, and
that's good.
Yeah,
that's good actually. That's usually most people float at B or negative B. Most like successful channels float around B, negative B. I'm at B. But I was at negative B for a while, even though I was gaining a lot of subscribers.
I had a rough January. I'm not gonna.
Well, that happens though.
Yeah,
you can't look at it month to month. But you can't look at it month to month. You gotta look at it like a longer period of time. Like my mistake was looking at like day to day like views, and that's like not healthy because
future projections.
Yeah, take a look at it. It's good.
2 months. I should be at 2.6K.
That's good.
And I will apparently hit 10K next year if I keep at it.
And it's assuming, of course, you don't get a bumps at some point for something else you do, which happens a lot.
Yeah.
That's the thing with Social Blade why it's inaccurate. Like I've got huge bumps over time, and then you go back to the regular viewer count. And it's like, okay, this is the regular audience. Here's what who usually shows up. And then you get the one video that gets huge and big, and then there's a huge bump in that. And it's like you see the gradual increase over time. Like you can't look week to week, month to month. You gotta look year over year, really. Like you gotta look at the big picture. Because YouTube's designed to make you feel insecure in yourself. It's meant to go, okay, why didn't you hit why is this video not doing as well as your previous 9? Well, it's because it wasn't the topic that appealed to everyone. Versus, overall, your lowest video of this 10-month period is better than it was a year ago. That's what you should be looking at. Now,
that's true.
Mentality has really helped me a lot with mental health in this platform. Because it's designed to make you feel insecure, so you work harder and work on more stuff and fit the algorithm better. But if you keep at what you're doing and make sure you're doing stuff that like you're passionate about, but also your audience finds interesting, you can continue to make an audience that's engaged. And you can have an occasional flop here or there, but the good stuff is what matters, and the good stuff helps. And I think your February's been stronger than your January by far.
Thank you. Now I do want to, related to this and related to the discussion of gatekeeping, have you noticed that some, and maybe one of the people that we were talking about earlier is one of these people that does this, that there are some people that are like weird about the quote unquote like new YouTubers, and that like the old guard is being like abandoned? I haven't
noticed that necessarily. Is there a specific person who's done that? I'm not sure if I've seen that personally.
Lily's been claiming
Lily. Well, Lily has the problem with Lily is that she hasn't changed her content in the last.
I've seen it from
5 years.
I've seen it from other people too. That the algorithm is favoring newer channels and like just letting older channels slip off the algorithm or whatever.
It's possible, but again, Dominic Noble's had success at like 10 years
I guess
on the platform.
I guess I'm saying it because it feels a little gatekeepy.
Well, the problem there is that they're not able to maintain interest with their audience. Like a lot of older. Okay, I guess one example of that would be Shad. Actually, that's a good example I could think of. Shad does that. But Shad's problem is multifaceted. His content just isn't interesting.
Fucking right, it's multifaceted. That's like the most multifaceted problem that I've ever fucking seen. Jesus Christ.
Right? It's like there's so many levels to why his channel is plummeting in views.
It's like how to fucking lose every subscriber that you've gained in the past decade and a half in 1 year.
Exactly. Like he really imploded, and it was all over his Mario takes because like when he's making sword stuff and like castle stuff, people were interested. When he was writing a book, people were interested. And like this is just ridiculous and absurd. Using a controversial example, considering the back and forth, I'm still not sure how accurate anything is about this story because it keeps changing and shifting. But in terms purely of metrics, a creator like Daniel Green is, which is a whole discussion. I'm not getting into that.
You're gonna get me freaking like thrown in a trunk, Anthony. Don't say that name here.
Okay, well,
go ahead.
A particular book, but like if you look at his view count, he's still getting strong views even after being like going through that controversy. Like, yeah, people had a back and forth about like how accurate all the information was and all that, and I'm not sure where I stand on it, so I'm not going to speak to that because last time I spoke about a topic that I wasn't fully informed about, it was not fun for anyone, so I have the wisdom not to give an opinion. But I will say this, in terms of the algorithm, he wasn't in any dangerous position. He lost apparently several subscribers, he lost sponsorship deals, but in terms of his catch-up game, he's been doing well catching back up in the algorithm. He hasn't skipped a beat because he understands how the algorithm functions. A lot of the old guard on YouTube does not, because they're used to a different algorithm. The problem is they have to adjust to a changing ecosystem.
You see it? It's interesting because I've come into certain spaces. Another part of YouTube that I really like watching now, but didn't like watching when it first premiered on YouTube because the old guard of this community sucked. Is like Atheist and Skeptic Tube.
Oh God! Okay, we're talking about Skeptic Tube. Okay,
well, it
that's
has
different.
surprisingly shifted to the left, like quite intensely.
You found it? I found the opposite mostly. I found most of them shifted right.
Well, I'm talking about the new guard, not the old people.
Oh, the new
guard of Skeptic Tube. I'm talking Mini Minuteman. I'm talking Guts at Gibbon. I'm talking Vice Rhino. Vice Rhino's been around for a while, but he's always been pretty decent, I think.
I misunderstood what you meant. Well, you look at someone like Emma Thorne? Not Emma Thorne. It's what?
English one?
Yes.
The Atheist? Yeah.
Oh, it's Emma Thorne. Yeah, Emma Thorne. There we go. Yeah,
okay, Emma Thorne. I thought it was.
She's pretty left. Definitely extremely queer, extremely and even her content's pretty solid. And it's very atheist material as well.
If you even go to somebody like Sir Sick, who like you look at his icon, I'm like, I know who this kind of guy is. And dude's a bastard. But he's pretty progressive. He's actually quite progressive, right? And I find that so interesting in terms of what that space used to be like when I was younger, right? Like when I was in my late teens, early 20s. That was
Amazing
a mess.
Atheist.
Yeah, the Amazing Atheist and like all of his ilk. Like that was garbage.
What'd that banana do though?
Anthony, behave. But
yeah,
and it's. I think it's because it's interesting with that community because like they recognize that like the people that aligned with the views that old guard was presenting kind of stopped being atheist quite a while ago. So
another Christian fundamentalist.
well
bizarrely
now,
enough.
well
I feel like we went from
now
one extreme to the next.
it's interesting because now like new skeptic tube is like attacking science denialism and like hey like realizing that hey wait a minute, there's a bunch of American kids that are getting homeschooled now, and this might be the first time that anybody's telling them that no, the earth is not in fact 6,000 years old, it's much older than that.
Which is such a bizarre thing to say, but also in America such
yeah.
common. It's amazing how homeschooling has kind of screwed up an entire bunch of people. Especially if you're not homeschooled. I mean, if you're homeschooled well, that's one thing. If you're homeschooled poorly, it's a very different thing. You know,
the point right now is that like you're homeschooling them badly. So
yeah,
that is kind of
like look at
yeah.
To use an example of someone who came to mind very quickly, Jar. If you want to have a YouTuber who's homeschooled poorly, look at that.
Oh my
there's your
God.
example right there. Jar is a mess.
Dude, he should have been exposed to kids his own age growing up. I think that would have fucking
half of Jar's problems is he never interacted with a human being like who could tell him to shut up to his face. Or
Yeah.
he never had to deal with someone who like wanted to throw him in the locker.
yeah.
Sometimes you need that. Sometimes you need to have someone who like makes you who puts you into perspective like maybe you're not right all the time. And that like forces you to kind of learn how to interact with other human beings in a way that doesn't make you a creep to others. But
I do want to correct
or makes you defend a pedophile.
yeah.
Like an actual groomer.
Like an actual yeah, one that's like, yeah, no, I did that. Yeah. No, 100%.
Because you think she's hot. Which is so screwed up. Like
well, I know she's a predator, but she's so sexy. Like, what the fuck, dude?
He's never met her. He's a girlfriend. Like what stupid like okay, I'm sorry. I can't with this. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I
like,
want to correct
so many
something
levels.
in chat right now. Skepticism isn't supposed to just be science denialism. That's not what I'm talking about. Skeptic tube is like people that like would shit all over religion and like, hey, you should only believe in facts and knowledge. And like was very anti-Christian, and then it turned out actually to be very anti-feminist and like racist and stuff too. That being said, it's gotten better as the right has shifted more to be heavily evangelical, and so that sort of content tends to appeal to evangelical people. And the people doing that deconstruction of religion are progressives who are like, you know, trying to help people. And usually the ones that I've seen, actual science educators with degrees. I've seen therapists go into it. And it's just been people, again, with like expertise in the field. So like PhD students, like it's just, you know, it's nice to see, I guess. And I appreciate it.
Exactly. And I think also a factor is that when you deal with being under the thumb of those oppressive belief systems and you finally reject them, it's like a convert to a religion. You suddenly have a very strong sense of wanting to promote it. And I think a lot of these people who are homeschooled and a lot of people who were under the thumb of a specific belief system, when they finally are free of it, they get really passionate about helping others break free as well. And I think what you're going to see in the next couple of years is a very large resurgence of the left belief system on YouTube, much like how the right had a resurgence during the Obama years. Because whenever you get like a strong rise of a certain political belief system, you get its counterbalance as well. And I think with Gen Z, a lot of people don't realize this. There's a heavy right-wing pipeline for boys, especially for cis boys, I should specify. And I think you're going to see the opposite of that swing the other way. I hope, is what I think will happen in the future.
Well, it's because
I'm not sure.
the mainstream media, like people are getting what they want. So like, why would you go onto YouTube to get mainstream opinions when it's like the people are going to start coming to YouTube for progressive opinions because they're harder to find in the mainstream.
Exactly, and Google's probably going to indulge it because they know they can make profit off of the marketplace of ideas on both sides of the issue. Like, don't forget, companies love this arguing. They love it. They don't want they love to profit off of the back and forth online.
Absolutely.
They love this stuff. As long as no one's threatening anyone, in which case they get sued. Beyond that, they're like, oh, go for it. I want to. They're just sitting back with popcorn because they don't give a crap either way. They're just like, okay, well fuck it. I'll reap the benefits at the end of the day.
I would
Yeah.
also say that something I really appreciate in the current skeptic/atheist tube right now is that it isn't just like, there are people that are coming from a lived experience of like, I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, I used to be an evangelical Baptist, I used to be a Mormon, and there are people coming with that experience. But what I like and what I really value as somebody who's like kind of really matured in my in my journey away from all of that, that so many of them are just like literally just scientists and anthropologists and biologists and like know what they're talking about, so are coming at it from a place of intelligence and just being very educated on the topic, and they know how to have academic discourse and discussion and present an idea to people to teach them, so that the people listening can learn. And I appreciate that. And like, don't get me wrong, I will watch a Sursic video and I'll laugh my ass off over some stupid preacher saying the most dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, and him being like, you're an idiot. Like, I admit that I will watch that. But I think I get much more benefit out of the former, where it's just like, hey, like, this is wrong and this is why it's wrong and this is how it's wrong and what these ideas do and this is what you can do to counter it. Like, I appreciate that.
100% agree with that. And it's, I mean, I was mentioned at the top of this, I'm Catholic, so I have a very different belief system.
Yeah, I
but
respect
like,
that.
I'm an Italian Catholic, which means we will yell at the priests and argue with them in the church. Like, that's the difference between like an Italian Catholic and anyone else. Like, Italians love to fight, and they especially love to fight with people who say that they're right and you're wrong. They will they will argue with us traffic light into changing, if they could get away with it.
Yeah, that's
So,
not
like,
something you're allowed to do as a Protestant.
No.
And you'll get you.
No.
That would get you in a lot of trouble.
Well, even then, the Catholic Church is by design supposed to go like, well, you're supposed to listen to the Pope entirely. The Pope is the sole authority. But one of the most iconic Italians of all time is Dante Alighieri, who like said, "Nah, these popes are all in hell because I don't like them." It's like, that's the most Italian thing in the world, just to argue with, like, and it's like whenever you see a Protestant person discuss Catholicism, they come from a place where they don't totally get it. It's hard to explain the mindset.
Mhm.
Like, there's such a guilt to Catholicism. Like, it's a guilt-centric belief system where it's meant to go, no, you're at fault. You were born wrong. And you should feel bad about that, but also do better. That kind of mentality.
And that's
why
I think Wicked is such a good Catholic book.
Exactly. When you said that, I knew exactly what you meant immediately. It's like the idea of guilt is such a key element of all Catholic media.
And then
like self-reflection and how you're wrong, but also you can do better, but also
her being like Elphaba, the Wicked Witch, her being an atheist, but towards the end of the book, when it's clear that she can make a wish and it'll be granted, possibly, her wishing she had a soul. That was brilliant writing, I think. I loved that.
Exactly. And again, like, it's, and that's very Catholic as well. It's all Catholic stuff.
The thing is,
like,
the thing with I'm sorry, I'm spurging about my stupid book. I'm sorry. But the thing is, it doesn't even feel like that she doesn't believe. It's not that she doesn't believe in God. It's just more like, fuck you. I'm not going to support any of you. So she seems to believe she just is against the idea of religion and faith.
Well, that's a real Christian thing too, where it's like, you can't just not believe in something. You have to be at active war with it. It's the idea of Satan too, where Satan's whole thing, and again, this is going off of Paradise Lost and not the other interpretations of Satan, where maybe he's on God's side, because there's various interpretations of the text. The core interpretation of Satan is in Paradise Lost by John Milton. So again, not Catholic canon. A work of fiction, is that he was so prideful he wanted to wage war on the guy who wounded his pride. It's like where it's like everyone who's against the hierarchy is just doing it because they're pissy and extra and an angry twink who wants to get back at like the person who
My
spurred them on.
favorite.
Like, it's great. It's fantastic. So it's like that's the mentality. That's the approach in Catholic belief systems, that if you are at war with God, it's because you are angry at God. But there's also the idea of losing the faith, of losing faith in this idea. And that's one reason why I think one of the best my favorite Catholic works, I should say, not the best, because I said Name of the Rose is one of the best. Well, one of my favorite Catholic works is The Exorcist.
Mhm.
William Peter Blatty's The Exorcist, who himself has beliefs I firmly disagree with. I should emphasize right on top. But it's the whole idea of a lack of faith, of those who are malicious exploiting those who have doubts, which is, again, a very Catholic idea as well.
Mhm.
Anyway, I feel like I'm going off on a tangent here. I think I have to probably start backing off today to get the food out of the refrigerator and consume it.
Yeah, I think maybe we should present our closing thoughts about gatekeeping and
Indeed.
and wrap it up. And if anybody has any questions, we could probably take a couple.
Indeed.
But we should start wrapping it up.
Yeah, since it's your show, maybe you want to go first or last. You decide.
Okay, I think that my sort of closing thoughts, and again, I allowed my ideas to be shifted a little bit on this. I don't think that gatekeeping in and of on its face is a 100% bad thing all of the time. I just think that maybe we need to do it differently, and we should do it more from within the community, making sure that everybody's safe and everybody is comfortable. And also, when there's newcomers in our subcultures and in our communities, approach them with the intention to teach and to nurture rather than to push away. But we should also always be keeping our eyes peeled to make sure that everybody in our community is safe and nobody's getting hurt or taken advantage of. And I think that's first and foremost. No cops at Pride, no Nazis in punk, and no fucking weird 50-year-olds and 40-year-olds and 30-year-olds playing Yu-Gi-Oh cards with kids and hugging them without permission. But anyway,
on that one,
what's your closing thoughts?
My closing thoughts are simple. I think that we just need to respect that conversations have to happen on this platform that are tough, that are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we try to make things worse for those around us, then we probably deserve to be pushed out of the platform. And I mean that in general terms, not simply like, oh, hey, you're different from us, therefore you're not good. I mean, in our niche, like if your whole thing is stomping on the little guy, if your whole thing is not disagreeing on a text and having an argument across the internet, but genuinely trying to push out anyone who you think of as undesirable out of the way, there's a good chance you're doing something wrong too. To quote the Catholic proverb, you try to pluck the splinter out of your brother's eye, but miss the beam of wood sticking out of your own.
Yeah.
It's like you focus too much on what everyone else is doing wrong, but you don't notice that you're doing a ton wrong as well, and not you or me specifically, but in general.
Yeah, I think it's
and there's
common.
People who what? Oh yeah, it's common, and there's people who screw up. There's people who make mistakes. And they get penalized far worse than those who are actively bullying tons of other people on this platform. And I think that's wrong. I think it's ethically wrong. Because you should be trying to make a space productive and beneficial and raising people up and elevating others. If your problem is that you're afraid of a new guard of YouTuber, then why don't you just try to work with them? Don't fight them, align with them, because a rising tide lifts all ships.
Yep.
If that's what you're really afraid of, then collaborate. That's what I think they should do. But I could be wrong on that one. Who knows?
I think
as opposed to making them the enemy.
I think that some of those bridges have burned, Anthony.
For some, a certain someone has burned every bridge and keeps torching whatever lanes leading to salvation remain. But for some people, if you're an older YouTuber who is afraid of the new guard, work with them. Don't work against them. I don't know. I just
Yeah,
don't see the profit in being so
I-
aggressive with people.
I only bite a little bit. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I'll bite too. I'll strike back if there's attack.
Oh no, I mean like no. I don't mean like out of aggression. I just that's just my thing.
Oh yeah, well I think the commentary is important. I think the back and forth is important. But there's a difference between commenting on ideas and like trying to like send your massive followers to destroy anyone you see as a potential threat.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I was making a biting joke, but it's fine, Anthony. It's fine.
It went over my head. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
Does anybody have any questions before we say goodnight? Give it a couple seconds, I suppose, to catch up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll keep doing that voice. I think it's funny.
It's
Kind of, not really.
There is something.
It's something. Have you
they're
ever seen
just-
Fargo, the movie Fargo.
Once Upon a Time, yeah.
Oh, because that movie, I don't know why. I always like in my head quote it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know why my brain chemistry makes me do that, but it happens. So,
What is your
that's
favorite color? Take a wild fucking guess, dude.
Crimson. I think your favorite. I think you're really a fan of the color yellow.
I mean, I do like yellow. It's just not my favorite.
You're a fan of yellow. You know the same people who like yellow.
No.
I don't know either. I was making conversation about colors.
Ooh, what deck did I use to play? Or are you just asking that from somebody? Oh. What happens if you don't kick anyone out of a group? You mean for gatekeeping?
I play blue. I played blue decks. Magic the Gathering, I think it is.
Yeah. I didn't play Magic the Gathering. I played Yu-Gi-Oh, and I had a couple decks. I had a Dark Magician deck and a Harpy deck. And
I can tell. You seem like someone who liked Dark Magician.
Fuck you. I made that pretty clear earlier. No, you're not. Anyway, ever thought about getting a tattoo? I have one. And yes, I do. What happens if you don't kick anyone out of a group? I meant like on topic questions, but
You left the door open too wide. So now all the Magic nerds are coming in.
Yeah, fuck.
Can't wait for the Final Fantasy deck. I'm going to do a draft of that with my friends. I hope if they're still up for that.
Good luck. Good luck. You'll have to show it to
you.
me. I, as a Final Fantasy nerd. Anyway, what happens if you don't kick anyone out of a group? I think in terms of unsafe people, which is who I'm concerned with more, I think what happens is that all of the good people leave and you're left with a group of shitty people. Honestly, I think that's what happens.
100%.
And somebody's asking me for music. I listen to a lot of post-punk. I consider myself a goth and listen to a lot of goth. And actually, funny that you asked that, because right now I'm working on a music playlist to share with you guys. So, what do we think when someone does dark humor? I mean, that's fine. Yeah, these questions aren't super related to the topic, so I think we're gonna start wrapping it up. If you're good with that, Anthony.
I think I am. I think I'm pretty good. I just sent you. Sent you the Magic cards.
Ooh.
I don't think it's all of them. I think it's only a number of them, but like even so.
Okay, I'll look at them later.
Yeah, I don't think they've announced all of them yet, but cause it's still pre-order. I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
so,
okay. I'll take.
Yeah, it comes out June, so they haven't announced all the cards yet. But like, they got like the Moogles, they got Shiva, they got Cecil. The Tonberry is a card. They got like wait, wasn't the Cactars, Chocobos. They got Garland, Sin. They got a lot of. They got Cloud, Sephiroth, Terra, Titus.
Ooh, somebody
Shokal.
asked somebody else asked us a really interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody is kicked out of one group for a good reason, should they be kicked out of all groups?
No. It depends. You know,
Yeah, like all
something.
It always depends, I think.
I don't think people should be homeless. everyone needs their niche. But if they're like a criminal who's like, no, that's not fair either. Criminals deserve
If
love
they're,
too. I'm
if
talking
it,
like a sexual assault. Really, is the one that I will tar and shame them for.
one thing that I think we came back to a couple times when Madeline was here is Nazis in the punk movement.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
probably shouldn't be welcome anywhere.
No, fuck Nazis. They suck.
Yeah,
I think it's a very controversial statement to make. Nazis
Yeah,
should not be allowed in any punk group.
Yeah, and they probably if they're like, oh well, we're going to the goth group, kick them out from there too. Give them no quarter. Like, don't let them. I mean, like, listen, I get it. People get better sometimes, and if they stop being a Nazi and start smartening up and not doing that, then yeah, I guess. I mean, like, it's complicated when it comes to Nazis because that's such an extreme.
Yeah, like there's
set
a
of
certain.
beliefs.
I think the term is overused online to an
Yeah.
extent. But like,
I'm
when they
talking
actually
about
are
the
one.
the actual Nazi punks because that was actually a problem. So
That was the whole movie. You ever see the movie Green Room? I think it is, or
yes,
was it Green
of
Room?
course,
Or-
yes.
yeah. That's that. I mean, it's fiction, but that's what would happen. Stuff
Yeah.
like that could conceivably happen. Anyway. But conservatives aren't Nazis.
Yeah, no.
Some are, but most aren't.
Yeah, no.
But
Mostly
that
they're
being
just
said,
they're just other people.
but they might be
Go ahead.
yeah, different opinions. But I was gonna say sometimes they can be unknowingly complicit with them, and that's where things get complicated.
The problem is it's so can liberals.
And so can liberals. That's the other thing too. Yeah, so can liberals. Very often they can be. Anyone can be complicit with awful people if they just bend the way to their what their wants and needs. And some people bend the way for reasons that are understandable, like protecting one's family or something like that. But that's also a problem, and that's a discussion. I think the problem is there's so much nuance there. You have to kind of approach it from the perspective of like, I don't know. There's some tragedy there, and a lot of people do regret with their actions after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to like complete shutout from an entire ecosystem, that's where it gets really messy. But like a lot of these people did terrible things, and they should be held accountable for those terrible things. But also maybe they're trying to do better, and it's like that kind of nuance is where things get messy and complicated. And really, is a case by case basis. To give a sole answer for all people of all time forever, it's tricky because things can change, people can learn, and people can make mistakes that have proved dangerous, and certain people will forgive that and others won't, and that's justified on both levels. It's very not a thing you can give an easy answer to, especially on a live stream as a catch-all abstract every term.
I think ultimately what it comes down to is don't lose sight of your own humanity and the humanity of others, and be kind and empathetic and care about the spaces that you're curating with your peers. I think is what's important when it comes down to it.
Yeah, that sums it up right there. I like that. It sucks, but that's what you gotta do. Anyway, I am going to now spend the rest of the night staring at Magic the Gathering card art because it's really cool. I could be watching the Oscars, but I won't because the film I want to see won't win.
I'm just gonna let my good friends of the channel, Spaghetti and Raccoon Warlock, tell me exactly what's going on. They've been having a movie night every night, watching all the stuff nominated for an Oscar in my server. So
listen, the Oscars haven't been fun since Will Smith was last on. So
oh my god,
that was the last good Oscar. That was the last fun Oscar. It was fun. It was like, oh, I'm so traumatized. Two men slapped each other in the most in 5 seconds. Like I've seen worse outside a gas station. Come on.
All right.
You're just mad because it was the most entertaining part of the Oscars in 10 years.
I simply work here.
It was entertaining and funny. It was so funny.
Yeah.
People were like, I need to go to crisis therapy after I saw one man slap another one and yell slightly loud. Like, no, this was the best part of the Oscars. The whole thing should have been like that. I think the Oscars would be more fun if they became like WWE. We took chairs and like body slammed each other in full suits in the public, and then they should have like John Cena come out and like take best director. Why? Because it's funny.
Who the frig is Andrew?
Hot takes.
I just found this.
I don't know Andrew.
I just found this channel through Andrew. Who the fuck is Andrew?
You mean me?
You
I
mean
might
Anthony?
be Andrew now. I've become Andrew.
Yeah.
I am become Andrew, the destroyer of worlds.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I think
Well, Krim,
that's yeah.
Yeah. Well, Krim, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for being on the channel, Andrew.
That is who I am now. That is my identity.
If you wanna,
It's all good, Jay. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm just messing. We're just joking around.
if you wanna find Anthony's works in his channel, link is in the description down below. Do you have anything you want to plug today, Anthony, of your recent videos?
Yeah, my Sailor Moon video isn't doing so great, so if you'd watch that, that'd be really cool. That would be neat.
That's an order.
Well, it is doing better. It is doing better today than it was yesterday, though. I'll say that.
Awesome. I'll be watching it sometime tonight, I think.
Glorious. Watch it instead of the Oscars. What are you gonna miss? Dune Part 2 losing Best Picture? Who wants to see that?
Good night,
the film that deserves to actually win. Dune Part 2. The best movie of the year by a mile. How many of the movies have a fucking sandworm scene? None. Amelia Perez didn't have a sandworm. It'd be better with a sandworm.
I'm gonna have to cut you
Substance
off.
is pretty good too. Substance is pretty good too, though. I like that one also.
All right, I'll talk to you later, Anthony. You filthy animal.
Yes, glorious. Take care, Krim.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm behind the chat. Hello, there I am. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciated your company, and thank you for this very long stream of over 5.5 hours, and for staying around so long. I really appreciate it. Make sure to leave a like, and make sure you're subscribed, and I'll see you guys all next time. I will probably be doing a video tomorrow on Monday for Minecraft. And of course, thank you to my patrons, Paige, Harvey, Fashtor, who are all my Demon Lord and Cambion and Devil level patrons. If you would like to financially support me, you can find the link to my Patreon down below, or you can make a one-time donation to Ko-Fi. Link is also in the description down below. I'll see you guys all next time. Bye-bye.